Call of Duty fans, we're in for a good one.
MW2 is going to be a ridiculous year. It's just been insane.
What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
This is bound to be a spicy series. Let's find out, ladies and gents. Oh! Tad just making them pay. Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Here he comes. Oh, it's Shotzi!
Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it.
Oh my word! The BT pounces.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa! There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing. And that will be the game. It is over.
The freaking weekend, baby. Welcome into headquarters, everybody. Your one-stop shop for all things Call of Duty League. Chris Bucket alongside Alley Cat. Nameless. I'm going to start with you. You're grinding ranked until 3 a.m. after Ant-Man. Are you in Crimson yet?
About to be there. I got as much time as all these people, man, but I'm going to be top 250 by the end of the week.
And, Allie, we have a side bet that you're going for top 250 by Texas, our Major 3.
My first day was literally playing ranked yesterday, so yeah, I think I could do it by Texas.
We've got some new names in there. Draza was the first pro to break into the 250. Dave Patty, I'm told, just did it as well.
I don't know if it's a real Dave or not.
A few of our pro players who are making moves today, but we got a lot to talk about. Let's start with our schedule, because we're coming in. It's a Saturday. It's a super Saturday with 4 matches, 3 o'clock, 4:30, 6 o'clock, and 7:30 Eastern. And that big one is coming up for me at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
Allie, what else are you looking at here on this schedule?
Honestly, when I was taking my notes, what was crazy to me about today's schedules is 3 out of our 4 matches are first-time matchups for these teams, and that's going to be the first 3 that we have on the day. So I'm really excited for that as well.
I'm really excited for that one, and I know a lot of people are excited to see a team that didn't compete yesterday. I'm talking about the Florida Mutineers, but also OpTic Texas, because this is a squad that made some major moves. They finished 9th through 12th at the first event. Now they come in with a top 4 placing, and after that top 4, they drop Illy, and they bring in Dan Ghosty. Nameless, I know you've kind of been a critic of this move. After a top 4 finish, making a roster change.
Yeah, let's just rewind a little bit. I feel like people are too lenient with this OpTic Texas organization. I think back to last year when Illy had his injury, they bring in ProLoot. It's like, is this the move that you want to make to find a lot of success? We don't know when Illy's coming back. I feel like they didn't make the right moves then. And we come into this season, right? They lose their coach, their GOAT legend retires, and then they drop Dashy, which I thought was like unacceptable as well. And then he comes back, and he is now the best player on the team. So I say all this to say, I feel like OpTic is taking unnecessary risks. I think going from top 12 to top 4 is a huge improvement. And now you're going into your home major and you're bringing in Dan Ghosty. Like, that's a lot of pressure to put on a Challengers player, especially in front of the green walls. So you're adding risks that I don't think you needed to add. And I feel like this OpTic team would have been just fine if they had Illy, Ghosty on the bench, and then went to the next
Do you
stage.
still have Illy on the bench, or is he a free agent? Could someone like London go scoop him up right now?
I believe he's probably, if I had to guess, restricted free agent because he did tweet out on the timeline. I don't think I hate this move, though. I do echo Ant's sentiment in the fact that maybe not the best timing, but I think maybe this will free up specifically Shotzi a little bit. I feel like he's been wanting to get more vocal and take control a little bit more, and I'm hoping to see that in this split from him.
New generation here for OpTic with Shotzi and Bruce, a.k.a. Dashy, at the helm. We want to catch up, though, with one of the other legends around the league. He's been crushing challengers for us once again. I hold Shift joining the show here at the CDL. And Shift, we got to talk about the new face here on OpTic Texas. You've been casting and looking at this guy since the very beginning. So where did he start?
Yeah, it's a really interesting story, right? Because I think most people that expect to see new CDL talent, it comes in one of two ways. Either they're not 18 yet, but there's a lot of buzz about their potential, whether it be through streams or locals. Or the other is they're just really good in challengers for a number of years. You kind of look at Simp on one side of the conversation, or more recently Joe Deceives, or people like Scrappy, for instance, in the kind of second of instances. But Dan's story is not that. It's purely unique because Dan comes from literally the most humble of beginnings, earning scholarship status at the University of Illinois as a true freshman during the Cold War year. He kind of stumbled upon the Illini COD team that was competing in college COD. He joined in the spring semester, and we very quickly, the production team, we all knew that Dan was going to be something special, at least in the college COD season, and that was absolutely the case. He ended up finishing top 6 with the University of Illinois, but the funny thing about that is, after beating almost 180 different schools, he only walked away with $390 as his first year actually competing in a COD title. So that's definitely unique in that instance.
That is a lot of burritos for a college kid, but $400 wasn't enough for him. Tell me about the next stage going into Vanguard.
Yeah, so he kind of then makes the move away from college COD, steps away from Illini COD, and then just purely dedicates himself to playing in challengers, where the year didn't start off necessarily great for him. It was a top 48 finish in Minnesota, but this kid is the definition of determination. He got better every single week. He was stepping up in a major way every single roster he found himself on. But the curious thing about it was every time that you saw Dan Ghosty and his team play well, the next major event that would come up, he would get dropped and replaced by somebody else who was coming usually out of the CDL, until he made the decision to leave campus and move in with Doug Sensor Martin, where this Boston Academy team would finish top 6 in Toronto and then improve upon that to eventually finish top 4 at their own open in Boston. It's definitely an interesting story, but the motto started to become kind of this mentality of don't drop Dan, because as soon as you drop him, he's going to find a new team and then beat you. He was finding revenge against all of those teams that would previously drop him, and definitely kind of made himself a name in challengers throughout that Vanguard year.
All right, so top 6 in his collegiate career. Then you see him make a run in his early Vanguard for challengers. But what's it been like in Modern Warfare for this guy?
He's just different, man. He's finally come to the point where the rise, the ascension has been very rapid. And it's funny because that Boston Academy team that he finished the year out with, he once again got dropped in favor of Beans getting pulled in. But it wouldn't take him long to beat that team again and then eventually find himself on that Decimate Gaming roster that everyone was following along with during the Boston Open in particular, playing with players like Fellow and Yuli and Too Real. Dan was unbelievable in both Season 1 of the North American Challengers Elite. He dropped a near 1.3 KD, which was second best internationally, and earned him the mark of at least our unanimous North American MVP, even though his team finished second. But again, revenge is the name of the game. This kid doesn't lose twice against the same team. At Boston, he would then play up against Rocker Academy, who just beat them in the North American Challengers Elite Grand Finals, and he would drop a 1.35 KD, Chris. This kid is unreal. I mean, there is no one else out there that I've seen start at College COD, quickly rise through challengers, and now have a chance to win a championship. And I think the overall thing is, I agree with both of Ali and Nameless on the desk, where it is a lot of risk when it comes down to Dan overall, because he's unproven. He's won one challengers event. But I think as an audience member and a general fan of COD, you can't help but love this story, because to sit there and say he came from nearly nothing is not too far of an over-exaggeration. Starting at College COD, then finding a way to move in with Sensor, rise through challengers, and now all of a sudden he finds himself setting up at the Hex Quarter and starting with one of the most storied teams in COD history. You really can't help but love the story, and I think be a fan of what he's about to do today.
An exciting start here for Dan Ghosty. I hold Shift. Thank you for giving us a little insight behind the curtain.
My pleasure. Have fun, boys.
Thank you so much. That's Shift. Make sure you're checking out all of his work on Challengers. And we got a lot of Challengers players to talk about. Dan Ghosty, the first one. But let's talk about his competition, because now you're coming in as a rookie in the middle of a season, and you have an insane strength of schedule here coming into Major 3.
Yeah, OpTic's strength of schedule is nothing to sneeze at here. I mean, they're starting off against an LA Gorillas, which is probably going to be their easiest matchup. No slight to the LA Gorillas. They've been looking better since they brought up some Challenger players of their own, but they're rounding out the end of the Major 3 qualifiers with the Major 1 and Major 2 champions to close out heading into LAN. So I'm glad that they're starting with LAG as the starter, but it is a very big feat for Dan in his first showing here on the OpTic Texas squad.
All of those teams were in the winners bracket back in Boston. Here's a look at the numbers today. Does OpTic have the edge? Should we ignore those stats on the screen, Nameless?
I mean, I guess you could ignore them a little bit, but when you look at LAG, they had 3 close maps against the home team where they got bumped out there at Major 2. And for OpTic, they were a championship team with their last roster. Talking about Dan Ghosty, I did watch a lot of his gameplay. I think he's a great player. I think he'll bring a lot to this roster, but man, it's scary with that schedule. Like, you lose this first game, you're in a world of pain.
On the other side, you have the LA Gorillas, and this is a team that underperformed, at least if you ask them how they played in Boston. They got knocked out before they could break into our top 4, and this is a team that's going to be looking to continue to climb after a hot start to the qualifiers last time around.
Yeah, LAG is one of those teams that's really difficult to get a read on. During Major 2 qualifiers online, they looked like their respawn was really, really good, which is not usually the tale when it comes to Challenger players coming up to the team. Usually it's to add to your S&D prowess, that games 2 and 5. But on LAN, I mean, it was just a short stepper. They really didn't accomplish a whole lot, and definitely not what they set out to do. So I don't really know what to expect from them heading into Major 3 qualifiers at all.
That is our third match on the day when OpTic plays LAG, but let's move on to a match featuring our returning champions from Boston. Atlanta FaZe is back in action, and they're taking on a brand new look from the Florida Mutineers. The Mutineers, they're coming in with the 11th seed overall. They needed a change, but when you're looking at FaZe, this is a core lineup that now has at least 7 trophies across the squad, 3 of them with 9 trophies in their case. Talk to me about the squad from Atlanta.
I mean, the squad from Atlanta, all you can really say about our Major 2 champions is that their S&D is just phenomenal. And, it's one of those teams that there's so much talent across the board. They're bound to steal one of those respawns, and it's the totally opposite tale from last year. Last year, for some reason, their search and destroy was seriously struggling, and that's why they fell short time and time again. And it is completely flipped into this year, and that's why they are such a scary team moving forward.
They hadn't won since end of 2021. Now they're walking away as our Major 2 champions. On the other side of this matchup, we have a squad that has been looking to find their footing. They were the most clutch team, I'll say, getting a number of Game 5 victories at the start of the season. But Havoc couldn't do it alone, and they benched Brack for Dave Patty for a while in the last major qualifier. Now we're seeing Dave Patty, Vehicle, Major all put on the bench, and we've got some new faces coming in. What are we looking forward to from seeing from Florida?
Yeah, I like this change. When you think about the Florida Mutineers, they've been terrible at Hardpoint, worse than League, 5-22. You're not going to win series. You're not going to make it far in tournaments if you don't win Hardpoints. And talking about their Hardpoints specifically, we've seen them making good plays. They just didn't have the slaying ability or the impact plays they needed on rotations, and that's what they're hoping to get out of guys like Capsule and Fellow. Like Fellow, he structures teams and challengers. It's hard to do that, right, with those guys who are new to the game, and he does it exceptional. And then you got Capsule, who now is in his 2nd year, who had a good year by all means last year as his rookie, and now he's on this team where he can make plays in Hardpoint. He needs to be that superstar player in the respawns. So for Florida, I feel like they're in a much better spot than they were with their prior roster.
Capsule had some really good numbers in those 2 games he played for LA.
And that's usually the biggest question mark, right? Especially when he was just subbing in. But, I mean, it looks like the vibes over on the Florida Mutineers squads are high.
What's the history here? Has Fellow and Capsule played together before? Because they're already on a yacht together. Florida treating the boys right.
What is that?
I believe
Vibes
that
are
is
high.
a young Brack trying to get people to drink his goo. Brack into Kraken Florida. You'll understand after Ant-Man. Brack and Florida coming up here on the main stage. They're taking on Atlanta in our 2nd battle of the day. But when we come back, we're talking the big one to open the day. Boston, Beans is back. He's taking on London. We'll see if the Royal Ravens can get the best of him today.
Duty League Pick'em is back.
Bottom the bed, a few more points, and then we'll be
Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Woo, it's getting good.
Welcome back to the headquarters crew. We've got Puckett alongside Alley Cat and Nameless. We're talking about all of today's matches, all 4 of them, and it starts right now with Boston taking on the number 12 seed in the Royal Ravens. And the Royal Ravens are one of few teams to not make any changes. They're keeping the same lineup from Major 2 coming into Major 3. But Boston, they had a new face make his appearance for the first time, replacing Methods. The man goes by the name of Beans, Allie.
Yeah, and Beans, you know what? I mean, maps 1 and 4, we do have to talk about it. Beans, unfortunately, his opening showing for us was a little bit underwhelming, but definitely a bounce back in that maps 2 and 3, and Boston come up with the win. I mean, he did have a 1.4 in the Search and Destroy. Those numbers are a bit skewed because it was only 1 matchup and 1 Search and Destroy, but I'm excited to see what they do today, because you got to think, you don't put those kinds of numbers up more than once. And when we talked to him yesterday, you know, the vibes were still pretty high. He obviously was incredibly self-aware, so I'm excited to see what he brings to the table.
Beans also giving us a great interview, but some major news after that. Boston forces a team change, it looks like. Chat is all on it. Standy is benched is the new word from Toronto unofficially.
Yeah, we got to talk about it a little bit, right? Like, that just threw me for a loop. Like, what's the deal with that? Boston, like, Beans comes in, drops a 0.5, and they end up still beating Toronto, and Toronto's like, nah, we got to make it. I even saw Scrappy on Twitter, like, chirping Beans, too. So I don't know what's going on with Toronto, man, but, you know, bad performance yesterday. Boston able to capitalize on it. Now they're making roster.
Beans brought out a sniper rifle. We haven't seen a ton of it from Boston. That's what I'm looking forward to today, especially in the Search and Destroy game 2. But we'll see if this one can go the distance, if London can cause some problems. And before we move on, I do want to give word that Toronto just tweeted it. It is official. We've confirmed it with our League Ops team as well. Standy will be on the sideline, and we'll talk about the replacement Hixie when he gets into the mix. But let's keep this moving now as we highlight our number 12 seeded team, Boston, the favorites. London has to come in here, and they got to win these maps and modes. Allie, let's take a look at it. Where do you have your best chance to strike against the Boston squad today?
Their best chance to strike against Boston is maybe that hotel Search and Destroy. They're 2-1 in it, probably one of their best, but this is a London team. I mean, they're bottom of the barrel right now. They have been struggling across the board, so not many opportunities for them to bounce back.
Vegas beat LA Thieves yesterday. Anything can happen, and we got our casters ready for this one. Again, it's Lando and Study. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you so much, Chris. Yes, DJ. We had this very same team yesterday, Boston Breach. They ended up taking down the Toronto Ultra, which, as we know, there's some things going on over in that camp. But today they face off against the London Royal Ravens. We jump into Hotel Hardpoint, and I hate to say it, man, but there was definitely a favorite in this series.
Oh, yeah, without question, because we saw what Boston Breach were able to do yesterday. They basically won 3v4, and that was an insane series, especially versus a team like Toronto Ultra, who are no slouches, so they got it done, and everybody was just slaying. So on the opposite side for London, it hasn't been the best season for them. They've gotten 2 wins during week 1, one win ever since then. They just haven't found any success, man. And going into this map number 1, they are dead last in rotations, dead last in breaking. It all just comes down to this lane, because Boston Breach, they were winning 3v4, and they did a majority of that by outslaying. So London, guns got to be hot early.
Yeah, they absolutely absolutely have to be. And I think if you're a Boston Breach fan, a little sweat off the brow. It's like, okay, Beans tossed his opening nade, and it didn't hit big wing.
That's
so
great.
We're
That's a
already
great start.
we're already off to a better start. We'll see if they can continue the lockdown spawns over at P2. As we said, man, the Ravens, questionable call. Bottom of the league. They're 1-10 in their last 11 series. A lot of teams were hot to make a change. I mean, OpTic Texas, who just got top 4, decided to make a roster change. Jay, I think I know where you're going to go when it comes down to this, but were you surprised the Ravens didn't make a move for anybody?
Oh, yeah, I was definitely surprised. When you don't have a lot of success, when you're sitting dead last in the league with only 3 series wins, I would think something has to give. But they decided to keep the team together. They probably want to keep the chemistry going and just build on top of that. So into the P2 we go. You have one player toward the back, which is Beans. He's going to set up the pinch. Unfortunately, can't win the gunfight on towards Asim. London doing a great job of just holding it without maintaining spawns. But Boston Breach, they have the numbers. They find the breakthrough Shandy.
They do for the moment. Currently, it is London with those close spawns, but Beans there to try to knock them all down. Catches another. That's 2 in a row. Now for Big Beans. Jumps right into the line of fire and eventually does get cut down. 30 seconds still to fight for. And now it is Boston with the more preferred side when it comes to spawns. It has been all-out chaos so far at P2. Vivid finally able to finish off that kill before he does hit the dirt. So with that, a minor advantage for Boston Breach as we get ready for P3. And currently, Jay, it is the Ravens running back with their tail between their legs, focused up for new.
Yeah, we have to rotate now. If you are the Ravens, you have to make sure you get a nice little hold on this kitchen hill. Very difficult hill to break indeed, my friend. But 2 players from Boston are going to try to play for these spawns. Trying to push around towards back plat. Asim is at least able to spot 1. Great trigger discipline to not go for the challenge, but Awakening is able to get taken down by that nade. This is where Asim can strike. So far, they're holding on strong. 60-30 in the score line.
And a great gunfight victory there from Asim, now on 4 in a row. We saw yesterday, man, it was Boston Breach doing a phenomenal job on this very map and mode at breaking, especially even in hardpoints like this. So far, the London Royal Ravens doing a great job of locking things down. However, this fight for scraps is going to be an important one. He eventually does drop. 25 seconds still to contest for. Paul X, now the next line of fire. The new wave right now from Ravens has got to hold strong. Asim now extends his spree to 6. And I believe in that process does earn the cruise missile. So needed to be a solid hard point from the Ravens. It absolutely will be that. And now they are threatening to take the lead.
Yeah, that's a great haul right there from the London boys. They were able to basically hold it for a full 60. Nasty now finds himself on a 5 spree. And they do have a couple players early off the rotation. Asim is just flying around. No hesitation on the gameplay. He's got the dead silence. So he's trying to be a superhero. This time you got to slow it down, though. You know your teammate's going to be spawning towards bedroom. The spa spawns are going to come in for Boston. Eventually he does get cut down, but Boston Breach, they do a great job of just maintaining the map control, finding the kills, and hold on to the hill.
And really for Breach, goodness sake, great shot coming in from Nasty. I was going to say for Breach, you just want a moment to breathe for a moment.
Yeah.
That the Ravens are just hunting you down. Straight beams coming in from Nasty. Big Byron eventually will fall, but you've got some streaks to work with if you're the Ravens. Regardless of how this final 20 seconds goes, you can be pretty happy with the fact that you do have some streaks throughout the remainder of this hotel hardpoint. 15 seconds still left. It is an unfortunate team kill that we've seen. Beans, you got to be careful, buddy. We saw it yesterday. But now rotation's about to be in for restaurant, and Ravens are there early.
Yeah, Ravens are there early. Boston decided to fight for that remaining 15 to 20 seconds. All 4 players are trying to get all that time. Now they're going to be late off the rotation. Viv is going to be the only player here. He gets gunned by Paul X. Great shots from him as London are winning in the trade battle. Only 1 player up is going to be Big Wake. He gets taken care of, and London hold the first push.
So far for the Ravens, they have really come alive throughout these last few hills. We'll see if it can last, as this is going to really be a big hard point to kind of tell us exactly where both teams sit right now. Are the Ravens just not going to fold? Are their holds going to be solid, or will Boston finally be able to get their break? As right now, Nero helps lead the way. It is headshots all the way around. Ravens with close spawns, but finally, the London hold will eventually evaporate. Good opportunity here for Breach.
Yeah, Boston, they're putting a lot of pressure on towards Kitchen, but Scraps, the cutoff man, trying to maintain the spawns for London, while Steamers is still putting pressure in towards Diner. That's going to be 3 dead. Last player on the point is Beans. They can't sniff him out. He wins a huge one-on-1, but at least if you're London, you maintain the better side of the map going into the next hill. Back and forth Hardpoint we have here, Lando. London, they're really stepping up early.
Yeah, I mean, and one thing too is that, you know, it would be understandable if like Beans is still having
there goes the team kill.
Another team kill for Boston, by the way. That's like 6, including their series yesterday. But Beans is playing well, and keeping all things in mind, the Ravens don't really seem to mind. Their holds have been fantastic, and it feels like after the first 2 hard points, man, they have been on a mission. It's been nasty. It has been a scene. Scraps has had his moments, and Paul is trying to get back into the game. London once more reclaimed the lead, but here come the breach once more.
Yeah, Boston all trying to flood through middle jacuzzi. You have one player in narrow trying to work his way through bottom. Does he spot where Scraps is playing from the hill? He gets some assistance from his teammates. Now the spawns flip. All of the Ravens going to be swanning out towards front bedroom with only 15 seconds left. You probably just want to chalk this one up. Let's rotate. Let's properly set up around P1. This has been a great back and forth game. London, we're the last team in rotation on this map. You win a couple rotations, you get some good holds, and that's why you see the scoreline that we currently have. 6-point game going to the second rotation of hard points.
And I think one thing that we can absolutely talk about, Jay, when it comes down to the London Royal Ravens is, you know, whenever you are obviously, you know, ranked the worst team in the league, the players know that. And I feel like given the fact that we don't see any roster changes, I mean, an early start, whether it's maps or even just in series, I feel like it has to be there, because it can quickly turn into a spiral effect where the franchise knows it, the players know it, that this is just not going to work out. I think it's fair to say this hardpoint means a lot more for London than it does for Breach.
Yeah, 100%, man. London needs something to bounce back off. They need some kind of confidence, because they just haven't been having a lot of success, especially throughout stage 2. The only victory they had was versus the Vegas Legion, and that was at the very end of the online qualifiers. But other than that, they get smoked at Major 2 by NYSL, but they have been showing improvements in this hard point. Boston Breach, they won it 3v4 yesterday. With Beans playing the way that he is right now, they are keeping themselves in the game. They are maintaining the spawns over towards next. They're just playing a step ahead right now, Lando.
They are. We'll see if they can keep it up. Again, a big hard point up and ready to go over at P2. We head toward the lobby. And right now, Awakening, not having the same performance he did yesterday, but just give it time. Big Wake will begin to erupt. Right now at 8 and 11. Nasty, no problem. He's able to drop both Nero and Beans. So now Big Wake has got no teammates to work with, and he's going to continue to watch that score begin to rise for the Ravens as they'll be inside of that objective. He tries to jump on through, trying to be clever with it. The movement rather was solid, and can it open up an opportunity for Nero? Not going to happen, but Beans is still here.
Nasty just took over. He just wanted a 6-3, make it 7. Earns himself another cruise missile. He was holding down that small push and middle single, all forcing Boston Breach to try to overextend through Shandy's side. That's a flawless hold right there from London. This way you put your pedal to the metal. We got to start to rotate. Ace him. Unfortunately, he's going to get cut down, but Boston Breach got a lot of time to make up. You need a good hold on Kitchen.
And we had our questions about the Ravens, and right now they are having a fantastic start to this series. Let's step aside as the streak will come in for Nasty and go to Liston with the Ravens.
I'm going, okay. Wait, keep my kitchen on the brown van, Paul. 2 in time. On the stairs, absolutely behind this wall. I need it. He's behind that wall, he should be there. Here. He's shouting. One shot now, Paul, stun him. Nice. 2 in time and then one spot.
Back door, yeah. I'm in the back door.
Side door fast. Go into the back, Manny, back.
That door dead.
Nice, just 2. We have numbers, just
Boxes, tag.
I have middle, they're all spawning front.
Boxes, really weak.
They're all spawning front, guys.
One's in boxes. They're all spawning front.
My side. I'm on my own. Boxes at a time.
Inside the point.
No, I'm dead, there's 2 there.
Alright, need me, bro. It's out new.
I spawned now, 3 at all.
You knew, yeah?
Yeah. Missing Nero. 3 at all. Yeah, I'm in go.
No one's got top bed. No one's got top bed, I only have bottom. He's gonna hop up top bed, brother.
I'm just playing gold.
Top bed.
One goal to me.
He's top bed.
He's one shot, choked. He's 1 shot and gold, okay, Nero.
I'm gonna need help here, guys.
Nice, big win bed. Play on the side.
And the Ravens are spitting hot fire, Lando. This is the dead last thing that we have in the CDL. They are trying to come out with a statement. So far to start off Major 3, they currently have the lead. They're gaining the time. The only thing is Boston Breach have more players in position to try to execute this break.
Do indeed. Scraps and Paul X will come away with 3. Now make it all 4. Boston Breach falling by the wayside as Ravens are within 25 points of calling game 1 theirs. They've been doubted by everybody in the league, and right now they're trying to prove that they still deserve to be a roster together. Boston are able to break on in. If they grab every single second left, we've got ourselves a tie game. And right now, Jay, the only player who's out of the play is Beans, the only man who was thinking about that rotation.
Oh yeah, Beans the only guy here, and with London picking up that 3 kills, now they're gonna have the numbers off the rotation. So Beans has to now change his positioning up. He has to play his life, play for the kill, try to hold down this kitchen control. As his teammates are going to go for the strike through the middle of the map. Scrap is able to take down Beans. Nasty and Paul X combine for 3. London, they find the break. The game's about to be over.
It's about to be over. Vivid and Co, they've got to jump on in. Nero able to do a bit of damage.
Oh, wow.
Beans. It could be Beans. Busted. Able to jump in for the moment. It's only 2 seconds left for the Ravens. 1 break and this game is theirs, Jay.
That's all they need. That's all they need is 1 break. Let's play it patient. We need to find these kills. 2:30 and counting. Scraps finds the first. Here we go.
Oh, an Awakening has a few players entering toward his reticle.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Once more, who's coming out on top? Boston, they can win it here as the panic begins to set in for the Ravens. Now they're the ones who have to get a move on. It's a tie game, and Boston done it, and yes, they have. An unbelievable comeback as they rip the hopes and dreams away for the Ravens. We couldn't give them anything but props throughout the start of that hard point, but Jay, we called it, man. We were at bar with like 20 seconds left. The only guy who had rotated was Beans, and he sees that play through, that comeback through all the way. Let's watch this again.
Oh, we gotta see it again. It was trades back and forth, but Beans at least takes down the last player in scraps. So once Boston know that it's all 4 dead, players spawning towards kitchen, everyone turn around. We know that they are coming from Shandy's. This next wave of kills are the biggest ones, as it all starts off with Scrap finding that first. It's only 3 players left. Beans, Awakening, and Vivid. Awakening gets traded. Vivid finds 1, but Beans is able to find 2. Hold down that push. It's still only 10 seconds. London still have 1 more chance. They just need to open up with a kill. Nasty finds another one. This is where you have to go, go, go. You have the numbers. You have to play the trades, but too many angles you have to check. Boston Breach did not get nervous in the moment. They were able to hold strong. After a very sloppy hardpoint from them from start to finish, London were winning a majority of those rotations, but they clutch up at the very end of that hardpoint, and that one's got to be devastating for the Raven boys. You saw Asim. He was instantly out of his chair, man.
And I don't blame him. I mean, my goodness, it was just... It looked like it was theirs. I mean, for sure. Oh, my goodness. That is a frustrating loss if you are the London Royal Ravens. A 2-point hardpoint game. And today, a much better performance coming in from the rookie. Beans, 26 and 22. As we said, does a great job at going for that early rotation toward Diner. Gets the most hill time really across the entirety of this scoreboard. More than Paul X by a second. A great job all the way around for Breach to stay composed. But that has got to tilt you, man. We were talking so highly about London. Like, they looked fantastic. Yeah. The comms were excellent. Nasty was going on streaks. Just a fumble indeed.
That's definitely a fumble, my friend. Like, now you just got to go back. I know Asim was instantly out of his chair. You got to take a breather, man. You got to let this one go, because that's a map you guys should have won. Communication was there. The game plan was there. Winning a majority of your rotation just came down to those final moments, those key gunfights. You couldn't win the trade battle and hold on for the last 2 seconds to close out the map number 1. So obviously in this situation, Boston Breach, all momentum on their side. What an insane comeback in that map number 1. But going into this map number 2, we heard the desk talk on it. This is where Ali thinks they had the best chance at taking the map versus Boston Breach. The only thing is, we saw Boston play this yesterday, and they pretty much dominated Toronto Ultra. The SMGs had a really big presence. It was Vivid and Narrow back-to-back 3 pieces on multiple rounds, and then Beans, he puts up a 1.4. He did have that sniper in hand. He was hitting some crazy shots. Boston Breach had the ability to go up 2-0 here, but London, they need a response now.
Jay, how did you had a situation like that happen whenever you're up in a game and then you lose it in a heartbreaking fashion? How did you regain moving into the next map?
Oh, brother, you're just sitting there like, it's all good, guys. That one should have been ours. We've been putting a lot of time. We should have took that map number 1. We should be up 1-0 in this series. So that's how they all have to look at it. We should be up 1-0 in this series. Let's go into the search and destroy, and let's plan to potentially have gone up 2-0 and tie this one up, because you got to just completely forget it. That's a devastating loss in that opening hard point. Obviously, the team hasn't had a lot of success, but search and destroy is where they usually are able to bank on to try to get back into the series.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's just so funny that you said that. It's like, guys, it's all good. All right, it's fine.
It's all good, guys.
It's fine. We just had a total collapse. The timeline's exploding at the fact that Beans was able to stay alive. It's fine. Yeah. let's just rebound coming into the search and destroy. But like we said, man, these early maps, these early opportunities for the Ravens are huge, considering that everybody is now taking an even closer look at them. I think it was Puckett who touched on it at the top of the show. We had 4 teams make roster changes coming into Major 3, and it felt like London should be the first team on that list to actually make a roster change. They decided to roll with it moving into Major 3. You start off with a hardpoint loss like that, you definitely need a rebound nice and early. But if there is something to take away, again, going back to the comms, the listening that we had with the Ravens, I really liked what I was hearing from Nasty. I feel like that guy was really stepping up in a major way. I know we've seen glimpses of him, throughout his year in the CDL, rookie last season in Vanguard. He's really the last man who's been a part of this OG London team, and maybe recognizing, Jay, that he's got to be the in-game communicator, the big voice for this team moving forward.
Yeah, he's got to be the big voice and the big slayer. I remember in the beginning of the season when London went 2-0 during week 1, Nasty was one of the best players in the game. He was doing whatever he wanted with the VASNAP, with the TAC 56, the M4 at the time, but he's a guy that has that takeover ability. We saw a little bit in that map. Number 1, multiple threes, like you said. Picked up 2 to 3 cruise missiles throughout that entire hard point. Just couldn't find that last hold. So I'm really looking at Nasty to keep that pace going into the search and destroy alongside ASIM, because ASIM has been their guy in S&D. We saw him drop 17 on a map. Unfortunately for him, it's not the map that we're going to be playing in this map number 2, but still good for him. He has a 1.85 on Hotel Search and Destroy, so really look at ASIM to set the tone.
Absolutely, man. I mean, there's been so many tweets talking about, unfortunately so, but it's like, hey, can we get ASIM some help? Like, can we get this guy something? Because there's been so many people who have talked about the Ravens, and it's like, it feels like this guy is really the bright spot for them. And I know our stats team did a phenomenal job of trying to break it down, almost give us a chance at, like, how could London come away with this series? And as you called it, partner, he's had some unbelievable performances in Search Destroy so far throughout the season. And I believe he's got like a 1.85 KD on Hotel Search Destroy specifically. So couldn't agree with you more. He is definitely always the guy to look out for, but specifically at Hotel Search Destroy, he has been the beacon for their success.
Yeah, man, I really do love ASIM as a player, man. He's a guy that just simply wants to get it done however it has to be done. If he has to sit on the hill, he would do that. If he has to slay in certain situations, he will do that. He's a guy that would just lay it all out on the field for his team to try to get a victory. You see the stats so far this season, overall 1.05 KD. They've only won 3 series, guys, and he's still maintaining the 19th best KD in the league. The guy is just a great player, a phenomenal player, Mr. Do-It-All, man. I really do love his gameplay. I'm excited to see what he's able to do in the Search and Destroy, if he's able to drop those bombs like he usually does.
Yeah, without question. We've been talking a lot about the London Royal Ravens. I do want to transfer the conversation, though, over to Boston Breach, right? You're off of a great Game 1 victory, and then you're moving into, as we said, a Hotel Search Destroy. You saw this yesterday, right? And what they were able to do on it, Jay, was fantastic. There was a lot of people who came in saying, you know what, Beans could fit in very well with this roster, and a lot of that focus was around Search Destroy. He could take that sniper away from Vivid, and we saw him very early on yesterday versus Toronto doing a very good job now with that role.
Yeah, and it's so difficult too, because a lot of these angles that he was taking are very, very tight angles with that sniper, but the young man is confident, very energetic guy. I really do love the character of Beans. Yesterday we saw him in his interview, man. He was so talkative, so energetic, man. I'm so excited to see this young player prosper into developing into his deeper career, into his pro career. The guy is just hilarious, man. I really enjoy his gameplay. Obviously not the best performance in his debut, but he bounced back in that map number 1 nice and early.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, it's understandable, too, because you just got so many players who are coming into the league now with so much pressure. I mean, we could have a totally different conversation, and you and I will, about Dan Ghosty and OpTic Texas, but there's a lot of people who are saying, Beans, he's the future of EU COD. He has got the chance to be one of the best players in the game. You don't hear those conversations a lot, especially as a rookie player who has pretty much zero experience when we talk about the professional side of things.
Especially coming from the European side. That's no shade to my European players, but it's usually not like that. It's always usually an NA player. One player stands out from somewhere else, like Pred with Australia. Like, the guy's a demon. Like, we know this, but it's so great to see Beans, where he was able to level up from coming from challenges, playing with Doug Sensor Martin, getting those reps in. Like, when you play with Doug, good friend of mine, you can basically go out there and get every single kill you want. So he was putting up some insane stats throughout challengers, and so far he did it. Not the best yesterday, but in that map number 1 he did in today's series, he did a phenomenal job. Just in this search and destroy, you got to make sure that you're getting those first bloods. That's the biggest thing that stood out for me yesterday. 63 versus Toronto. You close out the game 6-3. That has to be a big factor for Boston.
Yeah, man. Honestly, I'll be honest. The number one thing that I took from what you just said there is that Sensor is doing something right in challengers. Like, we're talking
Mr.
about
Do It All, another guy.
How Dan Ghosty was like rooming with him. He like invited him to his house. We're talking about he was playing with beans. He just knows how to manifest talent. I even saw somebody yesterday, Jay, back in like Ghost. They're like, yeah, I mean, Formal's first player that he really teamed with was Sensor. Or first team that he teamed with was Sensor back on like one of those FaZe Red, FaZe Black teams. So I'll tell you what, man, Sensor. He just knows how to do it. I'd definitely be looking out for some of the teammates that he's got rocking right now in Challengers. They could be next on up. But guys, we are going to throw it to a quick little commercial break. We do apologize for the bit of a delay, but don't worry. We got Hotel Search Destroy between Boston and London coming up right after this.
What's up, everybody? Welcome in. We got a jam-packed house, and it is going to be an epic day of Call of Duty.
Planes get canceled, luggage get lost, but it don't matter, okay? Because I got the hottest fans in the game here with me.
You hear my heartbeat pounding.
Y'all ready to get the matches going?
OpTic, without question, have the edge.
What have we just seen?
Joey D, what can you tell me about the Thieves right now?
They are world champions for a reason.
Minnesota, when they get dialed in, they will pull out their sneaky tricks. FaZe Group, a squad that everyone would always just put automatically into the final. It's been bitter cold out there in Boston. But Mother Nature's got nothing on these Call of Duty loving Homo sapiens.
Here we go, threads the needle.
Here he comes!
What a ridiculous storyline we've had here.
Down and down we go.
Thieves lose to OpTic in the very first match of the tournament. Now we see them 9 straight victories.
I don't forgive, I don't forget, I don't regret. You do me wrong, I'll tag along. Like a hit song, you can turn on.
This is going to be an epic rematch, a chance for redemption if you're the LA Thieves.
You can run, you can hide.
2 seconds, 1 second, and LA Thieves will move forward in this tournament again.
Atlanta FaZe, they've been booed, they've been the villains, and yet they still are putting up win after win.
We've checked the forecast. The drought has ended. It has been an entire title since Atlanta FaZe lifted a trophy. And my God, how good it must feel for these players to have come so far. Atlanta FaZe, your Major 2 champions.
I'll give you bad, but give you bad.
How's it going, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the first series of the day. By the way, major shout out to whoever made that video. That was absolutely fantastic, highlighting some of the greatest moments from the Boston Major. Texas, we're coming, but we got some work to do before we get there. Jay, I want to highlight our maps and modes before we jump into this Hotel Search and Destroy. Talk to me, man. I mean, after a loss like that for London, is there hope that they could make a comeback considering the rest of the set that we got here?
Well, the thing that really scares me is that they've only found success on one map in Control, and that's not in this series. Hotel is not going to be there. El Asilo, they're sitting at 0-1. And then as we go forward, if they do force that map number 4, Mercado, they are 11th in rotations. On a map like Mercado Hardpoint, if you're not rotating, you're not going to win the game. So you have to make sure you fix that. They showed a little bit that in that map number 1, but you just have to get some energy back because you saw what Boston Breach were able to do, man. Obviously, a little bit of break here, so momentum is not going to be as high, but you got to be feeling really confident still getting the victory that Boston Breach was able to get in that map number 1.
Yeah, and you got to be happy as well as we take a look, at the new roster coming into Major 3. The Beans was able to at least have a solid hardpoint, right? We know that he was great in the S&D yesterday, but the hardpoints weren't so good in his debut. Finished with like a 0.54 combined overall KD in the hardpoints yesterday, but like we said in the Search Destroy, he was lighting it up. 7-5 performance in those opening duels, oftentimes with the sniper out. He was the difference maker, and that could be something where if you're the Ravens, you're looking at trying to have an answer. And like we said, Ali talked about, this is their opportunity. This is London's best chance to get back to the Search Destroy. Beans could be the guy that steps in their way.
Yeah, because Beans is the guy that usually is solo playing over towards that B bomb. You probably have a player that's sitting towards bottom bedroom in Vivid or Narrow, but usually those guys are taking that mid-map control. So if you can solo out Beans, you know he's going to have that sniper in hand. Just try to get super aggressive towards bedroom. Take him down, get that bomb down as fast as you possibly can, and then play your setups correctly. He's a big impact. You cannot allow him to pick you guys apart, especially when you're jumping on these head glitches with that snipe, because then at that point, you're going to slow down. You now have to even up the numbers, try to make a play, and at that point, it might not be that much time left on the clock since you were still so worried about Beans. So he's a big impact on this map, but it has to be the SMGs as well, man. Vivid and Narrow, like I said earlier, those guys are getting 3 pieces left and right on this map. Like, Narrow put on an absolute clinic with that SMG in hand versus Toronto. So I just think if you are London, momentum has to be on point. Asem and Nasty really have to set the tone.
Yeah, they definitely do, as we'll see. A quick little look, actually, at the ending of that last hardpoint. We got to take a look at our scuff play of the game for just joining us. You missed a good one. You missed a good finish here on Hotel Hardpoint. Jet, tell you what, man, it just feels like Hotel is like the new Tuscan. I mean, in terms of just the crazy and wild plays. We're talking about how, the crazy P1 finishes. This year it is Restaurant on this very map and mode. A crazy, crazy comeback here for the Breach boys.
And the thing that I was just looking at is that they open up with the first kill, right? They all have mid-map control. You have connectors, you have Shandy's side. When you get that first kill of the player on top catwalk, you should probably pinch towards kitchen so that you can spawn Boston all the way across the map so you keep that man advantage. But since they did not decide to flip those spawns, not decide to pick up that pinch, that's what eventually allows Boston to spawn up towards kitchen, instantly flood forward, and just consistently play those trades. I think if you're London, probably in the heat of the moment, communication is very high. Everybody's probably talking a little bit frantic. But in that situation, you just need one break. We need to all come down, execute this one play, and the map would have been theirs. But they couldn't do it. Boston Breach. Still, we're able to clutch on up.
Yeah, they were indeed. Solid W in the books there for the Boston Breach. Again, chatting about the Royal Ravens. One of the more questionable moves throughout the off-season, or not the off-season, but I guess you could say the off-season that we had in preparation for Major 3 was the fact that this team does not make any moves. We talked about it. We stressed it, Jay. This 4-man lineup, if you're going to keep it together, that early success has to be there. Job number 1 is closing out hardpoints. They don't do that. A loss here in Search Destroy, I think it's fair to say, man, could very well spell disaster.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing, man. It's because, like, London, okay, they're like 50-50 in hard points, overall record of 10-11, but the S&D has been their best camo control. They basically stand no chance if it's not Hotel. So you have to be able to win your Search and Destroys versus some of these teams, especially some of the higher echelon teams that we have in the league. Boston Breach just coming off a roster change. Their strats shouldn't be on point that much. They played the map once with this new roster. Obviously, we don't know what it's like on the back end when it comes to practice, but you have that one rep where you're able to go back, do your homework, see how they like to play their setup so you can basically try to fully blind counter it. Solo out a certain player, just make the game a lot easier for your team.
If there's somebody that you're looking out for the London Royal Ravens, I know we chatted about a few different guys for the Boston Breach side, whether it's Beans or it's the, fast-paced SMGs for the Breach and Nero and Vivid. Is there somebody that you're looking out for in this Search Destroy or throughout the remainder of the series to try to lead the charge at a comeback here for London?
If you think about when London picked up that victory versus Vegas, the main guy that really set the tone, that took over the game in the respawns and in the Search and Destroy, it was all about Scraps, man. Scraps is a guy. He was an MVP caliber player when he first started to play Call of Duty. When the CDL first started, he was that guy, man. And now we saw what Asem and Nasty are capable of. But if Scraps can take his gameplay to a whole different level, he's a guy that can take over the game. So I'm looking at Mr. Matty Marshall, my guy, to turn it up a level.
Without a doubt, man. I mean, we know the level that Scraps has been on previously. This guy has, one of the more storied careers throughout COD history. Excited to see him back in the CDL. We'll see if he can try, as we said, and lead the charge to a Ravens comeback. Before we do that, folks, we got to take a look at a few things. If you have not already gone to the CDL shop, you absolutely need to do so. And Jay, if you're picking one of these hoodies out of these 4, which one are you grabbing? I know what it is.
Come on, man. Come on, man. You know where I'm going. New York, baby. Hold up. I need to get this. Where am I getting this from? Shop.callofdutyleague.com. Oh, yeah. I got to go get that, brother. Those are clean, man. These are the first time I see these.
I know. These are looking great. I heard Bryce talk about how he's already ordered like 8 of the London Royal Ravens sweatshirts.
Nice. Nice.
So, Bryce, feel free, buddy. You know my address, potentially. You can go and toss me one over. That would be fantastic. Also, we got to talk about this one, too. Make sure and grab those team packs. You can look like the guys, outside of the game. You can also look like them inside of the game. Jay, are you rocking any team skins and ranked right now?
Oh, yeah. I recently just played some rank with my guy Nate Shot, so he hooked it up with a code for the LA Thieves. So I've been rocking that LA Thieves. They had a crazy run at Major, too. Could have closed it out in the final. But then yesterday, they also slipped up, man. They're just not an online team. But their skin is clean, man. Clean.
They are, man. They are indeed. I got shot by somebody using a Minnesota Rockers skin earlier, so nice. I'm not using that one right now. That's on that guy who was with me in bronze too. I hate to shout out my rank, but that's just the way that it is, folks. We do apologize for the bit of a break that we're having right now, but we will have that Search Destroy up very soon. Thank you for your patience. We'll see you in a moment.
gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty League Major 2, coming at you from Beantown alongside the Charles River. It's going to be bitter cold, so keep your gloves on, stay in your car until last minute, and then we'll welcome you all in, and we'll have our corn dogs ready, right, Joey D?
Yeah, we're having corn dogs?
Yeah, and little chicken nuggets, dino nuggets.
This is a great update.
There's a lot of watch parties going on. Sethy Poo, I saw you. That mustache is looking good. I just want to take my fingers and tickle that thing. Little caterpillar. Is that too much?
Do you want to tickle it, or do you want him to tickle you with it?
Yes, that part.
Can you pass on a message to him? Say to BZ, he's looking great today.
You as well. You too.
What a guy.
I know.
Can I have that? Yeah, just get one more of this.
Water. Josh, don't roll your eyes at me.
I'm going with the purple team because I like horns.
Okay, for me, I'm a...
Straight up, what did you eat for breakfast? Because I'm trying to be like you.
Tacos, to be honest. I mean, I was munching.
I don't understand anything.
I'm not really a hype man anymore like the old days. I used to be. I'm starting loud.
Dad! Safety first. It is 4 degrees. It is -4, it feels like, with the wind chill, so be careful.
I've never been late to an event before with the weather in Dallas, the ice and stuff. I just got here last night. I know you were missing me.
You should have walked, dude. Your patch is just not there, I guess.
They wouldn't let me out.
That's what I guess. I don't know.
I thought I was going to be the only person going for this team, but it's a full desk. I'm going for Boston Breach, too.
Here we go.
I would pick Boston, and yeah, you know what? I'm going to stay on it. That's what I'm doing, because I like my security guard, but I don't trust him.
No, I think he heard you. I just don't think he heard you. No, I heard you. I just didn't hear you. He heard, but he didn't hear. I heard you, but I didn't hear you. I was kind of locked in.
We're partying right now. The lights went out.
Oh, wow. Felt Joe's mustache. So...
Well, you better say it officially, because it's going on a graphic. You guys are so loud.
That's good. I want you to hear me. That's a name and a half. I'll be the one to say. Whose name is that? It's MC's. The unkillable demon's name. Also known as Frank.
You have a slight mistake there as well. Boston Breach, don't plant the bomb in a position that can be easily spotted. There's a stretch on it.
Mercado. Time to take this tape off. What's up?
I just want to say one thing, too. I can't wait to save Ben's head, so I'm excited.
Boston, you all were incredible. Thank you for the vibes. You set the tone all weekend.
Friends, and welcome back. It has been some time, but we hope that you all are still doing well. Boston Breach, London Royal Ravens. Let's get that hype back up. Game 2. Search and Destroy is about to come up. What is it again, Jay? I forgot. Hotel, I think?
It's Hotel. Yeah, we're back at backstage at the hotel, man. But yeah, get the energy back. You know, we just had an insane hard point in that map, number 1. A little bit of delay, but we are finally back. Here we go into the game 2. Search and Destroy. London need to respond to make it a series.
Oh, I like your vibe.
Like that now, Jay? That's energy, baby.
Nice and spicy. Wish my red teammates had that kind of excitement right now.
I don't think you're having good. Bronze too, brother. I don't know if you're getting teammates at all, brother. Oh, good, man. We got to grind a little bit.
Jay, I think I have a better chance of winning the lottery than at any point hitting top 250. That is without a doubt. Anyway, let's jump into round 1. Hotel Search Destroy. Here we go. Boston Breach, they're up 1-0. As we said, after a crazy Hotel Hardpoint victory. Into the round we go. And it is Scrap starting things off, cutting away a very, very pesky SMG in Nero.
Yeah, that's a very big kill because we know Nero likes to set the tone nice and early into these S&Ds. Taking him down now relieves a lot of that pressure, but London, so far their game plan is just to fake their way over towards B, get them to rotate towards that side of the map, and get a free bomb plant over towards A. So this is a flawless game, flawless play call as the bomb is going to get down. Now Boston have to retake 4v3.
Yeah, Boston pretty much played breach and clear over at the kitchen to nothing. Yeah, absolutely nothing. So with that, London, a free plant. They've got man count advantage, and now they've got the timer working in their favor also. We'll see what the breach retake can look like. If Vivid is tagged up and dropped, it's going to make it that much more difficult to see him focused up, ironed up as well. Is he going to be ready for the gun engagement? No, he's not. First pick, able to go to Vivid. Here come Boston once more. However, it's all down to Beans and Vivid, 2v2.
2v2. Scraps is trying to hold that flank through single. Paulux is going to be on you to check this site. Dead Silence is going to get invested by both players. Take down the most important one, and that was Beans on towards the site. Scraps eventually finds the second. Almost got scary. I don't know how Asim didn't spot him go to his right. I thought he saw him cross from the mid connector, but just doesn't react to it as Vivid. He was able to take him down, but the rest of the defense for London, they were ready for the push. He got the bomb down. It was only 15 seconds left, so some player from Boston had to commit towards the defuse.
You know, you
take
can
that player down
positively towards the New York players and how they played them out. But Florida Mutineers, there was a few rounds away
opening pick
from
on Nero.
actually just being in the tight series.
Going towards a couple of rounds, and then from there,
let go.
As we said for Boston Breach, totally faked out solid opening round here
situation when you got the bomb
for
down.
the Ravens.
The situation when
Talked
you're
a lot
one
about
versus
composure.
three
They
against
definitely
guys
had
in
some
so
time
many different
to
situations.
refocus.
You would have
Coming into this search and destroy. However, Scraps gets beamed off the rip. So we're trading in first bloods. Now it is Boston starting things off with a nice and early double. Nasty realizing such has to quickly get out of dodge.
11 and 4.
4v2.
And it's just a lot like
trying to spot these players rotating back towards middle. He's able to at least make it a 2v3, but now they know his positioning.
Good for the Subliners.
All your players go for the challenge. We just have to find the trade. Paulus is at least able to take down Bees, but Nasty in the 1v2.
Oh, and they've done this perfectly. Yeah, I was going to say,
anything could happen in a reverse sweep at this stage.
Now it's time for the gun engagement on to Nero.
Maybe in the fan base a little bit as well, but
is this about to be a 2v4?
We'll have to find out if that does happen. Control is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you for more action.
Perfect work there from Paul X and Nasty. And you can tell by the smirks on their face, Jay, they know how big of a clutch that was.
Oh, that was a massive clutch out of Paulex and Nasty. Paulex did everything he can to find all the kills through the middle of the map. All the players from Boston knew exactly where he was. They just couldn't take him down until he took down 2 of their own. Then once you find it in the 2v1, Nasty with the Dead Silence, able to get behind enemy lines, find the first kill on the flank. Puts a couple shots on Nero to keep him stagnant, to keep him standing still, focusing on one angle. Dead Silence pop. He's able to find a final kill. London, great in the 2v4.
Great reply so far in this S&D. As we said last time around, it was a fake over at B. Boston bit. Will it be the same case this time around? Zero happy to play a bit more passively as he'll be hanging out inside of the kitchen. Here come the stuns. Here come the attacks, the utility, everything tossed. Nero doing his best to try to distance them back as far as possible. All 8 players still up, and Ravens, they could be going for the rotation now.
Oh yeah, Ravens, they knew. There's multiple players in towards B. It's not going to be easy to break in towards kitchen. So should I wrap this one back and have a player play on an island, which is ace? I'm waiting for anyone to try to push through on the side of Boston. As Beans is the only guy over towards the safe site, gets a little bit of assistance from Vivid, but is he's able to spot that player on towards the bomb. Can't get it down now.
And you see to the top side of the screen as well, this has just been a 1v1 for the last 30 seconds. Both players now looking to engage. Beans, first line of defense, now over at that A site. Continuing to keep the Ravens off, and now the timer begins to come into effect. Nobody has yet to drop. 25 seconds left to go. Vivid's able to poke away at 1. Meanwhile, Asim, who was out of the fight, now looks to get involved. But Jay, the bomb has been dropped. This one's got to get planted soon, and Boston have constant eyes everywhere on Overwatch now as Nasty will fall. Boston Breach are able to answer finally.
Yeah, Boston Breach, they just read the game plan right there from the London Royal Ravens. They put 2 players over towards that B site. Never did a great job of backing him down with it with his tax. Then you force them to rotate, run right into the pre-aims of Vivid and Beans. Eventually sets up Awakening to find the final 2 in the final play. Boston finally get one on the board. London, they just wasted a lot of time right there. I felt like they wanted to wait for Asim to try to make a play on the flank, but Vivid just did a great job of just making sure no one could make that play happen. He held the flank, was able to take him down, and eventually secured the round for Boston.
Vivid looked great yesterday in the hotel search destroyed. Now with that sniper out of his hands, feel more confident, ready to aggress nice and early into 3 rounds. He is currently tied for the most kills right now in the lobby, most for his team. See if he can keep that up, as right now it is the new guy, Beans, with the bomb on his back. And right now, those green arrows are pretty much scattered across the map. We've got a little bit of noise being made over at B, when in reality, the plant's about to happen at A. Will Paul X check this in time? Yes, he does. But Beans, clever with the movement, manages to stay alive.
That's a good move.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. You're joining us for New York versus Florida. And so far, Florida had a good time in the Hardpoint, but a much worse one in the S&D. New York are 2 to the good and looking to put this to bed in 3, Tom.
Looking to put this in the bed in 3, yes, but maybe not on their best control map. I think you would still, based on what we've seen these last 2 months, and historically, what we know, fancy the side of New York Subliners to take this one away, but LSELO has not been kind to them. So far, it's not looking great. Florida Mutineers, let's see if they can turn things around here. Then you've got a potential in Fortress Hardpoint, which is not necessarily a great map for New York either. And then Mercado's Search and Destroy coming up at map number 5. So it is still on the cards, the reverse sweep. I wouldn't bet my house on it, but at the same time, there's still potential here for the side of the Florida Mutineers. But there's got to be some disappointment still lingering especially from that search and destroy. Yeah, okay, you push them to the wire in map number 1, but the search and destroy, well, you threw minimum 2 or 3. It's not necessarily been the best birthday for Havoc so far. I think 25? Hey, he's a young gun. He's still a young gun, man. Maybe this time.
Yeah, if you are watching this right now, regardless of the game, go and say happy birthday to Havoc on Twitter. Give him something to cheer up for. This game is not over, but they haven't had a good time so far in the first 2 maps. So a very happy birthday to Havoc, and hopefully your luck changes a little bit going into map number 3, Tom.
Hopefully, that is the dream. New York, though. I mean, this is somewhat of a birthday present for Havoc. The fact that Elisilo has made its way through. For the side of that New York squad, it is 0-3. Florida 4-3. I would argue it is Florida's best map. In terms of control, it is New York's worst. So for them, it's very much coming down to maybe some practice. Maybe they've been working on it. I hope they've been working on it. The fact that they're 0-3. So let's see which way this one's gonna go. Subliners will be feeling confident though after the first 2 maps. Hydra seems to have finished his meal. He was eating in between rounds by the looks of things.
That's how casual you can be and still be one of the best COD players in the world. Argument always for the best. But while we are waiting for this map to load up, let's take a look at our scuff plays of the game. And I believe we're dumping into this S&D, and I think it's going to be Hydra for his first clutch here.
And this was, well, I want to say a technical 1 versus 3 because Hydra is the one who finds all 3 kills, but Sky still had to get taken down, but Hydra does the dirty work. The grenade enough to secure the round. Yes, not done. Yes, I have got the kill and I have got the round. Nicely done. Lovely play from Hydra. Then this one from Skies. A little bit more slow and an actual 1 versus 3. Finds the first shots onto Fellow. Nothing he can really do about that. Brack then gets gunned as well. Doesn't know where he is. And then all of a sudden Capsule is like, oh, you want a free kill and around? There you go. Thank you very much. Skies says, no problem.
I feel like that one for Florida is definitely going to be a VOD review watch.
Yeah.
They gave him 1v1s every single step of the way. Right? Like once you have it, you can... The best thing is you can even retake in that direction and just wolf pack it. It's kind of crazy. Or just sit in corners by both bomb sites.
The first one's excusable to a certain degree because Fellow is in a spot where, look, you don't have any information on Skies, you can find the kill, yeah, it's fine. The Capsule one for me is kind of unforgivable, though. Like, why does he feel he has to make the move? Time's on his side, he can chill. If he goes to the plant in front of him, great, we'll kill him when he jumps off it. If he plants over a beat, yeah, okay, well, we got to find him. I'm Capsule, I'm pretty decent. Like, I just don't understand why he makes that.
Well, while we've been talking about Florida and what happened in the S&D, I will say one of the things you always have to bear in mind with this is that they're kind of got a very tough schedule. Like you start a new team against FaZe. It's FaZe that are champions of Major 2. These are the champions of Major 1. Florida may be just getting a little bit of a rough ride for their first week out in the CDL, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt for this one, but hey, maybe they can show us something on the control here as they go into it.
I mean, it's a good opportunity. This is where we've seen Havoc set records on this map, and well, for the Subliners, a record that is not looking so good as the 0-3 that is on their record at this moment in time. Control has not necessarily been too bad for them, but this map in particular has been quite terrible. So let's see if they've been putting the time in. There's been a practice. And it actually surprises me because it's a map where you can set Hydra just completely loose in the middle of the map and just let them cause havoc. Whereas I just don't really understand why it's not working. The defensive rate is sitting at 38%. The general average in the whole league is 63% win rate on defense. They're sitting at 38. That's a big difference.
Oh, let's see if we can see any issues for them moving forward here as well. But at the moment, Florida Mutineers are starting to make moves. Capsule picks up too. And eventually we'll get taken down by Priester for kind of a freebie here. Realistically, Florida Mutineers will now go over towards A. Try to stop that clock, get a few ticks onto it as well, though. Priester moving very, very fast and finds Fellow on Radio Tower.
Yeah, we didn't get to see a shot of that, but it looked pretty good from this angle. Hydra now finding the push as well. Florida Mutineers actually playing this relatively slowly, and New York just seem to be falling into their clutches time and time again. We've seen a bit of a push-up from Florida on the previous iteration of that play as Priester continues his spree, but he's the only one to really do anything from the side of Subliners. Cruise missile now secured. Florida were pushing up halfway across the map and just waiting on Subliners looking for a retake. Set themselves up. It's easy kills coming on through, but speaking of easy kills, they're now starting to fall the way of Subliners. A couple for Kismet. Hydra and Co. Still continuing well. Look at this aggression from Subliners. Map positioning is a little bit strange.
Well, Capsule trying to look for anybody who could have slipped the net here as they think about making a move towards B, but it looks like map control is the name of the game. It's almost stalled all across the map ton.
Yeah, Florida not really sure where New York are. New York at the same time not sure where Florida are, but it doesn't matter. The gun's still hot. 1 minute to go. Florida Mutineers 6 lives down here. Priest at 8-1 is a big reason to that. He hasn't died since pretty much the beginning of the round. 7 in a row from him. Keep an eye on that fellow. Big gun on the Kismet. Well played. Now you need to kind of get rid of Priest. I feel like New York Subliners has been very much investing in the sense of pushing up towards the blue side, making sure they're controlling that side of the map, and then it's just impossible for Florida Mutineers to make a push from that stage. Priest is now 8 in a row. Make it 9 in a row from Priest. He's dominating this round.
Yeah, someone may have to get him eventually, especially if he's just hanging on a wall. Nobody's managed to take him down quite yet. Door burst open. Dead Sun's still going. He's being looked for as well. Coming through this one. Is he going to find Capsule in the corner? Oh, the timing. He finds him as well. Decides, I'm not even going to take it. You guys have got no time to get this. The rest of the Mutineers have moved into position. If Capsule can find Priester, they might have a chance. But it's already going to get gunned. Bracken Havoc find two, though. They're going to stop the clock here for a second. Priester still alive on his streak. Hydra finds a kill at the same time. And they have all been cleared out. They cannot get there in time. And that round was weird.
It was the Priester show. Just staying alive as long as he can. And Florida Mutineers kind of forgo that side of the map to a certain stage. They're like, okay, well, you want to push up blue, we're just going to flank all the way around. But then you still need to get rid of these players inside of blue. Priest barely dies during the round. I think it was a 10 spree before he gets cut down. Laughs all around. We're pretty chill in the Subliners camp right now. We're having a laugh. We're having a joke. This is easy. They're saying rounds going their way, and crucially a defensive round going their way on El Asilo. That will notch that percentage up just that little bit. 11-2 from Priest to kick things off.
Well, one defense done. Florida will have their turn here, and I remember watching with great applause Havoc going berserk on this map before, and he'll be looking to put that same kind of gameplay into action right here now. A lot of pressure coming in towards B. He's trying on these convites, but Kismet has got it, and they are striking already. Brack will be the player who needs to deflect some of this pressure. He already knows where Kismet's going to be. Kismet manages to dodge out of the way as well. He's heavily stunned. They're now going to go for it, but Capsule gets him out of the fire.
Capsule finding that, and the second one is very, very crucial. Good shots from up top as well, especially with the Vaznev. Nerf or not. Now Brack can push forward. A little bit of free reign here. Subliners still have a bit of presence over towards B. They may well think about concentrating over towards A in just a second, though. They want that time extended. Kismet is going to continue to cause pressure over towards B. The rest of the team now making their way over towards A, but Brack also all the way over.
Hoping for an 8.
I think so.
Hooked up for it, and he wants to take down Sky so he can make sure that push doesn't come through. Eventually will find his way through, and his teammates are making the kills as well. Right now, New York have found nothing. They're going to want some ticks at least.
Stop the clock, and they've actually spawned over towards blue as well. These next couple of kills are really crucial for the side of Mutineers here, because that's a bit of a stack over towards the B side. Hydra will find one. You've got nobody in a position to stop anything on the flank. Fellow will find one, though. Potential there.
And Florida,
they're stacking it.
Found this yet.
This might be gone.
It's going to be a bit of a stack going through that.
This is gone. It's gone.
Very, very fast. Already, New York are looking to just get this one locked in, and they have done. So for the Mutineers, they have to defend A for the rest of this time. They are going to make a camp at Radio Tower.
And this is one of the things that is actually very doable, though. A is something you can lock down, and Kismet has no right to find that kill. Havoc barely shoots a bullet. My goodness, Kismet. 3 in a row, they find them out. Yeah, okay, maybe that's a little bit ambitious. But here comes the cruise missile. You've got to be aiming for Brack. I'd like to think there's a trophy down. Oh, we're bending this, are we?
I think he's looking for people coming off of spawn, and he was waiting because everybody went down. Doesn't find anything there, though. 13-4 for Priester. Oh, he's going to find a player in front of him. There's Capsule. He doesn't get away for it at the same time, but already the progress is in hay as well. Hydra finds 2. And that second tick is coming in. Only one player here now for the Mutineers in a disastrous control round. The third tick is almost done. Brack has to die for it, and down they go. It's done.
I mean, it just couldn't have went any worse for the side of the Florida Mutineers. You're dominating the round. We're chilling. No problem. They barely touched anything. Then 2 kills happening over towards the B side. All of a sudden, you have nobody on the flank. Everybody starts spawning out. Subliners, because you're pushed up, if you're the Florida side, over towards A so heavily, that forces their spawn over towards the blue side. It is an easy little tootle up field. All of a sudden, there's 3 of them on B. You're in no position to stop it, and from there, it's almost a formality. Great plays from Kismet towards the side of the Florida spawn. This guy's just chilling right now. He's 4-7. He doesn't really care. Look at the rest of his team.
Yeah, a lot of slaying going on here at the moment. This could be a potential last round for Florida in this series. They have to find a new gear. They have to have this team click right here and right now.
Hydra and Co continue just to reign terror. So difficult fellow now. Brock and Harper is quite literally already dead. Now Florida Mutineers are going to start getting pinned back. Capsule will find a big kill though. All of a sudden, they do have to make sure they find him, but Kismet just going to try and cut off any sort of a reinforcement that does come on through. Fellow is actually going to help him by taking down his own teammate. Now keeping the pressure. Pushed on. Brack will find him. We'll get a bit of a stretch over towards the B side. Hydra probably does need to find a kill here and does.
Looking for the reach out, and there it goes. Eventually, Florida find a gap on the map. Hydra looking to slow this down, or at least allow his teammates to get into a good position. Finds Brack, but isn't able to finish him. Nade's going through. I don't think there was going to be a trophy there, but he gets away with it anyway. Florida finally getting some ticks in. That second one is coming in, and New York, by the look of it, are not committing too hard.
Yeah, they're not looking towards this too drastically. May well be one little more stab at it, or just try and keep them there. There's the contest coming through. You can't let it happen. Priestess, Kismet. Oh, they find a way through. So close for the Mutineers to getting a hold of it, and all of a sudden you've been wiped. Subliners, plenty of map control now. You just need one decent push over towards it. You'll extend that time. Oh, you're going with that.
It is all about time, though. That is the problem. Florida now have to commit to May. They know it's what's happening. New York are going to know the same thing. They just do not want to let them slip. One last run for it. Brack will get onto the point. Sky's going to as well, and he takes him down. The rest of them now swarming through. They eventually get the point. The weight is off their shoulders. They have another minute.
Another minute, but looking towards the lives. Looking towards the map positioning. We're going to have the same scenarios we've seen in round number one. New York Subline is happy to just force a lot of players up towards the Florida spawn. It's actually not worked out at all. 2 players already going down. Sky's over towards the A side now. I'm going to start transitioning. You can see Priestess backing on up, but this is not a bad spot for the side of Florida Mutineers. That's their spawn cleared out. Now you have an opportunity.
Florida just have to break New York. And they're looking for the kills all over the map. Skies will take down Fellow to begin with. A little bit of a hiccup. Kismet gonna just keep pushing this map positioning. Last time around, it didn't work out. But Florida, but he gets no one. Kismet puts bullets into 2 players of Florida. 28 seconds left. Florida stacking this point, but they lose the gunfights ton.
Losing the gunfights is never ideal. You're finding the push, and Priestess just staying alive. He's had a hell of a game, but I mean, maybe overzealously makes that push. Now Hydra on the flank, nothing that he can do. It has to be the cruise missile that come in from Skies. Is there any trophies down? I suspect there is. There isn't. Not on Capsule at least. But Florida Mutineers still with pressure here. 12v6 in the lives, 20 seconds to go.
And they have it. They can get into position. That first kick is through. He's getting off the point for just a second. He's waiting for reinforcements. He knows it doesn't matter about the time because they don't have the lives to spare. Hydra looking for anybody who comes through. Flash out the door. Finds Havoc. Capsule guns him down as well. It's still all locked in. It's a 2 versus 10. It's a 1 versus 10. It's done. It's in spawn. It's dusted. And the Florida Mutineers will lose this 3-0. They will lose the series 3-0. And they are done. New York walk away with another win.
Comfortable. Very comfortable from New York. Hydra has a hell of a game. Priestess, a huge map number 3. And just despondent looks from Florida Mutineers. It's a new team. Things will take time. But there were situational points in that game that you've got to manage a lot better. A couple of different moments here and there, and all of a sudden you're looking at a closer search and destroy. You had your chances in the control as well, albeit 3-0. New York getting their first win on the board on LSCLO. Work is clearly being put in. But for Florida Mutineers, that's not something you want to see. It's a very, very dominant win for the side of New York Subliners, and yet.
Yeah, it is. I think, again, one of the caveats I want to put into this map is that Florida realistically have had a very tough schedule. Both major champions in their first 2 games. They haven't won a match from either of them. 0-6 so far in this. And you can see how it ended. It actually got further away the longer the series went on. But the caveat is it's those 2 teams. It's FaZe and New York. They make many teams not look very, very good on the day. It's the first week for the new roster.
Yeah.
I am going to be optimistic about this Florida team. I think I like the players. I like to see whether they can go from here and improve as it goes forward. We may have only seen one side of the equation, Ton.
We have, but, you know, to the same respect that you're saying over towards their teammates, over towards their opposition, yeah, I absolutely agree. But there was some fundamental mistakes there in the team. They're going to really have to tighten up.
Yeah, they certainly are. Well, let's throw it over to our desk to see what they think.
Thank you, gentlemen. Another 3-0 here against Florida. This time it's the Subliners scoring it. And if you look back, that game one was close. Afterwards, though, this is a one-sided affair. And Nameless, you mentioned something before this match kicked off. Florida looked like they were looking to improve their hardpoint. That was the main goal. Yeah. The team's looking solid in hardpoint. They just haven't got a win against our Raleigh or Boston champs.
Yeah, I mean, they chased the hardpoint. I mean, and like the hardpoint got better. But you're still, like, with this roster and how it's comprised, you're not going to beat the top teams consistently in that game mode, right? So I just feel like this change that they made, like, unless there was, like, superstar players available that are really going to get you over that tipping point, it was not the right move. And I know I heard the casters, Ton and Bryce, talking about, like, they did have a tough couple of matches. They got back-to-back 3-0, right? And you look at some of the maps, these are some of their better maps this Florida organization history throughout this game. That is tough, man. You look at their schedule history, they did not get 3-0'd by these teams in past. They weren't coming out here and getting smoked like this. So these are awful showings on a Florida team that looks like they have negative chem.
Yeah, to that point, to be honest, I think if this was the old Florida roster, these past two series go pretty similar. I think that I think they lose both these series anyway. I will say to that point, though, that Hydro Hardpoint, I didn't like the pick in the first place simply because New York was 3-0 on it, and they were the best rotational team on the game in that map and mode. Florida did what they needed to do that map one. They were out-rotating New York just about the entire time. New York had one good break that got them a good 40, and then a final P2 hold that won them that map one. But the search and destroy is just looking off on the side of Florida Mutineers. They were so good at it at the beginning of the season with their original roster, and now it has completely hit the ground. It looks like they have no confidence. That entire time in that map two, I was like, wow, Florida, this is a great situation that you put yourself in the first half, and then they just bottled it when they had the advantage. Like when they were trying to go to B, they fake it out, they make that rotation over to the A site. I'm sitting here, you can ask the green room, put the bomb down, you fade them out. It was a great play, and they hesitated, they stayed bar. They gave New York the opportunity to re-wrap back on over and reset up, and what do? They lose the round.
Bro, you could never forget to plant the bomb, bro. Are we serious?
We're on attack.
Like
we just had to shoot.
I just have an issue sometimes with these changes because they're like, I looked at it, I'm like, okay, it could work out, but you're a good search team. So I hope Florida bounces back. I like these guys. I like what I saw to cap in the respawns. Like Ali said, couple moments they could have capitalized on in that hard point, and they extend this series. But even if you do extend it, if your search is gone, what are you gonna do?
We want to go back and revisit one of the most impressive parts of the Subliners game, though. This was about midway through, and Florida was leading up until this hill. And walk us through it.
This was a beautiful break. So they set up the play around the back. Skies is the first guy, goes top rock, and they know that they're going to be spawning back behind P3. So we see Hydra pop the Deddy, goes around left outside of the map, hits a nice jump, gets the first kill. Skies follows it up with 2, and then Kismet with the patience inside of Jens, jumping through water, finding the 3. Everybody wins their gunfights. They collapse at the perfect time. A lot of teams can learn from that.
New York is looking dangerous. A lot of people will be reviewing their VOD, especially on Hydro. In Florida, well, you got a rough start. 0-2 on your opening week, while the Subliners go 2-0, and that is going to probably have an impact on who we see heading into the winners bracket for Major number 3. Speaking of Major 3, our qualifiers going on. This is day 3, and we still have 2 more matches to go, but here's how the points are starting to play out. Subliners right on the heels of Atlanta FaZe after their 2-0 finish this week.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're talking about our 2 major winners here, just not kind of battling for that top spot, and it's a great showing from both sides here heading into our Major 3 qualifiers. New York, we were a little bit worried because of that Major 2 showing, but they've shown that they've hit the ground running here and are looking forward to the next major.
We also see Toronto there in the number 3 spot. We highlighted their moves. Are you worried about the team that we'll be seeing on the stage next?
I mean, I think Toronto will still be a pretty solid squad. I do think they lost a lot with Sandy, but knowing these guys in their organization, they've made like solid roster moves and decisions over the years, right? So if he comes in and he's that objective-minded player and helps these guys and we see bigger performances out of Kleenex, then by all means, they could have a successful series.
There you can see our gear. Pick it up and support your favorite teams, including Toronto and more, all at shop.callofdutyleague.com. These hoodies are absolutely fire. We've got a lot of team packs as well up for grabs if you want to rock your players' gear in-game. Here's how you do it. Nameless, which one are you bringing into ranked? Did the LA Thieves give me an advantage these days?
I'm rocking Vegas Legion, bro. They're looking good, and Clay's my boy, so I'm rocking that. He's getting me some S.
Allie, we still riding with purple?
Fair enough. I was riding with purple. I might take the other side of things, though, just because I like the black goggles on the LAG squad.
LAG squad. I like that pick as well. Those are our picks here on the desk. Let us know in the chat which one are you rocking in game, and get ready because when we come back, we have match number 2, a new look at Toronto Ultra. We'll break it all down for you on the other side of this commercial break. Welcome back. It's a 3-match Sunday, I should say. Excuse me. We're on day 3 of our Major 3 qualifiers, and we're about to load into match number 2. But before we do that, we want to talk with one of the winning players from our previous series. It was a hot 3-0 coming from the Subliners, and my man Skies is joining us once again. Skies, you got some friends in the background. How's everybody feeling right now?
I got friends in the background. I think it's a green screen.
I like your green.
Yo, Skies, let me just say, like, we didn't forget, all right? This looked like y'all trying to say, like, yo, I think some people forgot what we're capable of. But that leads me to my question. I wanted to ask you guys, you guys have really made a statement in these last 2 series, like coming out with the fire. What did you guys get from McDonald's? Like, what's the combos? Because what Hydra was eating clearly was working.
Bro, we didn't even get a combo. I think Paco literally just orders a Coke. It's like a little $10 order, and he just gets, don't laugh, and he just gets a Coke every day just to get him turned, bro.
Okay.
Specifically from, of all places? Okay, sure. You know what? Skies, you guys look gross. I remember when we talked to Kismet, it was like, you're aiming for dominance. I feel like maybe that fell a little bit short, and now we're seeing it again in the qualifiers. What do you find is y'all's biggest struggle mode? Like, where's your weakest point, and what are you doing moving forward to kind of hone it in?
I feel like we're really good in every mode. I feel like maybe our hardpoint might be the weakest, but we're still really, really good at it. And then we just got to tweak some small things. And I'm trying to like play slower to like help my team let them fly, be little speed demons. But I feel like hardpoint maybe, but like we're still really good at it. It's not like it's bad or anything. Our search, we've been working hard on it. It's really good, and our control's very solid.
Guys, we have 4 teams that are near the top of the leaderboard, and all 4 of those teams that went to finals haven't made any team changes. You guys are amongst that group. I want to get your thoughts on everyone else's moves. Did anyone get stronger by making roster swaps?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like I got to see Ultra play first, but I feel like Standy is a really solid player. I was like kind of confused whenever they made the switch, and then OpTic, I feel like they'll be really good as well. So I feel like those 2 probably improved. Maybe the question mark is Ultra. Maybe OpTic improved. Never know.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you guys look incredible anyway. So, I mean, I feel like I'm going to stick up with, like, we got every player in the cam right now. It's kind of intimidating. What are y'all's plans after the match? Like, it looks like y'all about to go get something to eat?
Oh, we have team dinners Wednesday. We're not going to eat right now. We're just chilling. We're probably going to chill for a little bit here, then just head home. And just we have tomorrow off, so we have, like, a little relaxed day. And then we go back to scrims on Tuesday.
Sure.
Team dinners on Wednesday. I hope the org is picking up the bill. And McDonald's, if you aren't sponsoring the Subliners soon, especially Paco, you're doing something wrong. Final thoughts here. You guys got a trophy in the background. What does it mean to this team right now? Is that the goal for Major 3? Trophy or bust?
It's always getting more. Because, like, if we put this, we can't even hang this up. Because if we put it on the wall, it's going to be lonely, I feel like we got to get us some brothers first, then we can start mounting them.
There you go. I like it, my friend. Thank you so much for joining us once again. We got Skies and the rest of the boys. The Subliners close out week 1 with a 2-0 record.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys. We'll catch you a little bit later. Now we got to talk about that second match, though, because it is just moments away from kicking off. So we'll make this short and sweet. And we got to start here with Toronto's news. You finished top 4 at the first major. You're consistently in our top tier, and we discuss teams that could make a run for a trophy.
Yeah.
But you're making a move, and this is coming off a 1-9 record in your last 10 maps. That's just 3 series, though, Allie. They felt it wasn't good enough.
Again, we talked about this at the start of the show, and what Ant said was really good at the fact that, like, usually when you make a change like this, it's after the major, right? It's when you have that little bit of a break to maybe get some reps in together as a team. But it was after the first match of Major 3 qualifiers, and it definitely wasn't a favorable loss against the Boston Breach, who had a player in Beans that was not playing to his potential whatsoever. And for a team like Toronto Ultra, that should have been a very easy W. And, well, it wasn't. So they decided to plug Hixie into the roster, and maybe same player, different font situation. I'm assuming maybe they're hoping that he's going to do a little bit of a 2-real situation where they want somebody to play maybe a little bit more ratty, a little bit more objective based, a little bit more just annoying to deal with, where I feel like Standy was a bit more of an impact player in your face. Popping your 2 or 3 is similar to the likes of Kleenex. So I'm interested to see what happens. To be honest, I don't know what to expect.
It's going to be interesting. We know that Scrappy has enjoyed playing alongside Hixie in the past. He highlighted this player before in his interviews. Today, we get to see them in a starting lineup together. But Nameless, on the other side of this, we got Turiel coming in. He's been a Challengers player that makes his return to the CDL. Yeah. And the man looked good, but the rest of the team was cooking as well. I want to give a special shout out to Temp. He stepped up for me on Friday. What are you looking forward to from the whole team, though, today?
Just more of the same. I really like what I saw. I thought the teamwork was absolutely on point, man, especially in that control. You look at it, they had a 25% defensive win rate on Hotel. They come in, they win 2 defenses against one of the best offensive teams that we have in the league, and LA Thieves on that map. And it was largely in part due to what Two Real was able to do. Like, the guy was playing his life, doing exactly what you need to do as a nuisance submachine gun, something that they really lacked in TJ and ProLoot, right? Like, both those guys were prone to the bad game, putting up those numbers where you just dying a ton. Well, Two Real, he minimized that risk. Like, he just stays alive, and it allows guys like Temp and Clay to have bigger performances. Clay had 11.5k damage or something throughout that series. That is absolutely insane. We'll see if he can come out and do it again.
We're gonna let the casters break down our maps and modes, but one-word answers. Name us who wins this. What's the score?
I got Legion, man. I got 3-2 Legion.
3-2 Legion.
I got Toronto Ultra. I'm a Hixie fan.
Toronto Ultra,
3-1.
3-1. I'm going Legion as well.
Yeah.
Let's keep it rolling, baby. Take it away, Miles and Chance.
Thank you very much, handsome and beautifully smelling desk. Right, mate, let's get into this one. Very, very interested to see what the hell is going to go on in this series. Because Toronto Ultra, a surprise change, if that. We'll see what the young Brit Hixie can do here in the squad. For Vegas, though, is this the beginning of the hot streak? Is this it? Is Too Real the real deal? We'll find out. But for the rest of the squad, they're going to be feeling fantastic. Ultra, though, there he is. Top side of the screen. Hixie, new kid on the block. Let's see what he's got.
And I would say, just to even take it a step further, this is a very big opportunity for Vegas, because the fact that they started off their stage 3 beating LAT like kind of handily, especially after the performance that LA, like, again, S-tier team, Vegas took them down. Now they have the opportunity to take down Toronto Ultra, who are what, like top 4 right now in the pro point standings, and Vegas are still sitting on the bubble overall. So if they string together just one good stage, get a good placement at a major, that could be a massive cushion just in the CDL points alone. So they're trying to start the stage off right. They already got the hot hand. They're trying to let it ride.
Exactly that. Vegas Legion in the bottom side of the standings for now, but a long season still ahead of us. Over to the first hard point we go, ladies and gents. Scrap, he and the boys doing what they can. Clay's the man with all the kills, one on a teammate for now, but you're holding on to that hard point. You're finding time, and Scrap has moved in and cleaned house. That's Ultra in the point.
Yeah, very comfortable moment right there for Scrap. Just gets to L trigger and shoot players that are barely shooting back. And even on the Swarm, Hixie out and abound and really just keeping control of these spawns. I mean, Vegas haven't been able to push up too far on the map, getting chopped down along the way. And Ultra so far, I mean, this is a P1, but they have a bit of a stranglehold on this rotation. Admittedly, though, Vegas, 3 players out and abound. So talk about the stranglehold. All of that disappears. Squad spawns kick in, and Vegas should be set up on the rotation in P2.
Vegas found a little bit of air in the lungs and let him go. Now Hardpoint is going to come to a close. A lovely start there from Toronto Ultra. 33 points climbing now. Over towards the next we go. CleanX. In he goes from the chandelier here to the second point. Temp's there, though, to get it. 3 clean. Will it be 4? Yes, it is. Vegas Legion. Points all theirs.
Yeah, beautiful moment. Now it's about reading those spawns, because that is going to be very close. So you might have got the 4-man white, but Ultra will be very quick to get back in the mix. But it looks like almost everybody's got attack 56 in hand outside of Too Real. And, well, maybe TJ as well, responsible for the decks. And at least trades himself out. Still the hold on the hill. It's been nearly perfect so far. Honestly, not even a lot of contest time has come through.
Not a lot of contest time there still. The battle raging to this point. Vegas still holding the lead. That last kill is going to seal it for a few more seconds. Scrap the last man here to get the next 20 potentially. Can he find a kill or 2? Too Real now. Oh, baby, what a big win that was against CleanX. Mr. Yul Jonsson, he's down and out for a few seconds. 10 seconds now remaining on the point. We're going to go over towards Bar. That's where we, well, sorry, Kitchen. So we're going to next. Sorry, I'm thirsty. Getting ahead of myself. But in we go. Clayster, the man on a mission. Sub in hand. What's he got? Nothing. Dead.
And no, that was a big opportunity with the kills. Too Real was getting over towards Carpet, but as soon as you lose the next set of gunfights, everybody's got to slow down, because you got Snakes in the kitchen. You got Vegas trying to set up the massive pinch, and it's actually Too Real going on the full flank right here, but this is it. This will be the hit.
Here we go. It's great work out of Ultra from the back line. We brought up Snakes, but they weren't the problem here. They managed to get on the outside. Find those kills. Over towards the inside of the hard point now. Temp's up next. 83 so far. Good looks. Not able to finish Hixie there. He did a lot of damage. Too Real. Not enough there to get anything out of it. As we will see a lead change once again in this nail biter of a hard point so far.
Yeah, no, they just got absolutely obliterated on the hill. Yep. So I suppose that's effectively like 2 full 60s. They get traded out. So both teams very secure on the rotation. Maybe just a battle of who's going to be able to get that first break. And looks like Ultra, yeah, CleanX trying to work his way around back, but that is 2 ARs posted up. Yeah, nowhere to go there. Vegas at least get that first set of initial kills. Still gets set up around the point. Doesn't necessarily mean collecting that time is going to be easy, though.
Not at all. Trophy saves Clayster's life once again. 4 players now swarming around the point, bottom side of bed. 1 kill at a time. Great work from Clay. Plays that life, stays alive, keeps the player going. Hixie, Insight, everyone's dropping all around him. Can Insight find any more on this 3 spree? Does catch one out the mid. Hixie now the front line. We've got a bit of a break. Is it enough, though, to get onto the point truly and hold it? No. Vegas still keeping the fight alive. 35 remaining here on bar. But this is the closest Ultra have got to holding it.
And this is also the dangerous moment, too. If Ultra get this next set of kills and Vegas end up getting pinned in the spawn, we're already talking about you just want the 1 break. Well, Ultra already gotten that. In Vegas, you talk about a time where they are desperate to trade out these kills. Clayster delivers. He's going on a 4, but it's still Ultra collecting the time and still getting the trades, and they simply just bully their way through the front. Toronto right there, that's where they're setting themselves apart.
Yeah, good hard point breaks from Toronto Ultra. Will they be able to get another one over towards the restaurant now? Vegas trying to get set up. Bit of a protracted battle taking place in the kitchen. Watch out for the snakes in there. More snakes now on the inside of the restaurant. That's another good one out of Ultra. Clay, the last man here in the play for Vegas. Wait for the reinforcements. Insight on the cut. Oh, nice shots. Gets himself a couple. Keeps the hard point safe and sound. Trophies, you name it. Ultra in a position to run the score up.
Yeah, this is the moment where it feels like things might become a little bit overwhelming, because there is just no real avenues of attack. But finally, Temp is able to pick up 2, and Vegas do get the break in a very desperate moment. But Scrap trying to get the errant kills while his teammates get back in the swing of things. So all that work from Vegas, the double kill that comes through, it's only to hold off the hill for an extra 4 or 5 seconds. Ultra right now just looking a little too strong.
Yeah, very difficult to deal with right now. Vegas Legion, what have you got over towards the next hard point? Everyone running across map, trying to find their way there. Final 10 seconds of restaurant closeout. Now towards top side of glass, and all good shots out of Kleenex. Keeping it all together. Ultra trying to find the break once again. Let's go for a quick listen in with our Canadian comrades.
Inside the bedroom, left side. You might go cat. I have it, okay. I might get some. I'm gonna walk back to that, right? Yeah, wait, kitchen. He's going back door, scrap. Back door, kitchen. 1 cross, bed stairs. Big kill. Back door, me, he dead. I spawned front, bed. Nice. You got me, kill. Top bed now. One still top bed, yeah? You went top bed. 2 top bed, 1's really weak, 1's holding open. There's 2 there. I need it. Behind me as well. Okay, there's free front.
Yo, 1's back square too. He hit square.
Just trying to shot 1. 1 front, dead. Nice shot, 1 more dead. Nice. Last square. Got me near, I'm dead. He's square. He's gone deep backstairs. He went backstairs.
I do, I'm in time then.
Yeah.
I have a trophy on you.
Side kids. Weak. They're going 2 square. Under the hop up already. Hop up.
Side square, weak. Still hop up. Hop up, close to me. Hop up, weak. Hop up, weak. Side square dead. Still hop, yep.
Yeah, I'm counting. Play for new. I'm going deep right, okay? 2 doubles, still weak.
Time me now.
Arches.
Taking it back time.
Yeah. Nice. One's couches now, one's on the arch pillar. He went to connector now.
I can kill. He's P5. Spawn square, we're good. One's couches.
I spawned deep kitchen.
I'll kill the guy P5 for you. Yeah, it's still couch.
Yeah. P5 is... I'll kill him. Come
Cube and hill, really weak. Close cube and hill, really weak.
I'm near. One's pillars as well.
Okay, pillars. Yeah, I got the guy cube. Still pillars. Mid side. We got pinch square. Square weak.
Stay like couch. Pillars, yeah. I spawned pit.
And just maybe a new roster, but it is classic comms out of Toronto Ultra.
Absolutely. I mean, wheeling and dealing. I know a moment like that, if I'm sneaking up behind a player and I have this kind of lead, I'm feeling confident enough to go for the assassination, because it feels like Ultra can basically do whatever they want. I think they always just have that little bit of something extra. Of course, though, on this P1, it was Ultra last go around that had a pretty sizable amount of time they were able to collect, and even now, just keeping things mixy around the point. Final 20 should be able to go to Vegas, but right now they are just trying to claw their way back into this game. They have such a long way to go, and that is not a good start.
No, it's tough. Clay holding it down from the back line. Just trying to soften up the attackers. Insight roaming the halls of Greenberg right now. Hardpoint's going to go back over to a new one. And again, everyone here on Toronto Ultra slaying their hearts out. Lobby's up. Kirill, do you find anything on the intro? Nice shots there on a Hixie. Gets himself at least 1. Pressure now forward. Trying to buy his teammates some space to work with. Here comes TJ. Finds himself a kill. Trades are outbound. No one quite left alive there from Ultra to get into the point. Can they get anything? No. Hixie there once again with a kill. Excuse me. Vegas still holding it on the outside. Not able to get in. Chance. Ultra, they are running it.
Trying to keep him at bay, though. Yeah, it's the ARs popping off because Clay's able to pick up 2, so it's like a lot of effort just to make this happen, and you still have to square up on these 50-50 gunfights, but looks like 2 flanks right there coming through. I think Vegas have done just enough on this P2 to settle things down a bit, collect those final 20 seconds, but we go back to a kitchen where last time for Ultra, it was a perfect full 60, and obviously if they're anywhere near that this time around, they just win the game.
I mean, look at that kitchen right now, sprawling with Toronto Ultra players. They can win it right here. Vegas Legion on the outside now, trying to make their way forward. Scrap set up. Kleenex there on top of the table there. He's got himself set to watch the backside of the door. However, Scrap, he's the first line of defense on the back line. Finds himself one, tags into the second one. Clay gets it. That's big. The trades are there. Here comes Kleenex. He steps up next. The clock ticking this entire time as Toronto Ultra squeak closer towards the victory.
I mean, this is just like a little too rushed as well, right? They don't have the reinforcements, and it's easy reads for Kleenex, and Too Real gets the trade, but good luck breaking into this bad boy. It's 2 players right now for Ultra inside the kitchen, and they have the reinforcements coming up on the flanks of Vegas. This is it. You gotta pounce.
You gotta go fast, Vegas. Scrap's gonna find one inside. He gets his sweet kills as well. Final 10. That should be it. Surely 10th, the last man alive here, has got to take care of the entire kitchen. Shoulder to shoulder, full of Toronto Ultra members to contest, but not for long. There it is. Final 5. 2 Reals there. Cut down once again. It is an absolute fiesta in the kitchen. It's done. Throw in the towel. Stick a fork in it. Whatever culinary metaphor you're looking for. Toronto Ultra take that one. GG's.
Yeah, the absolute living nightmare of a situation of game on the line, and kitchen is the hill you have to break. That is just not a fun situation to be in, and I think Vegas might have felt a little bit rushed in that moment as well. I think especially the 2-piece that Scrap is able to pick up on Clay when he's over by the side doors. When TJ had that kill guaranteed under wraps, just a little bit too quick for their own boots, but I mean, even still, it was a 100-point game at that point. I don't think Ultra really, outside of P2, had a single hill that they struggled on.
Yeah, the breaks on P2 are good from Vegas. A difficult hard point to hold at the end of the day. A lot of open angles there, massive space to work with. If the trophies aren't on point, you're getting naded. But either way, Ultra slaying department, fantastic. All the rotations were good, absolutely snaking their guts out. And aside from the first 3-4 hard points, Vegas, that was the only life they really had. After all done, all Ultra, that's all the game.
And there's also, like, you know, I don't know if you feel this way, Miles. I know we're only, like, ranked players in a sense, but I know there's, like, certain spots where you get into and you just feel confident. Like, Scrap's a player where almost any spot, it seems like he's going to do well. But Insight, when he gets to top bedroom, the number of times where I've seen this guy go on some spree where he's setting things up for his team, where he just gets to post up, it seems like he's always very fluid in that spot. And I think that was really where, like, the game started to get out of control. That was the one break, or the first break of the game, that Ultra were able to get on that desk hill, and I think Insight was a pretty big factor in setting his teammates up. So just something to keep your eye on, or at least something I'll keep my eye on. But Ultra obviously pretty comfortable on Hotel.
Oh yeah, you could absolutely go back over that with a fine-tooth comb and pick apart the exact footsteps that Insight took to hit that play, and all of it very, very handy indeed. This again from the Scrap on the outside here, helping the backside of kitchen. Great awareness from Ultra. You know where Vegas are coming from. You know where you want your guns. Post them up. Let them have it. There we go. Map number 1, Greenberg Hotel, done. In the books, 250, 148. Great looks out of everyone there. Hixie, the newcomer on the squad. Lovely bit of work from him. 16 to 19 overall in the KD department. But that's not really what we're going to be focusing on. That scoreline, that truly is the difference maker here. And here we go, though, to the maps and modes. This is what the series will look like, ladies and gents. 250, 148, Hotel done. El Silo, map number 2. We've got the Hotel, Hydro, Hotel. The 3 H's to round out the end of this one. Chance El Silo, spicy search, baby. Let's get it.
It's going to be spicy for a few reasons. One, obviously very high expectations for Vegas because S&D has been their bread and butter. But I know it seems like almost across the league, a lot of people were confused about Stanley being dropped, Hixie being picked up. And it's not easy to glean information. I don't think Ultra have really come out and explained it at all. But what we can gather from what Stanley was talking about, I know last night on the flank he was bringing up things like the team wants the bomb to go down more and search and destroy. I know Toronto Ultra are 12th overall in the league and actually getting first blood. So there are identifiable issues for the team in search and destroy. And maybe Hixie is supposed to be that guy for the team, to be more objective-minded, to be more focused on getting the bomb down, and obviously setting his teammates up. We know Insight and Scrap have ridiculous clutch capability. Kleenex, when he's at his best, is one of the best players in the world. So I think Hixie, this will be the moment, like his time to shine in a sense, where we see the difference in the Ultra camp. Again, 12th and first bloods, not always the best at getting the bomb down. We'll see how they perform.
This will be a great test. Well, before we get into that one, we do have a fun moment here. We've talked about some great plays, some shining moments. We've got a funny moment from TJ Haley. This was from last Friday. And this was the classic. Yep, this was the classic, bro, he's right in front of you moment. And this is from TJ's POV. Oh, God. That timing is unfortunate. OpTic's going to get around that corner, and that is an absolute
right. You're right. Oh, my God. He jumped right in front of you, my boy. That was unlucky. He jumped on in front of you.
Has been an absolute staple in the COD scene for TJ. Incredibly unfortunate, whether it was looking at the mini-map, whether it was a spectator, whether it was a tiny bit of an FOV issue, God only knows. But that sort of thing, guys, that kind of moment, we talk about Call of Duty being a game of milliseconds and pixels, that tiny little moment cost them a pretty significant moment there in the round. Crazy stuff there, but we thought we'd have a little bit of fun. And you know, we're all about a good time here in the COD League. You know what I'm saying?
TJ really is a player that provides for great moments. I think my favorite ego chow of all time, I don't know if you remember this, Miles, it was on Checkmate back in Cold War, where TJ with a sub squared up from like the plane to the back red tower. Like the longest range gunfight almost in the game, or at least on that map specifically. And TJ was like, yo, I got this. Let me just see what happens. Like TJ, again, provider of moments. We appreciate him for good reason. And when it comes to search and destroy, after that moment, he proceeded to go on a tear. Like, there was no tilt factor for him. He's still provided in the game, so make no mistake, he might be blind at times and might have his face into a wall, but he can fry in this game mode.
Yeah, I was thinking about that fight from Checkmate from, like, back fin all the way to top red tower. Even Exclusive Ace was like, brother, it ain't happening. I got the numbers. Either way, speaking of numbers, Temp gets his first here in the LSC Low Search and Destroy, and Clay joins him. Now, this is going to be the test. Hixie and Scrap, the 2v4 spot to be. This is going to be a tough one, and that ain't how you want it to go down. This might be a kill from Scrap, but either way, TJ has done enough damage. Almost everyone there in Vegas pulling their weight in round one.
Wow, shout out to the easiest round we've ever seen on LSC Low S&D. That was literally every single person won the gunfight they needed to on Vegas. Great stuns, and I think that might have been a clean sweep across the board as well. I don't know if anyone got two kills.
Nope, everyone got their ones. Everybody got their ones. Absolutely love it.
I mean, hey, literal perfection. And again, just noting Toronto Ultra, not too clean in the first blood department, and they got first blooded.
See if we can get another one out of this. Again, this is going to be the real benchmark for Toronto Ultra. A lot of discussion around getting those bombs down and all sorts. We'll see what happens for them in the next round. For now, let's see how the defense holds up. Everyone there on Vegas finding their kills. Ultra with a little bit of a deeper defensive setup here. Let's see what Tej can do.
I think I was going to say, pounce as quick as you can, because they're going to be a lot quicker to actually getting the dead silence in the trophies, but they're not even waiting for it. They're just making moves immediately. And they might be getting stunned, but it's only for the intel. They get the bomb down for free.
Tyrell and Tej, they're going to have to do a hell of a lot of work here on the inside of the bomb site. There's the challenge from CleanX. 60 damage dealt. A lot of work. Good stuff. Oh, no. Oh, no. I was going to say it was great. It wasn't. Hixie somehow pulls out an absolute banger. Clay on the outside through the smoke catches one on the defuse. Anyone there to get it? No, the body block is there. Ultra, a lightning retake. They put it on the table, and they got the defuse.
Hey, you want those aggressive plays in S&D, the bold, objective-minded sort of work. And, I mean, Hixie not only fries for two, but hops the bomb straight after the fact. And honestly, just unfortunate for Tyrell as well, because DJ had both of those players weak. But when you have to kick open a door and sort of guesswork on exactly where they're going to be, not easy fights to win, but Hixie at least delivers in round two.
Yeah, TJ would have made the call. Two guys kegs, two guys both weak. Tyrell feels that's an easy win. And it could have been any other day, but not then. Good stuff out of Hixie there, basically getting the boys the round. The equalizer found. Ultra now on attack.
Oh, and this is aggressive as well. You already have Temp over by the tower, opportunity to flank. You see the idea from Scrap, just waiting for the commitment. Tyrell, yeah, gotta be careful. The shoulder's quick enough.
So close. Scrap not able to get it. Tej now. Oh, Temp, gotta be careful. Scrap's still here, tags in. Surely, yes. You apply the pressure. Here comes the rest of Ultra, though. Not gonna let those trades happen too quickly. Dead silence from TJ and Temp still going. Well, Temp's now the only man up, silent, but here we go, making his moves. Oh no, doesn't check the corner. Hixie might have been spotted. Less than 30 seconds. That's the big chow. Hixie wins it. Trays from Tej. Straight on towards the bomb we go, and it's Tyrell, but wait, is it Insight with the longest line of sight, and right back at it we go. Vegas, get the defuse.
A little bit too quick for that one, and Hixie gets caught out, and the AR is just a little bit too far away after. I mean, that is not the exact same way the round before happened, but you just lose the pressure on the site and force to scatter a little bit. Both teams just making the quick, clean, and easy call. Just hop the bomb. It feels like we have everything covered, and the timing should go our way. So Vegas not going to shy away from the aggressive play calls either.
And this is a fun search, man. I mean, already.
It's quick for LSELO.
It's so quick, yeah. And like, not to mention the 2 diffusers we've seen. Ballsy plays. I mean, are these bad post-plant positions for both teams, potentially? Not really having eyes on those bombs, not really being able to make anything work out. The trades are so fast, and the first blood's just as bloody quick. There's the first there from Scrap. Teach runs up.
Still a good pick, though, right? I was going to say, I think that nade was meant to, like, sort of cut off Scrap, but Clay is at least able to catch him. Now, Hicksy's over here getting all the intel, but he's got a Vaznev, and that is a lot of players. He knows where everybody is, but the stun is too good. You got a 2v2, and Insight gets a kill, so they knew he was at the tower, and they just abandoned him. In the meantime, though, CleanX literally finds the perfect spot, so I'd say for 2 real clutch opportunity, you get the bomb down, you know where both players were, and you know what guns that they have. It'll be Hicksy through field with the Vaznev, and the question is, how does he guess how they approach?
This is such an important moment for 2 Real. This is a career moment for him against Insight and CleanX, 2 outstanding players. Can he find the clutch? Are we going back to it again? CleanX is on the defuse.
He's already lost it.
I don't believe it. He might have already lost a round. He's already lost it. I don't believe it. Check it. Check the bomb. Go! Another. What is happening here on LSELO? The Lunatics have taken over the asylum. Another ninja defuse. No, I mean, I can't even be mad at 2 Real. That's mental. What's going on?
No, I think, well, maybe we could be a little bit mad at 2 Real. Maybe he just forgot the doors could be closed, because I think he like had the timing perfect. And if the door was open, would have had the line of sight, and then CleanX shuts it, and 2 Real's entire strat just gets broken down. So an interesting idea, but doors that are open can be closed, so a little bit tough.
Crazy notion. Any door that can be open can be closed. That's mind-blowing. Word to name this.
Life.
3 players now for Vegas Legion stacked up on the A-bomb site. Daddy popped. We're making a move. Clay's going to be the only man to really do anything here, but the B-bomb site, that's where we're going. CleanX the tip of the spear. The rest of the shaft of Toronto Ultra now making its way forward. The very back line there, that's going to be Insight. He's the man in the top white window. He's got a lot of work to cover that entire map.
And I think Clay's going to be the guy. Yeah, I was going to say Clay finds the pick as well, so he just goes for the full wrap. I think CleanX might have been trying to hunt him down, but now a massive man advantage for Vegas. And TJ has an idea that the flank is going to be coming through, because he does have a wild Insight directly above him. Oh, he can hear him 100%.
Oh, 100%. We can hear him now. Insight's out. Under the cover of Deddy, no one home anymore. Great stuff. CleanX on the other side, close towards the A-bomb site. We'll see what Insight's going to do here. Running out of time. Oh, temp spotted. Good win. Ooh. 25 on the clock.
Well, bing bang. There you go. Vegas cleaning house to get the advantage on the early picks on the round. Clayster, a nice little reposition, but once again, just a lot of one-on-one gunfights that feels like that round Vegas, everybody delivers. And an interesting play call to try to get CleanX in position, but I think just by the time that he flanks, like, nobody's home. Clayster wraps back to, like, the deepest section of the map, and as soon as the dead silence runs off, can't really go chasing that, and now you're just forced to crouch walk and pray a kill falls into your lap, but Vegas Legion, again, confidence in this game mode has never been a problem for him.
Nah, not at all. No snipes yet as well. We do see Clayster pull out the boomstick. It's very creative with some of the smaller, tighter angles here on Modern Warfare 2. I expect to see a few more of that as the year goes on. Saving them for the champs, potentially. Gunfight started, though. This is where the battle will take place, and it's over by the A-bomb site. Most of it on the outside. 2 Real. We'll be able to catch him with the nade. TJ with the first blood again. Good stuff out of Vegas, but there is a Tobias Julianson in the back lines. Here's Insight on the kills. And Clay's back at it. Bombs down 2v3.
Yeah, honestly, unfortunate that he had to shoot in that situation, but the fortunate pays off that it is just the snake battle where Scrap absolutely fries them. And now Temp in the 1v2, and guess what they're doing? Hopping it straight away. Temp trying to dodge and just go straight in. Scrap, though, got the coverage. And Scrap will buy his team the round. Every team so quick just to hop the bomb.
Is this the most amount of diffuses we've seen in a Search and Destroy in this year? It might be.
We're up to 4, I think.
We're getting there. We're getting very, very close to setting a record. Scrap helping out immensely there, winning that final gunfight. As Toronto Ultra, the Search and Destroy, not looking bad in the slightest. This may have been a worthy change. We will see, though. The map is not over yet.
I think it's literally just a sort of trading scrap moment. Maybe Clay a little bit too aggressive, where it ends up getting picked off. But even after the fact, I mean, it was almost like they weren't really shooting back against Scrap, so put away the sniper, has the hot hand, and barely gets away with his life there. 38 HP, but that's all he needs, and Hixie, this is what Toronto were looking for. Quick bomb plants, or at least a view of the opportunity. Hixie feeling a little bit of pressure.
Yep, we might be rethinking the plan here. They don't have that top control. That's exactly what number 7's gone for. Two Reels, I believe he's upstairs. It's hard to tell from the moon, but he is. All right, so the top spot, no longer safe. Oh, no! He nearly gets the cross up there, but Scrap wins it. Can Tej find it? This is an important kill. You need to have that side of the map controlled. They're not going to be able to get the stretch plant off, and here we go. 3v3. Big work out of Tej. Advantage Vegas.
He's got the Daddy reset too, so opportunity to fly, make plays. Right now, Vegas have basically trapped Scrap in the sight. I think Insight's the guy, yeah, has to make the play. Has Dead Silence forward, or maybe Scrap will just do it by himself. Leaves it for the 1v1. Insight the clutch king, but not a lot of time on the clock.
We nearly saw Scrap go full Giga Chad there with the 3-piece. Time ticking though, 15 to go. He's got to catch him. There's Insight. The snap! Oh my God, jump straight on it. There's still a little bit of time. Insight is never going to let this happen. The nade's going to stop it. My goodness, what a snap out of Tej. Just a bullet or two away from getting the kill there. Insight, once again. Mr. Clutch in the search and destroys. Cold as ice.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Insight, ice in that moment, but also, good Lord, what a play from Scrap. I don't know if it's like almost shades of the end of the hard point where Vegas maybe just a little bit too fast, but it is never a good sign when a man in the sight is able to pop pieces like that. So ineffective with the trades, and Scrap making the big play. He gets the cruise missile as well with the final kill that he just got. So now Toronto an extra toy to play with. Already the round advantage, and they are stacking up in mid.
Numbers. Stun checks. It's all happening here. Vegas might be thinking about another bomb site. Toronto Ultra unwavering in the defensive A so far. And now the delicate game of bang the doors, try to find an angle, try to catch a kill. Here comes TJ. Big win. Starts it off.
Absolute beam. Now Scrap's starting to make moves, feeling a little bit of pressure, but Hixie, everything is on him. He's the man down low, and he'd gotten traded out anyway. Vegas too clean with it. Now it's about not getting clutched on, and Scrap, he's trying to start it off.
That's a ridiculous kill. Clay keeping things going. All down to Scrap. Can he clutch up here? Making a ton of noise. Too Real wins the final fight, saves the round for Vegas Legion. Composure remains. They had the numbers, they had the positioning, and they didn't let Scrap do nothing funny.
Poor Tapman as well. I think he had one of those on against Kleenex on Hotel, where he's just prone, thinks he has the advantage in the gunfight, ends up just getting fried. But I think the headshot multiplier might have kicked into him a little bit there. But either way, you get the round win. Still, though, for Toronto Ultra, maybe an opportunity to burn the cruise. Probably a little bit easier to use on offense to try to get control of B. But at the same time, if you've had success getting it down at A and you want to keep clutching in those moments, you can do whichever you want. But looks like B side is where they're working. Scrap the man, obviously in the deep corner of the map. Calling it in.
Oh, bad news, bad news. He's about to do the afterburners on this cruise missile. Tej, Clay, Temp, get inside, lads. It hits the roof. No good on the impact there. Kleenex on the outside, though. He might be able to catch a player or two. This could go great for him. Oh, he spot both of them. Oh, sweet child of mine. Here comes the fight at the bomb site. Guns are up. Too Real starts off. Kleenex, the immediate counter. Scrap's going to be in here as well. Tej, oh, baby, he was line prone. Now, though, the 1v2. Can Tej get this done? Oh, my God. Are you
kidding he's got it.
Wait, are you kidding me? Can Insight see it? Can he see it? Timing! Oh my God, another defuse! I don't believe my eyes! LOLIRL. What is this game? It's mad.
And the funny thing, I think if Scrap doesn't shoot in the back of the map, TJ wouldn't have the intel, and he probably is looking for the kills. But as soon as Scrap, I think he was just like, that sounds like that's far away. I'm just going to go for it because he knows Insight was playing over towards White. So I think that is literally just a gut check on TJ and literally makes the perfect call in that situation. That is a hell of a round to take the lead.
Unbelievable. Map point, Vegas Legion. Looking to tie it up right here, right now. Tej, crack this door. There's a Hixie on the other side. You dumbass. There you go. Dead. Unfortunately, stuck with the door. Oh, come on. Clay can't get it done. This has got round 11 written all over it. What a search and destroy. This has proven to be Jiminy Crickets. Oh, come on, man. This is nuts. What a search. Toronto, do you have the ice with the new roster? Same can be said for Vegas Legion. Oh, my God.
All right, we're having a lot of rules be broken, a lot of diffuses coming through, and maybe an extra fine or two getting delivered. But around 11 in a game where there's been maybe 6 or 7 diffuses so far, maybe just the fear of actually going for the bomb planter, maybe the fear of who ends up on the attack. Gonna be Ultra with the bomb in hand, no crews to work with this time, and maybe just slow it down, play for picks. Very balanced round 11 record.
Oh, man, here we go. Temp starts the party. Dead silence across the board for Toronto Ultra. Not a single sound heard. Doesn't matter. 2-real, though. Everything's tickling. The senses have given it all away. Kleenex there tries to pick up the bomb. He does. Gets himself in a position now to kick. Oh, no, he's done. Pressure now from Tej. An incredible diffuse into an awkward gunfight, and now potentially to close it out and make it a 4v1. It's magic from Vegas. You're all in. There's no going back. Insight, not a hope in hell. Here comes the pressure. Clay gets it done. Vegas tie up the series there in the search.
Whew. Big round 11s and a nice LFG coming out of Clayster in that moment. A back and forth battle in the search and destroy, but in the final round, it has been the ever-present problem for Toronto in search and destroy. At least in my mind, being last in the league and first bloods is always going to set you back. And just like round 1, or at least the opposite, ended up just getting picked apart. Vegas a little bit too clean, and very happy to be on the defensive end. And you had 5 bombs defused in that game. Maybe not a record, but certainly 5 is towards the top. A lot of just confident and aggressive play calls, honestly, by both of these teams.
Unbelievable, yeah. A ridiculous confidence from both teams. Like, absurd levels of confidence. A lot of F it, I'll diffuse moments. Incredible stuff. And we definitely had way too much fun during that one. We hope you had fun as well, chat. There we go. Round 11 on Ella, CeeLo, S&D. You don't get too many fun ones like that. But Tej, man, I called him a dumbass because he came around the door with his face in the door. He had no idea that Hixie was in that room. He didn't even look. It didn't matter. He had 2 unbelievable rounds. I've got to give him the love. Drops a 1.6 as well. Crazy stuff there as we bounce right back into this one. Woo! Hotel Control coming up in a moment.
Look, it's the yin and yang of TJ, though, man. For every moment where it looks like he does like something faded, he'll make the call in a 1v2 where he just knows where both players are, and he's like, more than 7.5 seconds away, I can get this done. So TJ giveth, TJ taketh away.
It does indeed. Well, we're going to take away the next couple of minutes of your life in this commercial break. When we come back, though, we're playing Hotel Control. Don't go too far. We'll be back.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Pay me in respect, cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta one up the next, point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
An exciting round 11 sees Vegas Legion tie the series up as we now go into hotel control, and this is where things will typically get pretty nutty. The swing mode, no matter how you look at it here in the Call of Duty League, Toronto Ultra, Vegas Legion, in a map 3 we pretty much go straight away chance. Hot to try.
You know, for 100% hot to try. We get right into it, and I'd say for Vegas, I know Control, at least from the start of the year, it was a massive theme of not being the best. In fact, pretty much being the worst. They started off stage 1 on a 5 Control loss streak. They started off stage 2 on a 4 Control loss streak. Well, stage 3, they started off with a win, and we're going back to Hotel Control. It is the best map for Vegas by a decent margin, 4-6 record overall, so it's not fantastic. They have been looking better. On the flip side, though, for Ultra are like the best defensive team in the game. They will defend either zone. It doesn't matter which one you capture first. These guys can lock this map down. Admittedly, new player on the roster, so it remains to be seen if they can replicate that same amount of success. But obviously, with a 7-3 record, high expectations for Toronto.
We'll see, though, if they can execute and set expectations. Again, Hixie, the newcomer to the squad, not a bad debut whatsoever for the team. Let's see if they can keep things going here in the control. A long series ahead of us. I can feel it. Over to Teach. Trying to keep things going here for Vegas Legion off that great search and destroy. But now it's over to Insight. Kills are there, and they're on A. Very, very slow bit of progress here. There's the two-man stack. Watch that first segment vanish.
Yeah, that is comedy. Clay jumps a single time, and Hixie instantly turned around. So you make a little bit too much noise, even from 30 feet away, you're going to be heard clear as day. And now for 2Real, trying to flank, and good luck dealing with this one. You're shooting Ghost, but hey, at least he's able to take down Insight. Now he can become the Ghost and look for a couple of these trades, but 2Real is by himself. A lot of responsibility to try to slow this push down.
Oh, there's one. Second on its way out. Insight's there. That nade's going to help. Here comes Hixie on the right-hand side. Can 2Real deal with him as well? No. Snakes on snakes. Snake charmers. All sorts of crap like that. Just over a minute to play with here, and that second segment should get dealt with here. Hixie, Insight, and Kleenex, a three-man stack. Vegas Legion have set up across the map to deal with whatever attack comes next, but that's going to be an additional minute. Done and dusted.
And this is sort of that 50-50 split, normal round so far on offense, and it's all about what kind of pressure can you actually put up on the flanks. Well, 2Real delivers with the two-piece, so able to slow it down for a moment. And Insight, I think, is also going to have to take things a little bit slow. Knows he's got to go for the spawners.
Insight lines it up. Stun's going to help out. Here comes the Chow. Teach 2Real. Oh, wow. Good shots there from Insight. He does get one of them on the cross. That's unbelievable. There we go. There's many mans now on top of this point. B-Zone's about to fly out. Clay gets cut down. No one there from Vegas able to do a whole lot. They're coming from the middle of the map. One man on the flank. The stack is in. Chance this could be done. This could be done.
Yeah, no, that'll be the round. It is a full-on dive bomb to try to get in this hill if you're Vegas, and there's just not enough time to even work your way around. They just got obliterated on that. I mean, Insight double stun, still able to take a kill away as both the SMGs trying to dolphin dive across. And I mean, not only Insight, I think everybody's able to deliver with the kill they needed to get. I mean, Scrap goes 6-2 on the round, and I think the last line of defense was Clayster on that push, but he was by himself dealing with all four. Not an easy thing to do, and a quick and easy round right there for Ultra.
I mean, it's tough, that spot for 2Real and TJ. No AR player in sight at that time, and unfortunate situation to be in, but it feels like sometimes in this game, the stun grenade's purely cosmetic. Not really a lot of damage or impact whatsoever there. Certainly didn't slow down Insight. Hasn't slowed down anyone on Ultra here so far. Oh, there we go. TJ cuts him down. Gonna get second. A lot of damage in the Kleenex and push him right back. Onto the B zone. You now go for Vegas.
Oh, they're getting kills on the other side of the map as well, so you already know you got at least a single, if not double man advantage over towards this B zone. First tick of progress already going to be secured. Easy directions to look, and you could just suffocate him back in their spawn. CleanX, though, able to get out. You let him out to try to make the big play, but you take care of business. No pop-off moment right there for CleanX, and you capture the B zone. Another quick bounce, but this is why we talk for Ultra. Best team on defense, because either zone they can lock down.
Wonderful sort of inverse of what we saw in the last round. Ixie now from top side, keeping the defense going for Ultra. All down to A. One kill at a time. You're going to see Vegas make their way forward. Will it be a single hit to get themselves into the restaurant? Here they go. Turiel's gone straight towards the backline. He's going to cut down Scrap. An opening here. Running out of players, though. Big work out of Turiel. Lovely game awareness there. Takes care of the reinforcements also.
Oh, and you actually, Vegas get the close spawn towards the middle of the map, so they're going to be a lot quicker to get here compared to Ultra. They know Insight's behind him, but that's the last one. Everybody else will be through the front.
This is the stack. This is a big moment. Insight's got to find at least one, but all 4 members of Vegas there, locking it down. It's second segment done. It's a 4-man. It's 11 seconds to get it done. CleanX through one side, Hixie on the other, and the round is over. Vegas bounce right back.
That is just disgusting stuff towards the end, seeing all those snakes in the restaurant. I mean, you're going to get, at best, a C rating and maybe just get the thing closed down. But just 2 rounds where both teams just snapping into position to take over. I know the close spawns that Vegas were able to get certainly helped out a little bit, but efficient on the flanks, big 2-piece for Turiel, and really just breaking them down. So best team in the game on defense really showed nothing to offer in that round.
Great work from both teams on their attacks. Let's see what happens in the next round now. Toronto Ultra attacking round, gambling a little bit more towards A. Tem cut down, unaware from CleanX as he manages to make his way through the middle of the map. Meanwhile, though, on the defense towards B, all good, though, for Vegas Legion. They're holding it down.
Yeah, I think right now Vegas are just making sure they keep the map under control, but they've got all 4 of these players right around the A zone, so play for kills if you can get them. CleanX is not making it easy, though. Nice little entry, and even a moment like that is pretty much going to guarantee this zone. Question is, how many kills can you get in the meantime?
Oh, it's so aggressive right now from CleanX. Not a single moment wasted there from Ultra. A is going to be done in a second. Oh, and they're pressing the advantage they've got. Not an advantage anymore, though. Vegas set up a brick wall of defense and tempts the man. Holds them both back. DJ taken care of by Couches. It's Hixie now trying to make an angle to work out here over towards B, and he may have just found it. Is that the go button? It's been hit. A will be captured in a moment. Hixie now setting up alone on this side of the map. Oh no, I take it back. CleanX is here with him as well. The sprees continue. Now they're on B.
Yeah, pressure on point, 2-man stack for the moment. I don't think they have any trophies just yet, though, but he's got the help, man. They are trying to coordinate with their teammates to make sure they are double challenging, and CleanX doesn't need the help. He can just do it himself. Tobias with the big kill, and that might be the one that seals the deal.
And this is another great CleanX round, man. He's just doing those things. You can't slow him down. Scraps on a 3, 12 and 8 overall. Progress towards B. It's nearly done, and not a whole lot of work left to do over by A. Hixie taking care of on that side of the map. That's the focus now, over towards A.
And this is not going to be easy to do. Ultra, one of the best teams on defense, couldn't make it work. So this is a battle of attrition right now. Vegas need to survive for a long time, and they are getting isolated in the kitchen. The 2-piece, the 3-piece, everything collapses. Everybody's spawning so far away. Stack it and snake it. Nobody will be home.
That's the round. No way. Not a hope in hell. 4 players on a single segment like that. Ultra, once again, another offensive round win. Map point for them as of now, but if anything's to go off so far here on Hotel, we've got another attacking coming up.
I mean, we had 5 defuses, which I think is a record, at least in this game so far this year, in the search and destroy. And this is a control being played at the pace of like a bocage. Like, this is as fast as control almost could possibly go. We're only in round 4, but electricity so far on the offensive rounds.
It's been great to watch. Aside from a couple of moments here or there, let's see what we got. Vegas, looks like we're mostly all in on A. That kill on CleanX, that seals it. Stack it up. Take care of the restaurant, boys. It's all yours.
Yeah, and Ultra, I think, again, very clean on defending both of the zones, but I think they did not enjoy the time they had trying to defend a last go around. So that was a heavy stack towards mid to make sure nothing crazy happens over towards B. But when you know Vegas players are all going to be over towards A, you can fight them if you want, and they're taking the fight to them. I think Clayster with 2, though, that should be enough to get the point secure. Close spawns come through. I think Ultra may be a little bit more delicate on this next push.
Final segment now. Scrap's going to try to contest over at CleanX. waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Scrap's been removed from the equation, as has Kleenex. So, clean dispersal there from Vegas Legion. Happy to take that one. 2 minutes now to go. A life count relatively even over towards B. Once again, all it's going to take is a couple of kills, maybe 3 down. If Vegas can make it clean, they're on that point.
Oh, this is a good start, though, for 2 Real. Got to try to identify Scrap in this corner, but he's got a little bit of help to go for these trades. And if they're not going to pounce on it too quickly, or maybe just send in Temp by himself, baiting for 2 Real, I suppose in that moment it's a weird push and not an easy one to make work, but hey, he's getting the extra kills. You've at least cleared out the back line, but I think the rest of the Legion, they've been trying to fight Insight for the past minute and a half, and they've still yet to take him down. At least Insight falls, but Vegas still just struggling to clear out their bedroom.
I mean, 2 Real was 1 bullet away from keeping that play entirely alive and very much available there for Vegas Legion. Now, though, we pump the brakes, slow things right down. It's going to be another long gunfight. Both these teams trying to clear out this bedroom side of the map before they can get close towards B. Hixie up top bedroom. 2 Real now. Fastidiously checking every possible corner, every angle. Yeah, not there. That's the one, though. Gets it on the second attempt. Hixie gone. 1 minute to go.
Yeah, still so many more things to clear out, and yeah, too many corners to check. It's 2 different players down low, bottom bed, and TJ trying to be the cutoff man, and TJ's able to pick up 2. Clay gets the next one. Nearly everybody's gonna fall. It's only Kleenex the opportunity to make the big play and can't deliver. Clay guns him down.
Daddy Clay, 6 in a row. Streaks had. Vaznev in hand, looking for a few more. Waiting for the pressure. There's the nades. Everything going over the top. No more trophies there. That's the second segment gone. Are we going to a final round? Clay finds another. His teammates are there, gunning away, finding the shots. Daddy Clay gets another. No, it's done. Teach wins it. Final round.
Good Lord. I mean, look, offense is great. I suppose both these teams are absolutely loving life when they get to attack. And that is just a long time coming. TJ, by the way, making big plays. He was sitting at double negative, I think, at the start of this round, 7-14, something along those lines. But the 2-piece he gets to be the cutoff man, to just force the spawners out all the way to Chandelier. And as soon as his teammates clear out bedroom, the round just collapses after the fact. So that was a lot of effort for Legion to get that win, but they set themselves up. Smiles on their face, and if they're smiling that big, maybe they just saw offense for the round.
That's a good point, because it comes down to kills at least. Everyone got all the captures they could. There it is, Vegas.
We got outslayed, boys. We got offense. Let's go.
Here we have it. Vegas, what will you do this time round? It's a very standard look here from Ultra on defense, and then as it goes, Kleenex dies over towards A. That means you've got free reign to make your way onto this one. Scrap's going to be up next. He's coming through Jules right now. Pressure on towards B. Vegas are playing this slightly differently. Let's see how it goes. Oh, my goodness.
Clayster just going to be a pass. He's got the cruise missile as well, by the way, so that was a part of the spree he had earlier on. And extra kills getting delivered. They're just trying to push the pace just a little bit. You see playing with the ID, and TJ looking to be the cutoff man once again. I mean, he's cut off a decent section of the map, and can at least get a little bit of intel for his teammates, but for the moment, he is desperate for some help, and the help did not come quick enough.
A great work from Scrap there. The stun lands. He's got no real guarantee as to where he is, so he checks every possible angle inside that blue room. Doesn't check that one, though. Temp gets it. 10 and 14 for Temp. He's done great work in those 2 pieces, defending the far side of the map. Another big one from Temp there. Take it down, though. No problem. You still got numbers up, but the problem now is all these corners in the bedroom part of the map. Insight's tucked away. Kleenex is inside one. Can TJ clean up? He's made it in. Oh, here comes the fight.
Oh, so tragic as soon as he gets out as well. At least Insight gets taken care of, but Kleenex, that next problem, and yeah, Kleenex absolutely beaming. He is just flying as well. Kleenex had the dead silence reset. He is trying to get good use out of it.
Oh, he's flying. The Great Dane, my word. Teamwork there helps out. Vegas have had to call this one. Make our way through mid. Try to find a different angle to attack this, because right now Kleenex is far too unbloody predictable. Insane runs. Tobias Joel Jonsson heating things up with the speed of Sleipnir, the strength of Thor. He is cooking right now.
This is just like, what, full speed ahead? He hit the throttle and is not taking the foot off the gas, because Ultra now have basically triple stacked the bedroom side of things. And unfortunately, until you clear it out, you're going to be getting shot in the back such a long time. And you go towards Scrap or Hixie, you'll be getting shot in the front. Vegas, 11 lives left. They've just been getting suffocated in this round.
And you can't even fault Vegas for this. It is the true unpredictable nature of Kleenex right now. This is it. The whirlwind of Toronto Ultra here on defense. They've finally found their form. That's a big hit from the outside of the map. Hixie brought down. 2 Real. He's going to be the man to get the kill. Back over to Kleenex. He's trying to stay alive for a second. Clay's going to soften up the defenders as best he possibly can with the crews. Has he got anything here? There's trophies all over the place. Oh, no. Unfortunate team kill. You're on the point for a sec. Here comes the return from Kleenex. Will he be able to catch one on the point? No. But you buy that space. Now time's ticking.
I mean, if you're getting a team kill with the crews, you got to deliver and clear out these guys on bedroom. You still have Kleenex causing problems in your base, and the problems are not going to end now. Miscommunication, bad angle from the crews, and an unfortunate moment for Vegas. 20 seconds left. Desperation time to try to get B.
Two-Real's got to go wild. TJ's backing him up. Here we go, Vegas. Last good hit, this one. Otherwise, Ultra take the lead in the series. Final 10 seconds. Hixie downstairs. Anyone found? No. Stun check. Clay's there. Big tags. Their kills come through. Are you able to get on the point? Final few seconds. Insight's there. The safety net lands. The kill. No lives. No hope. No problem. Tron Ultra take the lead.
And there is two main problems in that end of the round. One, obviously the team kill with the crews, as unfortunate as it gets. Either two were a little bit too quick, or Clay's are bad with the comms, but I think Clay was going for the bottom hallway. It didn't seem like he was trying to hit the top plat, so just unfortunate. Two-Real a little bit too far pushed up. The other problem, Kleenex absolutely bodying you inside a bedroom where he had no cares in the world, absolutely freedom flying, and just hyper aggressive around top bedroom. And I mean, you go on a 7 spree on a defensive end, that's enough to secure the round. And I mean, just a tale of two different games. Insight and Kleenex, worlds apart in the style of gameplay they brought in that control.
But perfectly complemented each other indeed. Toronto Ultra trademark teamwork pays off there. 3-2. They finally find a way to break the cycle and win a defensive round here on Hotel. Kudos to them. Highlights now from that nutty game of Control we just watched there. What a series this has proven to be. We might be going the distance. There's a hard point coming up next. Now, if you are a betting lady or man, find out what happens next, because this one, it was a strong showing from Ultra in the first hard point. We'll see if Vegas have found their form here, get themselves rolling, because I'd love to see that game 5 after what we've witnessed in this series already. Sure to be a banger.
We deserve the game 5, I think is how I feel about it. But it is worth mentioning, by the way, I think Insight had 12 tiers captured. So I know on the defensive end, Insight's job is, hey, go push out bottom bedroom, force those spawns out to kitchen, and that's your life. That is your only job he ever has to do. So the engagements are minimal, but at least on the attack, Insight always finds a way to get in the mix. So again, a team that brings a great deal of like basic and simple but effective ideas of how they want to play the map, and obviously it pans out towards the end. So Ultra getting the job done, well orchestrated around the map, and obviously the advantage in the series.
Woof. Tense situation now for both teams. Tron Ultra, your first series here with Hixie on the starting roster. Can you close it out against a Vegas Legion team that proved to be unpredictable and can steal these big series away from big teams? Or will Vegas continue the hot streak? God, what? I can't wait to find out. But that's the Hotel Control done. And it was a nail-biter indeed. Offensive rounds proven to be too great. Now we get to cool off, though, Chance. Hydro, Hardpoint. That is going to be a real wrench in the works. Hotel and Hydro could not be more different as Hardpoint maps. So who knows where this one goes? And Hotel Search and Trophy have to go the way. The final with the Triple H lineup there to close out this series. Let's find out, mate. I'm excited to see how Hydro goes. Any sort of high-level predictions here, my brother?
No predictions, just because two different teams with two different rosters, and neither team has played it a great deal. Vegas has a couple more reps on it, but a 3-4 record overall, nothing to glean there. And then 1-1 for Toronto. They don't like playing this map, but either this or Embassy is like, it's not an auto veto, but they'll pick between those two maps to get rid of in the series. Vegas are great at Embassy, so we find ourselves on Hydro instead. So it's certainly not ideal for Ultra to be on this map, but it's not like they're going to be poor on it. This is not a team that is going to have really any bad map.
Well, we'll find out in a few moments. Hydro is on its way. Very, very interesting to see what happens here. I mean, Vegas have had some incredible comebacks with their previous roster, of course. Prolu on that one. We hope he's doing well. Incredible comebacks on this map. And Scrap. Can we go back to Scrap production? He is barreling the camera right now. He was not blinking. Staring right at us. Oh, he stopped now. That was kind of... It was quite weird. He just was staring straight into that camera. My train of thought gone. He's back. There he is. Look. Come on, Scrap. Eyes on us, mate. All right, he can't hear me. That's fine. Confirmed. But yeah, interesting to see what's going to happen here, because Toronto, I mean, this is a team with a hotter hand right now. Have they found that special sauce? Is their form in fine situation right now, Chance? Insight catches a breather. The rest of the squad got to be feeling good about this one. Vegas, though, great comebacks here on the map. Can they keep it going? They're locked in. Game is ready. Clay's back in his seat. Hot to trot. Here we go. Map number 4 of this very fun series, Toronto Ultra Vegas Legion. Let's get this show on the road. And if we have to go the distance, that hotel game 5 search and destroy. Ho, ho, ho. Shake it off, kids. Here we go.
And get ready. And I think Clay's got to do some shakes as well, because him and Temp, I think, really have their work cut out for him. Because again, it's not like Ultra have a massive amount of reps, at least not in like a tournament or match setting on Hydro, but still have high expectations. Scrap, one of the best slayers in the game. You know he's going to provide, so got to be prepared to go toe-to-toe. And obviously those numbers, absolutely ridiculous. That is exactly why Temp and Clay need to be ready. But obviously it is a, you know, every single player you can identify. Kleenex is starting to pop off in the bedroom. I know TJ was struggling a little bit in the slaying department on control, so got to make sure after where the first hard point went for Vegas, everybody has to be on point.
We'll see Kleenex being the cutoff now, whether it's to catch out these players down low, if they're going to be swimming in, trying to flip those P2 spawns, or be a royal pain in the backside there. Hardpoint now in the hands of the boys from Ultra. Kills go their way as well. Now the real game plan for Vegas is, are we going to be able to get hardpoint time and get to the far right-hand side of the map? Try and get that P2 spawn as well. Final 30 seconds here on P1.
Yeah, talk about being in the perfect spot as well. He can check the water routes. He can see the mid-map cross. The only thing he can't see is like the mid-water route, and you dive a little bit too deep. You don't have your gun out for too long, but either way, Ultra, maybe a delicate moment actually, because a couple of these Vegas players are getting through. Awkwardness from Scrap, and that's just into a death. And Vegas now the opportunity to make the break, and Clay guns 2 down. Is it going to be enough to hold him off? Well, Do-Real trying to keep the dream alive.
We'll try, and Kleenex though proving to still be a nightmare here in this series.
Wow.
Lordy. Close ones there for Toronto Ultra. Hardpoint now firmly in their hands. Tim, can you find any kills from top dome? Soften up those AR players. Allow the submachine guns to get in there and do the dirty work. Meanwhile, Kleenex in sight. They're the guys in the feed. They're the guys doing the magic. Oh, lordy. One problem solved. That's the next. That's the clean break there from Vegas. Time's going to be theirs, but you've still got one player in the back.
And do read these spawns as well, because it's only one player that actually spawns out, or you don't have to read it, I suppose, if you could just hear it coming. So TJ, his headset clearly working, and see if it works for inside as well. That is the case, and easy cleanup kills for that bit of scrap time. And even on the rotation, Vegas putting in some work, and I don't know why 2 players spawn at old and 1 player spawns at new for Ultra, but they'll take that little bit of look and transition it into the rotation, and Insight, the player that gets the spawn away from his teammates for absolutely no reason, gets the big kill.
Hardpoint now changes. Vegas leads with that slight lead coming off of the second. Into the third we go. And Scrap being the furthest man forward for the squad right now. This is the tough spot. He's going to slow down everyone there from Vegas. He didn't catch out Clayster. Clay has gone on the world tour of Hydro. He's going to be on the back line now. It's going to be a toe-to-toe with Hixie in a moment. Hixie wins it. That side safe. Who's up next is TJ. Close enough on the point. Can he keep this play going? He does. Finds his second. Teach going wild. Can he get a third? As he is breaking this hard point seemingly alone.
I mean, at the very least, he's just keeping him off the time. So this is magnificent work just to stay alive for as long as possible. Eventually does get chopped down, and New Ultra back inside the hill. But for how long is the question, because not an easy hill to survive in, and a lot of ARs putting on the pressure. At the very least for Vegas, I'd say you cut your losses. It wasn't the best rotation, but you strip away a little bit of time and maybe rotate or maybe not. Number 2 spawns out because Clay spawns in the back, and now you got number 5, TJ. He's going to be responsible for dealing with a couple extra Ultra players.
Once again, is Hixie the man watching the backline, and another big 1v1 win from Hixie. That boy is worth his weight in gold here on Hydro.
Yeah, managing spawns on this map without question the most important thing, and Ultra getting gifted a few different gifts and taking full advantage. And honestly, this is where they can just run the score up, because this is a hill where they got the angles covered. It is not that difficult to hold.
Hixie's in and about water towards the top side now of Ruins, trying to catch up these players from Vegas. They're in. Oh, couple of tags. 2 real driving forward. He nearly gets the player on the backline as well. Over 100 points now for Toronto Ultra. Great work from them. 10-7 out of Scrap. A little bit of a spree working out for both he and Hixie. See if they can't get anything going now. Go towards the bottom side of the map. We're going to go to another hard point. Will Vegas be able to win the rotation? Will they be able to hold in? Finally get some of that time.
And I think, again, just Vegas getting punished on the spawns, not able to make the big plays and stay heads up in those moments. And Pixie, 2 HP, not going to last them long enough. Vegas, maybe the first real opportunity to try to get set up and rack up a decent chunk of time until you look at the spawns in Ultra. They got the splits. 2 players spawn in the back. Again, Vegas, they got to manage the chaos.
Well, they might be able to manage the gunfights. That's going to be 1. 2 real. Holding down the point alone for now. There's great work once again from the outside. Temp finding a few more. Temp with 3.
There you go.
Brilliant work. That's the backside sweep. Can Kleenex keep the play going? Pistol in hand. Your boy is absolutely twisted coming in off that hotel. Disgusting work in the point. Teammates are there. Great work, Ultra. We'll take that break.
Just aggressive with those back spawns as well, but Vegas at least winning a few of the gunfights, and they should get nearly every single trade and collect the time. And actually, not even, man. This is going to be a battle still, even for the scrap, because Ultra spawning them back once again. And an opportunity for Vegas to get out and try to flip those spawns, because Ultra is spawning it old. But it looks like no one is like trying to take it upon themselves to rotate to the deep right side of the map just yet. So this is going to be an open front for both of these teams to try and grab.
TJ spearfishing there, catches a Kleenex. 60's going to be next one to go down there. We'll see what happens. That's the game plan right now for Ultra. They want to hit this open water side. That's how they're going to try to break P1. And here's the hit. Temp guns him. No problem. Legion still maintaining the time. They're running out of members on point though. Final man up is going to be Temp. Repositions quickly. Will Scrap catch him out.
And also keep in mind, Insight wins a single gunfight on the bottom of the map, and there's like 2 arrows right now for Vegas looking for him. So Ultra, that just means you have extra pressure on the hill. Kleenex taking advantage of it, wins the gunfight and gets right inside. 25 seconds is nothing to shy away from. That is a decent chunk for Ultra to be able to just build up this lead more and more and more. And if they can get the break on the new hill as well, because Insight still being annoying, Ultra right now have a couple different opportunities, but TJ gonna close that door.
Wins a massive fight there. Ultra still spawning on the furthest side possible from the new hardpoint. That's exactly what you want if you're a Vegas Legion fan and player. Cutting down the players in mid as well. Teach can get another. Nearly. Scrap though. He's going to be one of the 3 remaining members alive at the moment now to forward push in towards this new hill. Kleenex, oh boy. Streaks, is there going to be a trophy there? They're in the point. TJ's dips. Too real.
That's tough.
No trick.
Oh, they're just going to get picked apart as well. Temp trying to make a play and push up towards Dome, but he just loses the gunfight, and now it's just free clearance up to actually get inside the point, and now it's just about desperation. Try to be annoying. Let Ultra get the spawns, and maybe trap him in the back if you can, but Ultra is spawning everywhere. Clay goes on a flank to sort of block him for the moment. And now you have Vegas spawning in the back, and it is just, I mean, Hydro is a wild map to try to keep track of. Well, Vegas get the scrap. Absolutely no map control on the rotation.
Like a brick in a washing machine. It is insanity. Here on Hydro. Deep breath for a moment, ladies and gents. We go to another hard point far left-hand side of the map. This one comes to a close. Both teams relatively even on this one. Flanks on flanks on flanks. However, this time round, Ultra are well and truly set up good and proper for this one. They are dug in. Dig these corners and have a good time for as long as they can, but Temp is just cleaving them. Torn, ripped asunder on the approach towards the hard point. And here comes the hit, up close and personal. 2 reels in the feed as well. We are checking everything possible, but Kleenex so sneaky, teamwork prevails. Vegas with a break.
Big 4 down, and now you go for the spawn kills as well. Ultra, you know they're going to be tucked in the back. TJ getting a couple of those initials, and you just have everybody cut off, but once the reload under the water, and yeah, you're going to die in that situation. So Ultra maybe just able to steamroll back through the hill, unless Clay can hold him off.
Clay's got to hold him off. All alone for now. Here comes the play. Only gets 1. Plenty of seconds left remaining there on the hard point. Final 10. Ultra are going to take that happily. Puts them about 180.
When did Kleenex get there, by the way?
Oh, Kleenex. Oh, my God. He's long out there. He found the kills. Vegas now left scrambling. Clay, though, does read it. Takes care of business. That side of the map. Now Vegas is, for the time being. Here come the reinforcements, though. Can Clay catch a few more here? One in the corner. Dealt with. Next by Dome. Damage dealt. Time ticking. Forward to Ruins, though. It's a heavy-looking hit from Ultra. Are they going to be able to get onto this? I know they might be, but Clay scrambling nearly gets the kill. Insight's there, and all angles. Bloody Ultra players are everywhere.
Yeah, they're in the back again. Ultra have some uncanny ability to get in these back spawns. Vegas are just desperate just to try to block one, but Ultra taking advantage, trying to get inside, and TJ, that head is poking out just enough that he can get the kill, but you never get the spawns. It's never gonna be easy, and you are just fighting uphill this entire game.
Non-stop flanks. Toronto Ultra now over 200 points. This is match point for them. 250, and they can walk on out of here and play some rank play after this. Here we go, though. Kleenex once again from the back. Temp reads it. This hardpoint holder's got to be absolutely immaculate now from Vegas Legion. Can they get the job done? This is exactly what's been happening all game. It's Hixie on another one of those deep water flanks going all the way around. Is anyone going to look back and take care of him? He could be the dagger right here in the series.
Oh, that was just so much noise. Yep, Too Real jumps a single time. You can hear it from a mile away.
Oh,
and now Hixie doing damage, causing problems on the flank. Opens the front door for Scrap to get inside, but Temp and Clayster able to deliver. Vegas still holding on for the moment, but still, you gotta read these spawns, and Legion so far on point on this hill.
TJ wins the fight at the back. Vegas hold. Next to the front, trying to do what he can. The depth charge there, throwing another water clay. Once again wins the fight in the middle of the map, holding these players back for his boys. Temp now up the top, good shots. Temp gets nearly 2. Hixie has to back on up all this time. Fantastic for Vegas.
This map is madness, and even Scrap going to be spawning out. I feel like Vegas, they've just been in a pinch for like 7 minutes of this game where they're just constantly fighting the two-front war. You got TJ taking the long route for the spawn, so he's trying to set his team up long-term, and honestly, might have a lot of success here. Talk about the kills that are going to set up the rest of this game.
It's not over yet. 30 seconds for the win. P1, not an easy one to get it done on. Clay starting to make his way forward. Too Real in the feed as well. Insight, good to back on up, and this spawns a flip. Right-hand side of the map, Toronto Ultra. This has got to be magic from Vegas here.
Yeah, no, they were a little bit too aggressive trying to get the pressure on the hill because obviously Ultra are going to be soaking up all this time, so they lose the spawns, and now you're going to have to fight your way straight through the front. A diabolical task.
It's not over yet, though. Damage dealt. Nearly 10 for the win, nearly. Last man up is Temp. He's got to keep Scrap off the point, win the fight. No, bloody nades out of nowhere. Just pandemonium. That should be the map. Final 5 seconds. Run, Vegas, run. Fly forward. Teach the window. Anyone in there? Stop it. It's done. Toronto Ultra. They make a roster change, and they win a screamer of a series against Vegas Legion. Close, but no cigar for the boys in the bottom-hand side of the screen.
And Ultra get to shut down that momentum Legion were trying to build, and really for Toronto just continue their success that they've had, at least like fairly consistently over time. Another win online, but that Hydro, I think generically just stresses me out looking at it, and I think for Vegas, it just seemed like they were having to fight an uphill battle that entire game, so they did what they can, but Toronto Ultra just a little bit too tough. Great slaying out of Scrap once again, as is expected, and even Kleenex putting in that work on the damage front, and I mean, just everything you want out of the 4 players on Ultra. Route men taking the routes, Insight soaking the time, everybody keeping up in the slaying department as well. I'd say just a clean performance in the respawns for Toronto.
Super clean. Aside from the hotel control, of course, that 3-2, but both those hard points, very, very strong indeed. Hydro, name of the game there, was certainly flanks. Wow, what a crazy, crazy series indeed. 5 bomb disarms in the LSC low search and destroy. Insanity across the board. What a fun series indeed. TJ, I didn't mean to call you a dumbass. I was just carried away in the moment. Big, big fan, but also boom, roasted. Crazy, crazy series. Much love to all the players. Much love to you fans for hanging this one up. Desk, get us out of here before we get in even more trouble.
Oh, we're gonna get Miles's jacket. I need one of those bad boys ASAP.
He looks good,
right? So does Chance. Look at that beard.
Yo, I got you, mate. I got you. I got you, Chris.
Later, guys. All right, that is our favorite casters, but it's now time to break down some of our favorite players. For me, it's the trash talker. He goes by the name of Scrap, and he was getting a lot of flack about bringing his buddy Hixie onto the team. You're going up against Vegas Legion. This isn't a squad in our top 6 right now, so don't get it twisted. But how did the new look Toronto fare against this Legion in your eyes, Allie?
It looked good. They looked good. I mean, was it the flashiest performance of all time? Of course not. But, I mean, it was a great showing from Toronto Ultra. I think for me. That search and destroy was really impressive for me. They feel like they've been struggling across the board when it comes to S&D. So to see them go round 11 against the Vegas Legion, that has been very strong in that game mode throughout the entire season. It's a good showing overall.
You know what? I really like what I saw from Kleenex in this series, man. Like, really, the guy was taking over, setting a crazy pace. We saw on that map 1, he was like 21 and 21, most engagements on the team, just making things happen. They steamroll him there. We go into that control, and it's just an offensive battle, back and forth up until the very end on the defense. What is Kleenex able to do? He pops Daddy. Ali, you're in the back screaming in the green room like he just keeps resetting his Daddy because he just kept making the play. It's exactly what you want your SMG to do when he's there in bedroom on hotels. So they close that one out, and then we get over to this Hydro, which by no means was a clean map, right? I thought Vegas were actually playing this map really good. Just came down to a couple rotations over towards P4. The first time invested way too many people trying to hit scrap on P3, and then the last time Ultra get a fantastic spawn in the back.
And to that point, Hydro is actually typically a hard point that Toronto Ultra tend to veto out of a series. I mean, they are the worst at holding on it overall. They can break, they can rotate, but they just cannot hold on to that hill time, and they managed to do it here against the Vegas Legion, who has been looking pretty strong when it comes to that respawn. So it's a W that I think Toronto Ultra especially needed because they made that change so erratically after that first loss. So if you're a Toronto Ultra fan, things are looking good.
Scrap had a great game. Hixie's numbers, not super impressive, never over a 1.0. He had the 0.4 in search and destroy. Did he play the role you expected, though, out of the
Yeah, objective-minded, did what he needed to do, and then also, like, he teamed with Scrap, right? And what did we just see from Scrap in that series? Absolutely frying.
Yeah.
So he was like, this is just what I needed. I'm going to take over these games.
This is what the team needs sometimes. You need a point guard to set up the slams. Let's take a look, though, at our scuff play of the game. It comes from your control round 5, the difference maker in the swing game. We go to Kleenex.
Yep, this is when he goes on that crazy setting screen. Like I said, I was just sitting there and I was like, Daddy reset, Daddy reset, Daddy reset. I mean, for a whole minute, this guy was just unknowns to the Vegas Legion and just kept popping off. And it was just the amount of control he had in top bedroom here. I wonder if maybe there was some confusion in the comms because it felt like Vegas just could not kill this guy top bed.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a good performance on the side of Vegas, too, though, honestly. They
Yeah.
had some really good offenses. They had opportunities there on that last side as well, just didn't full wrap around together and get that final kill onto Kleenex in bed. But either way, I feel like Vegas' competitive team looked good throughout the series, still developing. Ultra, obviously, prior to, the roster change, still a solid team, only losing to the top squad. So Hixie comes in and, they beat Vegas, who's sitting closer to the bottom.
Legion's history continues as well. They have never gone 2-0 to start a qualifier since the franchise started. They had the opportunity today, but Toronto just a little bit too strong. And here's a look at how things shake out in our CDL points. You can see the Subliners in the second spot. Ultra now confirmed in that 3 spot, 2 games ahead of the Thieves. As we look at the Legion, though, just 60 points as we're now halfway through the season. They got work to put in.
Yeah, I mean, comparing it to the left side of your screen, obviously there's a large discrepancy, but very close there in the top 8. It's only 20 points.
Right. It's just a little bit.
Just
a little bit. Right now, though, we got to introduce everybody in the chat to a new face representing the Ultra. It's great to see you. We had you in the intro video. Now we get to see your gameplay finally. Hixie, welcome to the league. How's it feel, bud?
It feels great, man. I've been waiting a long time. I feel like I've been ready for at least since the start of Vanguard. This is my duo from Vanguard. But yeah, it feels great, bro.
And I wanted to ask you a little bit about that because we had Scrap on a number of Winner Circle interviews, and he brought up your name when he was mentioning a number of the Challengers players who deserved more time in the CDL limelight. So talk to me about this experience playing with him once again, and how many more players do we expect to see rise up from Challengers?
I hate gassing him because his ego is already insane, but I mean, the kid's different. I'm convinced in Vanguard, if he was in the league, he was a top 5 player from that year. So, I mean, the kid's different. And then for more players, there's, what is he doing? For more players, there's plenty in Europe. I mean, there's so many I can shout out from Europe. You just can't get a chance because of, obviously, the visa thing. There is so many, but yeah.
Well, congratulations on your official first inception in the CDL. It was a large win, and I have to ask, we were kind of wondering what was with this move, what they were hoping to add by putting you onto the roster. How would you describe yourself as a player?
I think once I get situated, I feel like my comms are really, really good as I wouldn't say leader, but I guess kind of like a leader. I feel like I oversee the whole game, kind of make sure that everything's going how it should be, and I feel like at the pro level, it's huge when you're playing against the better team, making sure that everyone's basically doing the right things on the map. So I'd say I kind of do that, enable other players. Obviously, I've got Toby as the sub duo, the guy's different, so if I can just enable Toby, that's good.
I wanted to ask you, so, you know, a lot of the challenge players coming up, I feel like it's a new era of Call of Duty. You might look at the game in a different light. So when you were watching this team play, the main squad, where did you think the shortcomings were? And coming into the roster, what are you hoping to bring to them?
The shortcomings seem to just be against the top teams at the events, losing to FaZe, Thieves, and New York, I believe. So they didn't really struggle against the teams that they should beat. So I feel like I had to just come in, and then whenever they'd lose, it'd be small things. It'd be small things that would spiral the game, like losing a rotation because, you know, there's a gap. Like I said, I got good comms and all that stuff. And then S&D was a big thing. I feel like I've been brought in to try and help the S&D, and again in S&D, I feel like I'm quite good with the comms in terms of like mid-round calls, late-round calls, which I think should make a big difference, hopefully.
Hicksy, also, I feel like Standy was a fantastic player. When you look at the stats, you look at him in game, he's making good plays and good moves. When they came to you and asked you or told you were going to be in the starting lineup, what was the discussion like? What did they say to you? Did they give you a reason? And what did they want you to fill on the team?
I thought Ryan, the coach, I thought Flux was joking. I was just chilling, waiting to walk back from the facility, and he just said, yeah, you're going to be playing. I'm not sure the reason. But yeah, like I said, I'm just hoping to be that guy who will just make the team hopefully beat these big teams, which is obviously the plan, win some events.
Next man up, you're doing well. The team walks away with their first W. Congratulations on your win tonight.
Thank you very much.
That's Hicksy. We get a chance to see him a lot more in these qualifiers. And if you want to see the man on LAN, well, you want to head to Major number 3. If you want your chance to win a pair of 4-day GA passes to Major 3, all you need to do is scan that QR code right now. Do it, because the event is kicking off March 9th through the 12th, and you can get your 4-day passes. By the way, 3 of those days sold out, so those passes, primo right now. Also, make sure you are stocking up on your Upper Deck cards. Start your digital collection today with the 2021 Call of Duty League trading cards by Upper Deck, the official trading card partner of the CDL. Awesome stuff for our first 2 matches of the day. We only saw 7 matches, but we have 2 winners, and we're about to crown a 3rd after this. It's the rematch of the grand finals from Boston, LA Thieves versus Atlanta FaZe. Can Thieves get it done on hardpoints again? We'll find out after this.
Oh my God!
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time we take everything.
Racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Welcome back. It's Puckett and the crew with Gucci on their belt, but their pants sag. We got Alley Cat and Nameless here at the desk, and we're about to see Atlanta FaZe, the Boston champions, back in action. Alley, are you more excited for their theme song or the team again today?
Theme song, absolutely. I was bumping it on my way home all day yesterday and heading into the office today, but I am excited to see this rematch.
We got to talk a little bit about this team, and let's go ahead and show them to you. They've been looking clean since the squad formed. They felt they were missing a piece, and this season, they bring in Slasher.
Yeah.
The squad now looks like they have peaked. They're 3-0 people. They're picking maps for fun just to get extra rounds on it.
Yeah.
This team is rolling right now.
Yeah, they're in a great spot, and the rest of the league is in disarray. They win the last major. They do it versus the team that they're about to go up against in the world champs, and now they have ascended above the rest in Search and Destroy. They've been working on their hardpoint. It's looking a lot better, and they're adding maps like El Asilo to their dominant map pool in Control. So this team is firing on all cylinders. Everyone is performing, and even yesterday, Slasher, not a numbers guy, pops off in terms of the number department. So everything's looking good for Atlanta FaZe.
Celium already gearing up, getting ready to snake. You got Simp and Abizi, though. The subs are going to be the dangerous duo, especially to set the tone in those Search and Destroy. On the other side of this series, you have a squad that looked good in the hard points against FaZe during that grand finals. They only lost Search and Controls, but the LA Thieves came out and they got 3-1, losing both of those hard points, the respawns to Vegas, who just dropped to Toronto. So
yeah.
Thieves, in my mind, definitely the underdogs, right?
Definitely the underdogs in this situation, which is unfortunate because usually the revenge match does go the way of whoever was on the back end. And the only reason, again, that I'm worried is because of the loss to the Vegas Legion. You know, you talk about the insane run, the undefeated maps that they had once they dropped down to the elimination bracket at Major 2 in Boston. I mean, I thought maybe that grand finals, they just ran out of gas. You know, maybe, you know, you go through all of those matches from elimination round 1, you get to that grand final, maybe you come out a little bit slow, you barely cinch by that map 1, and then you get smoked map 2, and it's all over from there. But they've even started Major 3 qualifiers the same way, so I'm worried for the LA Thieves camp.
Right now, Nameless, I'm looking at predictions. We got Merc to Perk with 250,000 channel points on Atlanta, but Carl0709 needs LA Thieves today, also with 250,000 channel points. It's about 75% to 25%. So if you're going to get that 25% their win, who's the guy to watch from the Thieves today?
Ah, man, I feel like a lot of people would say Kenny, but I'm looking at Octane. I mean, it's really both of them, right? Kenny didn't have the greatest performance in their match versus Las Vegas, but really nobody did. But when they do steamroll teams, typically Kenny just has those wild, huge performances. So I will be looking at him once again, but I just want to shed some light that Octane on LAN was a different beast at this last major in their loser bracket run. I was looking at him to pop off, and yesterday that map 4 really just crumbled. 13 and 26 just cannot happen with their AR players, so both those guys.
Kenny is going to be setting the tone at the front line, and as we take a look at his numbers, pretty solid across the board. A .92, you said, isn't a bad number as long as you're keeping those engagements up.
Yeah, it's not that bad, man. We go through this cycle every year, right? With Kenny,
Yeah,
where we're
do.
like, yo, he needs to step it up. Like, listen, this is a team effort. They have good chemistry, learning the game together. They just had a historic run online. Sometimes it takes a bit for them to put it together, but I have full faith in Kenny and his ability to get kills and what he does in the map.
Those were his grand final stats, we should point out. That was a best of 7. Today, though, is a best of 5, and I'm not expecting the controls to have as big of an impact. Allie, how do you see this one breaking down, though?
Yeah, unfortunately, as I see this map pool layout, it tells me that LA Thieves has not expanded at all. 4 out of these 5 maps are what we've already seen from that grand final. In that opening Mercado, they cinched by 2 points. It was a single Bar Hill hold that they broke in when they shouldn't have had the ability to, and then they lose the next following 2 maps. So a little worrisome.
Are you worried?
I mean, yeah, obviously they're going up against Atlanta FaZe. I would always be worried. But for LA Thieves, I feel like a best of 5 is just way better for them versus Atlanta FaZe. Like, one, you're getting Hotel, which these are the 2 best Hotel control teams, so it's just a square up when it comes to that. And also in Hardpoint, I do feel like LA Thieves actually have the edge when it comes to the HPs. I am worried about Game 4 Embassy. They got rid of Hydro in this series, which Atlanta FaZe is not great at. So clearly LA Thieves are trying to become good at Embassy. And they would have won it yesterday if Octane had a better performance. So we'll see if they developed it if we do get to that Game 4.
It's week 1 of the qualifiers. So far, Boston and Subliners are perfect with 2-0 records. Will FaZe get there as well, or will we see another 1-1? It's time to get this one started. We got our casters on the mic once again. Bryson Tunn, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, again, we're all very much looking forward to a bit about the Titans for these 2 rematch from Major 2, of course. But realistically, how do you feel about these 2 teams coming into it, Ton?
It's a difficult one because we have pretty much seen what we've seen from Thieves online, which is usually pretty bad. But of course, when we did see them in the final, it was a pretty close game across the board. But Atlanta FaZe have looked lights out since we got to the Boston Major. It's just such an intriguing matchup, though. We just don't know what Thieves we're going to get. We know how good FaZe are. We know how good they are going to look in this series. Whether or not Thieves turn up is another thing. And everybody at home, us 2 included, are very much looking forward to the fact that if they do, we got a banger of a series on our hands. Just a couple of little sprinkles of stats to come in here, actually, and I want to talk about quite a bit. There's been a lot of conversation around Slasher and Octane, of course. Octane actually 0-8 against Slasher in the CDL, has not beaten once, which I find wild.
He hasn't, but realistically, these are the 2 of the big players we're looking at in this series as well. Octane, whose stock keeps rising this year, and Slasher, when he moved over to Atlanta FaZe, people worried whether or not he would be able to do the business, and do the business he has. But this is the head-to-head between these 2 teams. What a ridiculous stat line for both, Ton.
Yeah, shout out to Brian's stats, bringing some of these ones up. The production, throwing them in there. They are titans of Call of Duty. And just so interested to see who really does take off. I kind of want to reiterate what Nameless was saying on the desk there as well. Octane looked final when he was on LAN in Boston, but Slasher yesterday putting up some numbers. Of course, against the Florida Mutineers, I think you're going to have a bit of a tougher time here up against Octane, of course, but Slasher doesn't need to be the guy for the team. But whereas Octane, when he performs on a high level, this LA Thieves team look so good. I'm interested to see if Octane can get his first win against Slasher here, and I'm sure that'll be something he wants to completely turn around here.
Certainly so, and I suppose one of the things with LA Thieves and Atlanta FaZe is already we are kind of posturing them in a position where we expect to see them at least near the grand finals for the rest of the season. A lot of people consider these 2 some of the top 2 teams in the CDL right now. Atlanta FaZe obviously makes the case because of, you know, winning the last major, and LA Thieves with their incredible run. They've beat an awful lot of teams to get there. They did their work. And we were worried about LA Thieves to begin with, right? Like, we were sitting there going, oh, is it going to be the same as last year? Awful. Oh, okay, they've won a major. Oh, they won champs. Start off a bit better. Atlanta FaZe have also kind of broken the trend and going to win a major as well. So I just think whenever we see these 2 teams match up, it's going to be a good game.
Well, hopefully we do get that good game. And looking towards the maps, you know, I think, again, agreeing with that. I'm agreeing with Ant a lot today. We need to stop that for a start. But the map set really is lining up towards FaZe. Of course, you look at this Mikado last time around in the grand finals. It was a very, very close win to the side of Thieves. But then, of course, we got the S&D LSCLO again, where we see the BZ clutch up massively. Then, of course, we move on to the Control, which is going to be Hotel, which, again, the only 2 times that Thieves actually lost online and control were against FaZe in that grand final. So they seem to have their number there. Thieves seem to be better than everybody else in control, apart from Vegas, apparently. So let's see how things do go down here in this Hardpoint. I'm interested to see how the opening game is between these two. Thieves really need to come out hot. FaZe, I'm expecting very, very hot start from them, and Simp picking up 2 to kick things off. It's not something you want to see if you're a Thieves fan.
No, but obviously, like, P1 a lot of the time is just going to be throw your nades, try and maneuver for that P2 spawn. So I'm not too worried about the initial gamers going through. You would slightly favour Atlanta FaZe in this matchup as well, realistically, as we move forward. But we'll find out as the maps fall as they do. Right now, Celium is going to try and fight off Octane.
And the thing that we always talk about when it does come down to Thieves is that their holding and breaking is really solid, but rotationally is somewhere they do struggle. I think when it comes down to Mikado, you really need to be making sure those rotations are unlocked. The team that do have a lot of success at rotating on this map, though, is Atlanta FaZe, and you can already tell that comes to fruition. BZ finding 3 on the rotation right over towards P2. It's a nice little setup from the side of FaZe. You'll have to see a pinch coming in from the side of Thieves here. You can already see Octane pushing down the car park side. Big gunfight going to go down there. Slasher will win it, so it's very much one-dimensional push here from the side of Thieves. Not going to be able to find a route through. Simp just about keeping himself alive there, but not for long enough. Slasher towards the back side. The push is going to start coming through from Thieves. 3 players there. And BT's still lingering around. Nicely done from the squad. Gonna have to back things down. Brexy, have I got you back?
Yes, I think there's a bit of a comms mess up there, but don't worry. The game, fortunately, is good enough without me being involved. And you can see the rotations now could be very, very important. Octane trying to do every single piece of work he can. A little bit outnumbered, though.
Yeah, he's done well to rotate himself around here, but FaZe more than ready for that. 15 seconds left to go, and is there going to be the break that came through from Thieves over towards P2? Shots from Draws. I didn't even see a BZ on my screen, so he's done very well. And it's just about the pinch to be set up here. Once again, it's FaZe first ones here, but Thieves trying to break.
Looking for it. In goes Kenny with the first. They're looking for the second trade coming through. Draza throws it. Wow. Wanted to just mess that desk up. There is dust flying everywhere. Envoy eventually gets the second as well. And there was just an awful lot of lead thrown all over Tin.
Oh my boy, he's done well. That's 4 in a row when the break does come through from Thieves. Salem and Abizi will find 2 over towards the middle of the map, though, so there's a little bit of a pinch potentially set up here for Thieves. But if FaZe run through you like that, it doesn't really matter. All of a sudden, the break comes through. 30 seconds left to go, and we're heading over towards P4. P4 is where Thieves have had a lot of their luck on this map in particular. 60% of the time they find the break, but it looks like they're going to have the rotation on the way over. Envoy has to win this gunfight.
And he's just going to be playing delaying here. The thing is, LA Thieves will be looking for him, trying to sniff him out as he had a shout down.
Oh, that's Simon.
Celium sniffs him, and they find him to the back alley, but Octane is ready. Locked in here, ready for the battle that's coming up against Slasher, but he moves at the wrong time. Draws is going to try and get his trade, and he does. Still locking the Thieves out.
Yeah, that's a bad call from Sam. Nonetheless, if you're on the Thieves, you do lock this one in. Big gunfights having to come here from Draza. They line up nicely. Abizi and Celium will see you later. Simp is there. See the next on the chopping block. Beautiful play from Draza again. Looks down this side of the map. All of a sudden, Thieves are totaling these points up very, very nicely. All thanks to Draza.
Draza's now going to have to back up as well. But so much time burnt. Realistically, Atlanta FaZe have to check every single corner again, looking for him. They don't know where he is. They've chowed everything. Now a double chow going to come through. Looks for a BZ. Oh, wow. Through the sky, and that's a huge break. Only Octane stands in the way, but it's too late. They've got into the hill. The stun, the chow, and Simp wrecks him. And it will be off to the rotation, but what a break from FaZe.
Really good break for about 20 seconds. For the side of FaZe, that just looked very easy. It's one kill through the middle of the map, and all of a sudden, things break wide open. Yeah, Draza gets pushed by a couple. He's likely to die, but you need the players on the point to stay alive. Nobody covering the mid-map push, but here we go from Thieves. They're going to be the first ones here. They were the first ones there in P4 and got the majority. Can they lock this one in now? Celium pushing from one side.
And he's going to get gunned down before he could do anything. As the trades are up through this.
And boys on his own.
The fight for Simp as he looks to find his way in for his teammates. No reinforcements yet, though, so any trade he has to stay alive for, and he hasn't done it. LA Thieves continue to pile pressure through. Abizi going for a long-range gunfight versus Octane. The cut was just not there for them. Slasher can't get it either. Octane cuts down one route for them. All they've got to do now, LA Thieves, is look one direction.
Nicely done from the side of Thieves. And I really want to highlight the play from Envoy. We didn't really get to see a lot of it, but he finds 3 to lock it down when he was left all alone. Simp sitting at 13 and 6. He's had a good game. Let's go on board with him. Trying to find a break over towards the backside as the rest of Thieves now trying to find a push through here. He's going to lock this down and locking it down well with the Vazdev.
And now they've got to be a little bit careful. Thieves are spreading. Sentiment makes one pinch already, so back alley's going to be completely open. And the Thieves look like they were trying to stack that. They had every direction ready to go, but they just didn't win a gunfight.
It's a really nice setup from the side of FaZe, though. Octane trying to get it done, but it's just so hard. The 6 different windows in Cantina that you're staring at when you make this push via hedges. They will find a route through, though, and that's a big gunfight win from Envoy. Simp doesn't finish his dinner, and all of a sudden they find the break. The setup from FaZe looked wonderful, but they could not lock it down. Thieves are just so good at breaking hills on this game. That one looked pretty much incomprehensible that they would find a way through, but they find a way through. They hold it down. A wonderful, wonderful play from Thieves again. Rotation's starting to come through. FaZe, again, the first one's there, but Thieves, their breaking has been superb so far.
Both teams really throwing everything at this, and LA Thieves really are making a name for themselves. Can Octane hold it again? Celium slides into as he picks up a 2-piece, and now he's going to the sky. Ready for anybody to go for this push. Only a palm tree for cover.
Octane winning the AR battle right now. Envoy's having a great game as well. 13 and 12 may not seem like an outstanding stat line, but he is finding the kills importantly in the right places. He's going to find one at Nobizi as well. Can he completely rebuttal this attack from FaZe 1-2? Octane helps him out. Simple recover over towards the barbershop side, and Slasher will find another. It's looking like a good break from FaZe. Octane's still here.
They've still got a lot of defense to go as the reinforcements slowly get there. Drive's going to challenge Slasher, and Slasher will come away with a gunfight. Octane's been alive and in for...
Oh!
It's a 5 streak. It's a 6 streak for him.
Oh my God!
Octane, as he continues to hold it down. Human turret hit the road.
Lando is screaming at his TV right now. My word. Big players coming in from Octane. Locks it down all on his own, and all of a sudden Thieves are looking about 40 points away. Atlanta FaZe came into this really hot, and since P3 they have been nowhere in this game. Thieves have found rotation, and we know they're great at holding and breaking, but you don't need to break when you're already there. Really good holds from the side of Thieves have been so influential in this game. We have another rotation, and you would count out anybody but FaZe in this situation. We've seen big comebacks before. It's going to have to be another big one here.
Now you can see both teams just being cautious. Neither want to commit to P1 without positioning, and Envoy is going to be in a crazy space. LA Thieves light up the kill feed as well. They should have a spawn. They're even looking towards P1 to put a little bit of pressure on. For Atlanta FaZe, it has gone from bad to worse. And while Sid will find a 2-piece, they need P2.
They need P2. They may well find it. That's a couple of kills falling their way. Octane now left all on his own, isn't able to find anything. So it's a nice break from FaZe, and a timely one at that. 60 skins to play for here as we head over towards this rotation. For the side of Thieves, there's no need to panic just yet. That lead is still sitting at around 100. It could be very well reduced by the time we head over towards P3. But look at this stack coming in from Thieves. They're hitting the alley.
Slasher just holding the angle. Ready. Has a trophy with him as well, and you can even see now they don't really want to jam him. Okay, he's going to go for another one here. Just cutting down the angle, looking for them. Doesn't find both, but the rest of the team will. And Atlanta FaZe have just held every single angle you can. It could be a full P260.
It's looking that way so far. Thieves, as I mentioned at the top of the hill, we do not need to panic about this, but Envoy and Kenny will find a couple of kills themselves. They will have a little look at this now, but rotation is going to be important. It's actually Kenny to find a rotation. I'll kill Celium. 7 spree for him. 1 HP, and he does just continue. He's looking over Ali, then checks back towards the hedges to make sure that they lock that one down. But that is an entire 60 points for the side of FaZe, and what was a 100-point game is now a 50.
And this is where it gets crucial. Here comes the cruise. Every tack and nade from FaZe has to hit this site. They need to throw it all in, get the trophies out so they can do something with
the window.
It's not going to hit nothing at the moment. Envoy will get that first kill as well. FaZe need the
big hold.
They find nothing. Celium last alive after putting the cruise in, and now just has to hold fire as the time ticks away for Thieves.
10 seconds. for the side of Thieves to take away map number 1. FaZe, you've got one more push at it. They gotta go. They can't find it. Octane and Draza, the AR battle, very much belonging to Thieves, as does map number 1.
And Thieves take it to them. You saw a little bit of a flash from FaZe. They could have came back into it, but it was all on the break. And Thieves didn't blink. They saw straight into the abyss and said, all right, no worries. I thought maybe, just maybe if they found something, but Envoy finding that first kill as well, FaZe had nothing.
And honestly, it feels like everybody from the side of Thieves really did chip in when needed. I think it's a single stage, at least for anybody. I think Kenny's the only one that I didn't really think in my mind had a highlight play. Draza found 3 to lock down Cantina when they were pushing over towards Barbershop. Octane found what felt like 15 kills over towards P7. And Envoy time and time again found those rotational kills. Really big game on the side of the LA Thieves. And I'd imagine Kenny was doing plenty of work on the map, but I think it was just so many highlight plays from some of the others, like Envoy finding a couple here. This was it from Draza. Yes, okay, they line up nicely for him here, but the importance of these kills can't be underestimated. Simp then falls as well. Really well played. And I mean, FaZe had 80 points heading over towards P4. That you know, that's fine. But the majority of that time went over towards Thieves, and then every single hill after that, it feels like they won the rotation as well. From this stage, they just never slowed down. And FaZe really struggled to break. It felt like on the odd occasion they threatened, then all of a sudden the Thieves player would come up with some crazy clutch to lock it in. Thieves firing on all cylinders in map number 1, and they are here for vengeance after that grand final. It's a great start to the series for them.
Yeah, I think there was some really good teamwork from Thieves as well, and that was maybe the difference from me. And out of FaZe just really struggled with the picking apart and the bait and switching. Over and over again, when they went for a break, you'd see, you know, a Thieves member go for the trade, get it, and then get out. And while FaZe tried to trade, they would end up getting gunned by someone from a different direction. It was very much a clinic from them in the end, and realistically, at one point, I think the slaying was pretty much even, but Thieves are pulling further and further ahead. Look at that, even that in the slaying department, a 0.96 there for Thieves. Sim with 23 and 14, but they just couldn't find the kills where it mattered. They actually killed more on that map. And if you think they didn't have that, 60-second P2, how bad it would have looked.
Looking over towards the general stats, LAT actually got outslayed by 1 kill there and still win it by 80. We tell you that kills, yeah, okay, they make a difference, but they are not the be-all and end-all, and that is a good example as to why. Great holds from the side of Thieves get the job done. LSCLO Search and Destroy coming up next, and they'll be looking to put away some demons. If you are the side of Thieves here, it was a 6-5 victory to the side of Atlanta FaZe last time out, of course, in the grand finals in Boston, and they'll be looking to try and turn this one around. And notoriously, I think, you know, for Thieves, I think the controls have probably hurt them, knowing how well they played in general across the whole entire event, obviously in Boston, and then to lose 2 of them in that final. I actually said it on the desk that I thought, you know, if they go on to win those controls, if they can continue, I feel like they've got a really good chance in this final. They didn't. I'm not saying that that's the only reason they lost the final, but it definitely felt influential. Of course, we do have a Search and Destroy before that, but the control will be crucial here.
Yeah, and here's the kind of thing between these two teams as well, right? Like, we kind of spoke about it before the game started. We are expecting these two teams to match up late in tournaments pretty frequently. And then it becomes a game of kind of chess between the two of them. They will know each other very, very well, from their breaks to the way that they are going to play rounds. And when you have teams like this that aren't really going to change their roster very much, because I don't see these two teams really underperforming in the near future, it basically becomes like a very, very disciplined matchup. Like, you're going to know every player on the other team, their tendencies, what they're going to do, and roughly where they're going to be, right? So when you prepare for a game like this, it's not as much about the VOD as kind of reminding yourself of the fundamentals you need to play map by map.
Those fundamentals have been solid from the side of FaZe. I mean, look, we said originally that rotations were a really big problem for them, and I didn't feel like Thieves would be a team that you would then have to really struggle about it. Yes, okay, in the statistics department, we have seen FaZe definitely get better at those rotations, but we didn't see much of it there. So fundamentals on that side of things, not great in map number 1, but map number 2, When you think of fundamentals of Search and Destroy, you think of those first bloods. Well, I just want to tell you that Atlanta FaZe's stats for this are insane. 60% of the time they are finding those first bloods. Both these two teams are the top two teams of finding them. But the difference is here as well is that the actual difference between both these two teams, and you can see already the first blood percentage on this map specifically. But LAT are second in first bloods at 53%. That's 7 full percentages behind Atlanta FaZe. That might not sound a lot, but it is. And I trust you that trust me, I should say, that it is a big, big difference. Now let's see if FaZe can actually convert something. It was a 6-5 victory for them in the Search and Destroy against Thieves. In Boston, specifically on LSC, it was 6-5 in first bloods. They are massively influential in this matchup.
Well, the first bloods haven't yet dropped on this first round. Will Kenny be the first to strike? aBeZy will be, because of course he will.
So good at it.
First blood aBeZy, but it goes down to a 3 versus 3. The trade is made.
I'm getting the start line on aBeZy's first blood as well. I'm going to throw them all out there. Simply the second one. And in terms of converting the first bloods into round wins, there is nobody better than Atlanta FaZe as well. When it comes down to LSCLO, we got a first-hand look at it on the main stage. We're getting a look at it here as well. Now, 2 versus 3 for Thieves.
Tim going to stay put. On boy, trying to find out if he can just see him as well, and he gets the first kill. They've already broken to the bomb site. Atlanta FaZe have given this up a little bit, waiting to get their way through as well. Slasher has to back off. Celium going for the wall bang, but it hasn't worked out. Oh, wait a second. I'm going to need to replay of the timing. I thought that was done.
Oh, brother.
That looks full.
Oh, that's close. It was literally... Obviously, he runs out of bullets because it's shooting him through the wall. Not quite doing the damage, but we've seen that spot from Celium before. You know he's going to play it. Let's see. Oh, this is going to be absurdly close. Oh. I'm going to say, what, less than half a second?
Yeah, something along those lines. A bullet difference, a bullet missed. May have decided that round. The wall bang from Celium. Envoy got 3 as well. And this time they get a chance to attack. Let's see if they do anything to little. Backstun's not as good as he probably would have liked it.
Tough one to take. Envoy now. Oh, hello. Let's get out there. That's another first blood for aBeZy. It's a second kill from aBeZy. This man just loves LSCLO Search and Destroy. Just loves Search and Destroy in general. Can he find it? Oh, great snap from Kenny. It's actually going to make it a 1 versus 1 now. Octane against Slasher.
And here we go. The battle we highlighted at the start of this series. Veterans, and high-performing veterans at that. Dead Silence pop for Octane. Bomb scooped up. Has to make a decision now. This will all come down to in the end. And while he goes for this plant, it gives Slasher an opportunity to catch him on the out if he goes for it.
Slasher holds the angle. Nicely done. Octane was thinking he's coming down low, but no. Slasher up top and waiting for the daddy to hit its spots, but that's 2-0 to Atlanta FaZe. It's 2 first bloods and 2 rounds. No better team at converting them. It's an absurd stat line again. I was looking at these before the game and I'm like, wow, these boys are something different. 78% of the time when they get that first blood, they are converting the round. It is a CDL high stat. The highest in the league at it, and you're getting a first-hand look. Yes, okay, that was a 1 versus 1, but they just move around the map and use their numbers advantage to the best of their ability. And we're seeing that first-hand again. 2-0 to FaZe here.
And you got to say, obviously, both of them kind of knew the angle they had to play. That's the crazy thing. I said it before. They kind of know tendencies of each other team. Let's get on board with aBeZy. The first blood maestro himself. Will he find anything this time? Xib opens the door. aBeZy throws the stun. First check here. Wall bangs coming through. aBeZy might go for a move here. Dead Silence popped. Wants his health to regen. There it goes. Now can move. Slasher finds the first blood this time around, though.
Slasher allowed by aBeZy to find that first blood. Now pushing in over towards there. These first bloods are just really hurting the side of Thieves. FaZe just play them so well. Kenny, peekaboo. Yep, aBeZy's already here and waiting. Octane having the back gun down. 2 versus 4 now for the side of Thieves.
They're trying to get in any sort of position for any sort of a pick. Slasher's going to be up top as well, and OpTic's going to try and take the gunfight, but it's a 1 versus 4. He finds the first out. The problem's going to be the rest of FaZe will have gone to ground.
There's just no way, right? Oh, good shots. No snap is not quick enough, though. Abizi is frying Thieves at the moment. I think we all remember the 1 versus 3. Hasn't had to find himself in any of those situations just yet, but a 5 and 2 KD. And just a moment again to talk about how far ahead this guy is of everybody. You know, this is actually coming from Tim, of course, but the first blood rate, as far as everybody else goes, he is above and beyond everybody else. Like the per round, the amount of first bloods that Abizi is finding per round on a general average is 0.27. The next best is 0.2 in Shotzzy. And again, it doesn't sound a lot. It is a massive difference. Abizi, best search and destroy player in the game at the moment. We're getting a first-hand look at it again here on LSC. Look.
Thieves, this time around, trying to see if they can get the first blood and they can convert, but door goes open, first blood to FaZe. Wow. Door closed. That simple. Looking for it. This could be a push here for them as well. Lots of stuns going through. Sim will get away with his life, but Abizi will drop to Envoy. Now it goes down to a 3 versus 3.
We'll be hearing this. Easy kill for Envoy. Slasher will find one on Octane now. 2 versus 2. This is looking like a more likely round for the side of Thieves. Are you going to challenge that on the cellar? You, of course you are. Kenny's here to help. Now 1 versus 1.
Slasher looks for him on the outside, but
he'll be hearing this surely.
Has hit the movement. He's going slow. That's why he's doing it. Oh, he's going to come behind him now, I think.
He's downstairs.
Oh, he's below him. It's all right. Can't tell context from that direction. Here comes the drop, and he's going to see him as well. Has to get out of there. And Slasher expects to reach out. Kenny goes for the plant.
Oh, it's bold. It's bold from the side of Kenny. Now he has the info as well. He can back him down, but Slasher still in a terrible spot.
You see him as well. Kenny goes for it and gets it with the Vaznev. Unbelievable. I'm fair saying Kenny actually jumped over some of the traces from Slasher in that round when he was wallbanging the door. But that was a dangerous position for Kenny as well. A bullet or 2 missed and Slasher might have been able to do something.
Honestly, it was really good shots from both of them. Kenny managing to hit them onto Slasher there with the Vaznev is at the disadvantage in that scenario. Slasher, the second hit, the bullets though. And that is what's going to make the difference. Thieves get themselves on the board. So that is 3 out of 4 first bloods converted for the side of FaZe, but 4 out of 4 first bloods, of course, going in their favor. If Thieves can start finding some, they'll be in a little bit of a better spot. Draza typically is a good S&D performer for the side of Thieves, not getting things done quite yet. Envoy holding in over towards it. A little bit of a slower setup from FaZe.
The trophy's going to go down. Envoy trying to just slow their roll a little bit.
Back them down.
You can see FaZe looking for an angle, and it's going to be caught as well. Laying down in the middle of it. Won't even get the trade from Octane. 2 have gone down from Thieves. And they will take full control of this bomb site as Octane and Draza will now have to clutch.
It just always feels like the Thieves are at a disadvantage. It's not working out for them so far. Octane, surely they know where you are. Good shots on the Celium nonetheless. 2 versus 3.
And now, can they find the rest of it? It is going to be difficult to dig them out, and he's not going to. The 1 versus 3 for Octane, left again in a clutch scenario. Won't even find the first bomb site as a flying FaZe player comes through the wall. And Atlanta FaZe continue to look dominant and confident on this S&D. Oh, it wasn't even Abizi. It's going to be Slasher.
I think Slasher had seen him and he was chasing him down. That's why you see Abizi come flying out of mid-map into bar, and he's like, yeah, well, we know where he is. FaZe dominant so far, the best S&D team in the game at this stage for me. I think a few people would have argued former Florida, not looking too hot at the minute. Vegas, of course, as well. But FaZe seem a different level at this moment in time. Looking to tie the series up 2 rounds away from doing so.
Sim making a play with the death silence, looking for the first. Going to find that FaZe
again
as well. And they've let him straight through. Advantage again to FaZe. Abizi now pops his own dead silence, and it's Envoy in a 1 versus 3. They're going to find him as well, and he gets away with his health, but that information means he will now be hunted down as bullets fly all around this map. And yep, he's back in spawn.
I'll keep talking about it. That is now 6 first bloods in a row for FaZe. We're going to go perfect here. You'd like to think they're going to make this 5-1, but Ken and Voight pull something out of the fire here. Celium spotted him. Here come the rest of them. There you go. Another round to FaZe. This is as dominant as you could possibly want if you're an Atlanta FaZe fan. Search and Destroy is looking quite final.
Over and over again, Thieves just don't seem to look like they are comfortable on this map. They lose the first bloods. Their angles are open. And FaZe keep finding it just over and over again. It's one of these ones where they watch the VOD going, yep, we left it open this 1 round out of 8 and they found it.
Can Thieves find a bounce back here? Draws are yet to get on the board. Not ideal from his point of view. Stun comes through, the check will be there. aBeZy, another first blood. If they close out this round, they would have done it in every single round of El Asilo here against the Thieves. It's now a 3 versus 4. 3 versus 2, sorry, in their favor.
Kenny playing patient. The doors are closed, and that presents a little bit of an issue for him. He would like to go through there and see if he could just peek and find somebody. We might see Simp. He's going to see it. No, but Simp sees him first, and Kenny goes down. Octane left in a clutch again. I feel like I'm just repeating myself, but the rounds have basically all been the same.
Same old story. Octane left. 1 versus 3. He has been quite often left on his own, but that is as high a level of a search and destroy as you could possibly want from Atlanta FaZe. Thieves just not at the races. Draza, I don't believe he found a kill and will walk away and have to regain after that. But FaZe, you find the first bloods, you win the S&Ds. It's as simple as that. And they did it every single round.
And FaZe, I feel like there is very little from LA Thieves that you could say, hey, they were doing this wrong. It was just first blood after first blood. Draza never found a kill the entire game. Didn't even get the damage for a full kill at the end of it, realistically. Like, kind of a crazy round for them. But the first bloods, it's just clinical from them. There shouldn't be that many.
I mean, at this stage, I like, just to reiterate what I've been saying, Tim's putting some good stuff out there on Twitter. Make sure to follow all of our stats, guys. But like, to see the graph that he actually put up, to see the difference between normal people and aBeZy in terms of these first bloods. He was the one that found the most again on FaZe, who found every single one of them. And when you're at that much of a disadvantage, that many rounds in a row, this kind of scoreline is going to happen.
Hey, on a positive,
okay,
Draza has got himself into a very elite club. 3rd donut of the season, I believe, with Nero and Vivid. So you win some, you lose some, really.
First one in the top 250 in round play, though.
Hey, that's very true. Well, we said it'd be a good series, but that S&D was kind of insane with the first bloods ton, and I don't know how much more we can break down about it. I'm guessing that the Thieves are going to have to really look and figure out a way to stop aBeZy.
Yeah, they need to. I mean, look, map number 1 was really good performance from the side of Thieves, but they'll be looking back at that search and destroy, because you can see, if that first blood happens so many times, you can see what's going wrong. I'm sure they'll review it and they will come back stronger, but that's going to be a tough one to take. Control coming up next. You need to fix your heads and get into it, because this is going to be an important one based on what we see in map number 2. You don't want to see map number 5.
You certainly don't. Well, let's find out how map number 3 will go after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action here on the Call of Duty League. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CDL. There's our wonderful control room showing you all the point of views, and that's why it's not easy to run a production setup, well, compared to what some people on social media say, but this is a wonderful group of people, and I love them all, and I'm probably going to just send them a massive box of donuts at some point, Ton.
Well, why would you spoil it? I know you said it.
Hey,
you said it to me before.
I love them.
Spoil it.
I love them. They're getting a present.
All right, okay. I do like them as well, but you know, if you want to be a kiss ass, you feel free, bro. Yeah, you know. I mean, it sounds like they're keen for the donuts. They're keen for the donuts. Shout out to all those guys back there, though. Thank you very much. We got a donut map number 2 as well. Pricey, we forget about that one. I don't think Draza will for a little while. That one is a tough one to take, but FaZe steamrolled through Thieves in map number 2. After Thieves with a really comfortable map number 1. This series is set up very nicely as we head into map number 3. The records pretty similar. Of course, you can see the offensive win rate there for the side of FaZe is looking a little bit better, but overall, both these two teams are very good at wholesale control. It's a bit of a square up. Which way does this one go?
Oh, at the moment, can we get the first blood? And there is a kind of a trick here, by the way. You can play on this B push if you are the first team, because the defending team won't have trophies. So if you'll run it, throw all your nades, they're effectively a bit more effective because nothing will block them. But it hasn't worked out at the moment for them, and they will go for A here at this point, Thieves.
Somebody's been playing ranked play, haven't they?
Yeah,
here we go. Thieves get themselves over towards the A side. It's going to be a lock on to get them a hold of this one. FaZe will not have a chance now to maybe counteract this as Draza will find Celium. Just a note on Thieves as well. They won 8 controls in a row before they were stopped in that grand finals against FaZe, losing both. But this A point is going to go over towards the side of Thieves now. Got a full 2 minutes to make their way over towards B. Octane will find Simp on the way around. These kills towards the back are influential. How many times have we talked about it? Bedroom control is paramount. Gotta make sure you lock it in. This is really nice from Thieves.
We're going for that fast break, and you are right.
Oh, wow.
The only thing that stands ahead of them is going to be a player in bedroom. BZ. Can he do it? That first tick? He's slowly but surely coming in. It's already through. Draza now trying to set up for the wrong side. BZ finds a kill at the same time, and they're putting the squeeze and they go down, and it's a fight every single direction. Kenny comes away with the first trade. It's him versus Slasher. Has to just stay ducking and diving.
Staying alive as best as he can. Draza to the rescue. Now FaZe spawning out. Nobody inside a bedroom. If you have Thieves, yeah, okay, we could say just stack it, but make sure you find these kills. The big push through mid-map's going to come in. Octane will find one. Draza another. Is that the round of the back?
Well, Draza's the last player alive. It will slowly go through as he's just going to play his life. Slasher goes for it. It's no good.
Lovely.
It's done.
Wow.
Thieves go A, go B, win.
I mean, getting themselves over towards A, it's a nice little slay out there. You get the job done. All right, if you're FaZe, you're not panicking. But the transition is what makes the difference there. Octane and Code towards the back, get the job done. And FaZe have to rely on that player in bedroom. Yeah, okay, we talk about it so often. Being in bedroom is so important. But if you found 3 towards the back, who's left alive on the map? It's a BZ. Where the hell else is he going to be? If you're Thieves, you are aiming towards that top bedroom. Yes, okay, it does poke out and find one, but that is it. Thieves, that was very, very efficient. Get it done in pretty much record time. Now they have to defend. Well done.
Ready for kills going down. Draza looking to get off that donut and just put some pressure on this control. Simp now looking for a little bit of control himself, looking for the players he knows going to be in kitchen. You can see Atlanta FaZe starting to get into a position, but they've got to deal with Kenny.
Simp is, yeah, to try and ease some of this pressure that Thieves are putting on. You can see Thieves on the minimap. Just having a little look. They know A is not the be-all and end-all if you do go on to lose it. Just a little bit of a squeeze here. Even if they don't find the kills to retake this, they're in a position to stop FaZe going any further.
BZ finds the first as well as they look forward to get into this. And somehow
they're all dead.
Against Octane. 1 health remaining. And now moving fast. Actually going to get a little bit stunned, so his health stops regenerating as well. It stops him in his track as the nade will hit him at the same time. Thieves already looking to lock this one down and not let them through.
Good shots coming in from Octane to eventually clean up on Slasher. Envoy there to help with Celium. Simp's still past the halfway line though. The rest of the team on the way. Well cleaned out by Thieves. And got rid of one of the FaZe players that was going to cause issue And that got a little bit scary for a second. That collapse on over towards A said it's to contain FaZe as much as you can. So you've got at least some information as to where they are. They all get wiped and nearly get punished for it. With Thieves now, less about holding your spawn. But, I mean, the spawn into bottom lights is going to bless a BZ. That caught me off guard.
And here's the thing. They're going to send a BZ in to bedroom and trying to see if he can dig them out. For the rest of the Thieves, they are digging in themselves. Let's do a listen in with LA Thieves and find out how they're feeling in the comms.
Dig right. I'm staying on mid. Go ahead, go ahead. He's on bed, he's on the ladder, Hey, I'm on the vent. You're right side. Yeah, you're right side. He can be got it, he stuff goes. Hot the wall. Another one. Cat, dead.
Nice. He's still bottom bed.
I killed him.
No, Tyler. Oh, he hit light stairs. Top light's going bottom bed. Bottom bed. He's standing on the ladder. Tyler.
There he goes. Let's go. He stopped. One shot, Sim going cat, res late.
I might be able to pick it up from Dove.
He's cat late. He's big as fuck. Top bed 2 sec. Gotta live. He's there. Low bed, one shot.
Good job, Sam.
Hey, I'm top ladder. Low bed going top ladder. You can chill.
I'm on our bed. Take me checking everything.
D2. One ladder. Nice ladder.
I'm checking ladder point.
Top lights and point. Alright, now we can look.
I'm top bed. D1. One shot.
And Homework going to speed of the comms accelerates. Thieves get a little bit panicked, a little bit flustered, but they hold every single direction. The huge wrap in bedroom, by the way, just caught out of FaZe a little bit off guard. But Thieves hold it, and there is a great example of how comms can change from point to point. Thieves sounded calm when they were trying to figure out where FaZe were and were applying the pressure. And then it got mixy, and everybody was spitting.
And that's what it has to be like. I mean, you listen to Thieves, and I think a huge highlight of Octane and what he brings to a team is his comms. They are, for me, the best in the game. Whenever we go to listen-ins, I'm always thinking about what's Octane saying. He's always so slow and calm. But then, you're right, because FaZe start panicking. There's not much more time to go here. We have to start moving fast, so do the comms. Elliot Thieves get the job done, though. That's 2-0 now. An attacking defense underneath their belt. They're looking over towards A. Trying to lock it in nice and early. It'll be a good 2 minutes and 16 seconds if they can do it perfectly here. Over towards the restaurant.
Will Simp go for this? It could be the double chow. One up high, one down low, but Selim will eventually get the trade. Envoy's going to look for it as well. Selim is not going to have any joy. That is A secured again very, very fast. Can they repeat the magic trick?
FaZe don't have anybody in bedroom here, but the problem is Thieves will expect it. So everybody from the front, and now come FaZe. Draws it towards the back, he's got a job to do here. Should get traded, will get traded. Simp will take him down. Octane not in a bad spot, though, to slow down any pressure that FaZe will start to put on. As they spawn over towards kitchen, though, so that will give them the indication somebody is over here towards bedroom. Of course, it is a BZ. BZ now dead. Octane's done well. Map a little bit all over the place here, but not a bad spot for the side of Thieves.
Looking for a few more kills, and Octane will probably want control. Jumps out with a wide chow and wipes him off the map. It's given Atlanta FaZe an opportunity. They're moving into bedroom, they're moving into lights. They just want to keep pushing this one forward. And it's going to take a little while. Kenny's going to go on the flank, but it's going to take some time for that to become active.
I'd have loved to see that kill from Sim from his POV. That looked disgusting. 40-6 from Envoy. Needs to keep continuing to clear out the side of FaZe, but Celium towards the back is causing a lot of issues as well. Feels like Thieves are kind of headbutting at the moment. Need to slow this one down, maybe be a bit more meticulous. But is that maybe just FaZe the ones that are making it a little bit chaotic? Great shots coming in there across the map, but still, FaZe in control. Lives, somehow even.
Guys are ready to put the pressure on the side. Celium going to be waiting for him as well. And right now, Thieves cannot find any purchase. They're trying to figure out a way through this as Slash continues it going forward. Every single time we're seeing a FaZe member push through and find members of the Thieves, it is frustrating them as they can't get all 4 of their players on the right side of the map. Oh, wait.
This is a chance. Basically, Slasher over towards the back though, but Thieves have that information. I'm pretty sure they know at least one of the players is here. If they can scope out the other, this will help as they are on point. They're counting it down, but Abizi will be there to find one. Slasher still alive towards the back as well. Still going. It's Abizi and Slasher towards bedroom. Last 2 alive momentarily for FaZe, and you can see that Thieves are pushed up. Final opportunity, 15 seconds to go.
Already a few kills going down. Atlanta FaZe hold all the cards. Simp going to look for this player as well, finds him. And while the pressure will come through, Abizi is waiting. Envoy will fall to him at the same time. Comes out, looks for the second kill, gets it easily. And Abizi waiting in the wings will shut down the Thieves' attack.
Lovely stuff. Once again, just doing his job to the highest level. But that's only the first round for FaZe. They still need to find an attack of their own. And then based on the slaying, I mean, it's hard to say. We'll keep an eye on it. Looking towards the ticks there as well. I don't think Thieves got much over towards the B side. I'd have to have it confirmed. But either way, things looking good still for the side of Thieves. What can FaZe do to answer back here? Can we see a round number 5, or do Thieves head into the lead over towards Emerson?
He's already moving forward, being aggressive here this time on A, and the kills will just fall their way this time. And LA Thieves probably won't even bother coming over to this point. They're not going to find a kill here. They'll be looking for an exit and to spread this map out.
Nice from Slasher there. I actually quite like that. It's heads-up play. Expecting the pinch to start to come through, and again, Thieves did that last time. They wanted to set up around the point, squeeze FaZe in, at least get a count on exactly where they are to help them formulate a better defensive plan. But Slasher slowly making his way around, his teammates making their way around towards the side of the Thieves spawn. Good check from Kenny though. Catches Slasher out. It's a bit of bad timing on his behalf, but nonetheless, look at where Abizi is. He will cause issue here. They just need to set up with him. It's a push through bedroom. You got to clear that out. Look at Envoy all the way towards the back though, primed and ready to go over towards bedroom when needed.
On a 4-string at the moment, Abizi wants to make it 5. Will be heard here by Octane, and almost gets a 360 as he goes through the door. But Octane will find both and shut down that flank completely. And now they move. Thieves looking for more bedroom control. They are not allowing them to do anything, no matter what fancy magical tricks Abizi tries to pull.
And the thing is here, Thieves don't know exactly where the side of FaZe are spawning. They are going to find a little crack in the defense of Thieves here, and Abizi will find Octane. Now this is panic stations for the side of Thieves. They've got to get themselves over there. Slasher will find another. This is a big opportunity.
They have managed to get their way through.
Gotta go.
Envoy needs to find something here as well. That second tick is in. The third is rocking forward as well.
Oh, it's gone.
Thieves can find nothing. He dives into the point, into the gun of Slasher. And Atlanta FaZe find a win. It's all tied up as we move towards round number 5.
Oh, and if you're Thieves, you've got all the information you want. You're pushed so far up that it forces the kitchen spawn. Somebody in restaurant to cut off anything going on over there. You got someone towards the back of bedroom as well. It's actually all the way to the car park. Just chilling, waiting for players to transition over. But you cannot account for the fact that you all get gunned. For Thieves, that's pretty much played the round perfectly until they didn't. Atlanta FaZe do a good job of getting themselves out. And all of a sudden, out of nothing, it's 2 rounds in a row from them after Thieves started with 2 rounds in a row of their own. And we go to a round number 5. It's Atlanta FaZe on the attack. Can they do that again?
And now they're looking for it. Abizi on the attack. Thieves this time have stacked it as well. Envoy will find that first blood.
Oh, they're ready.
Envoy finds a second. Abizi will have to try and do something pretty spectacular here as he gets away with it and eventually falls at the same time. They've got to be careful here, though, Thieves. Bit of a split going through. Which one do they commit to?
Yeah, a bit of a stretch over for the side of Atlanta FaZe. If you're Thieves, what do you make the decision to do here? Okay, they're going to clear A off now, and now they're going to be pulled over towards the B side. Slasher is set up here. This is lovely from the side of FaZe. Great shots from Slasher. Are they going to line up for any more? Here they come through the middle of the map. Thieves trying for the retake.
Already that second tick's going through. At some point, they have to go with it. That team kill could move to Sasha Celium. Takes a Semtex to the face, but is alive. Sin still laying down, goes for the kill onto him, and B is locked in. B is locked in. I was just double checking there, and Thieves will have to settle to defending A. There is an order on a menu, and it's one item. It's snakes, and it's going to the restaurant, because that's what they're going to have to do to hold this for almost 2 minutes.
We have seen teams hold it. We have seen it happen. It is not completely done and dusted here for the side of FaZe. Really good player by Thieves. They are locking down Kitchen. They need to hold this as best they can. It spawns FaZe away. It makes it just that little bit harder to get over towards that side of the map. And something in the favor of Thieves is the lives as well. There's only 14 remaining for FaZe with 1:20 to go. You've got to be a little bit more careful with your lives here.
Old Dane feeling the pressure, you know, and he doesn't find anybody, just waiting for them
Big shots.
Kenny continuing to run rampant. 15 and 23 so far, but these kills now matter. Draza finds one on the flank as well. And Thieves are doing a great job of splitting this map in half and keeping control of A.
Oh, wow. It's great shots from Slasher. Draza has to back down from his position, but you wouldn't be expecting Kenny inside of Jewel. There's one. The second perfectly set up with the stun. Slasher, the next one on the chopping block, potentially he will find the kill. Finds a second as well with the grenade. Step inside the point. The snake's on point from Draza. Finds a second. All alone, he had to find that. The rest of Thieves now on the way, but FaZe are here in numbers as well.
And Draza just staying alive on a 4-streak as well.
40v7.
Rubber ankles, boing, boing, just continuing going. The pressure will mount here. Come out of FaZe. He has to keep on going with it as well. So he's got him on tape, just throwing every bit of that he can do as well.
Look at Envoy.
The flank from Envoy will have to come through. The Denny
He's silent.
Hero play, but they are snaking in Restaurant every single step of the way, and he gets two. Surely not the third. Oh! Gun Slasher! Oh my goodness! The flank pays out from Envoy's huge map. 29 and 17, and the Snakes have been thrown into a pit that Indiana Jones will fall in at some point. But my goodness, what an ending!
Observer's MVP for getting to that one. You've seen him on the minimap. I was ready to call it myself. And he makes the smart play about not shooting immediately. He knows the Snaky's going to be going on. He can't just go for the heads. He moves himself round into the position where he can pounce as quickly as possible. Finds two, slashes the next one. Lovely stuff from Envoy. And what was looking like a round that was well played from Thieves. And then FaZe break in. But Envoy says absolutely not. It is a stellar map from him at 29 and 17. 25 non-traded kills. What a game.
What an ending. And the stress he must have been feeling to hit that pinch at that time. The Denny was ticking. His teammates were falling. And he finds it when he needs it. Also, a big shout to Draza. He held the fort as long as he could. What a ridiculous game of control. We knew what that restaurant was going to come down to. Everybody bouncing like the pogo sticks were on sale.
Despicable, really. But, I mean, look at a perfect counter from Envoy. He knows exactly what's going to happen in that situation. He knows where they're going to be, and he uses it to his advantage. I'm sure we'll obviously get a replay of it towards the end of these highlights. But it was a really good start from Thieves. FaZe started clawing back like they always do. They are never out of it until the game is over.
Well, I guess Thieves learned to phase up. They can do it too. Oh, that control was great.
That was really good.
I was thinking it was going to be pretty faster after I saw Thieves get the first two, but FaZe made a really good fight of it, and if it wasn't for this play...
Yeah, here we go, here we go.
End.
Yeah, he knows what they're going to do. Slasher watching the back, you ain't watching nothing, son. Lovely from Envoy to close it out. And I really feel like that was a must-win for the side of Thieves. Looking towards the eliminations, it's a pretty heavy outside from the side of Thieves, of course, with the 3-2 victory. 29-17 from both Draza and Envoy. Both with 5 assists as well. Perfectly balanced, like everything should be.
Yeah, really big game from them as well. I mean, they did have 3 defenses, but it came down to just the tiniest thing there as well. Like, you got to think, if Slasher had found him, there was basically no way Thieves were breaking back into that point. There was too many ready for it. But LA, they find the second respawn. They want the third.
Embassy Hardpoint coming up. Hey, I tell you what, this has been a good one, hasn't it? We close out the week. Lovely stuff. Honestly, we kind of expected this as a potential for a really good game, because Thieves against FaZe, it's pretty much guaranteed every single time. But with Thieves' online form, there was a query, especially we were sitting in the green room thinking to ourselves, okay, this should be good, but it might not be, because FaZe have been so good recently, but Thieves very much turning up here after what was a very disappointing start to their stage 3 with a loss to the side of Vegas, but looking great so far. This Hardpoint, though, it is a bit more of a difficult one. We didn't see a great performance from Thieves on it the other day. Atlanta looked pretty decent at 7-4. Rotations are going to be important. Both two teams not necessarily setting any records in that regard on this map in particular. Atlanta with a very slight edge, I would say, heading into this one, and a Greenberg Hotel Search and Destroy, we may well see it. But based on what we've seen in map number 2, I don't think Thieves want to.
No. I think FaZe are on the cusp of breaking the S&D record streak, right? So like that is just something you never want to face. Like you're never going to sit there and go, oh yeah, you know, maybe we get to a map 5 we can take it, but not against this team. The thing is, the Thieves have been looking very good in the respawn, but with these two teams, I can never really count anything out. They've done their vetoes, they've done their homework, they're both incredibly talented.
Both solid squads. A lot of people would argue the two best teams in the game at the moment, really going toe-to-toe here. Now, Embassy is a map we didn't see in the grand final between these two teams. And just having a look at some of the base stats heading towards it, as mentioned, both teams very much on the lower end of things when it does come down to rotations. 9th and 11th respectively for the side of LA Thieves, and then Atlanta. But Atlanta with the edge in breaking, which is surprising considering what we've seen from Thieves on in general, but Envoy having a great series so far. S&D wasn't too hot. The other two, though, looking great. A 1.38 overall, and do not underestimate those 3 kills towards the end. I mean, I think you would struggle to. Really big plays coming out from Envoy. The KD of a 1.38 doesn't justify the plays that this man has been making for the squad.
I think it's always good between these because realistically, when you look at both teams, every single player has been called an X Factor at some point. Like, it's just a fact of how it is. You think map number 1, Octane, had a ridiculous series. You know, Abizi in the S&D went off. We know there are superstars, and the talent is so deep in both of these rosters, and they haven't changed in a while. Like I said, Slash is the newest addition to this, right? And even we know, like, the statistics for him are phenomenal. And it's one of the reasons, like, I'm so confident right now to say that realistically, basically, unless something changes, every single major moving forward, you wouldn't be outside saying top 3 is expected for both of these at all times.
We will probably see this as a grand final again this season. I wouldn't put it past it. It wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. Both these two teams, when it does come to LAN especially, have really been performing so far, or at least did in Boston. Hey, after last year, you never know. We might have a completely different final every single time. Until it gets towards the end of the year, when we do maybe get some consistency. It's very hard to benchmark for the most part of where we are sitting at with teams in terms of rankings. Yeah, okay, we've got a general idea. And I think a lot of people would still probably put FaZe as the number 1 team in the game, and rightfully so. But Thieves are not far off, and very much showing it here in this series. And map number 4 beckons. FaZe are behind. For how long is the question? And again, just to reiterate, Embassy 7-4 record for the side of Atlanta. FaZe, Thieves is sitting at 4-4. Game has dropped. Their time will hopefully be the charm, because I know everybody at home wants to get into this Embassy Hardpoint. It's been a banger of a series so far, Brycey.
It has been a great series, and maybe that's just why they're just tantalizing the taste buds to figure out who comes out in front of this one. Ton, if you had to be put on the spot, if you had to call it, how do you think this map actually goes?
I'm gonna go with a curveball.
Okay.
I'm gonna say Atlanta.
This is gonna be horrific. I already know it.
I think Atlanta FaZe might blow them away, to be honest with you. I'm feeling like a big redemption game coming in. It wouldn't surprise me if this is a 100-point win from the side of FaZe, based on how we've seen them bounce back. They don't seem to be deterred by a map loss. They are very happy to head into a map number 4 behind. They know they have the credentials to go on to win any map in Simp so far in Major 2. I mean, sorry, this was a Major 2 Grand Finals KD. It was a 1.08, a 1.29 in the Search and Destroy. And those kind of numbers from him are not surprising. Played crazy against Florida yesterday, and now looking to add to that with another good game here against the Thieves. And he's been pretty solid. But I just, again, when it comes to FaZe, when they win it, it feels just like they have another level to hit. If they do hit that other level here, I fully believe we're heading to a map number 5.
All right, well, we'll have to find out. We're going to go for a quick break while we fix something. I think all the snaking, somebody broke their ankle, so we're going to get that fixed, and then we'll be back for this next map. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this break for more Call of Duty League. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. I believe the bugs have been ironed out and everything has been fixed. If you are just joining us, LA Thieves versus Atlanta FaZe. Currently, it's going to be LA Thieves leading after an incredible control against FaZe. 2-1 is the series score. Hardpoint's up next.
Here we go, Embassy. Hopefully. No, production stops ruining my day. It's not going to happen and we're not going in. Third time was not the charm. PC's unfortunately having an issue. I mean, Atlanta FaZe just on there.
Wow. I don't know if it's the PC's having an issue or whether 3 of the players have just vanished. Maybe Thanos has been in the middle of the break and we've just lost them. Well, that would be 4, which is upsetting. But we didn't get all of them. There we go. Now it works. It's half of them have disappeared.
Well, I don't know. You know, I'm sure Temper's at the FaZe facility. Maybe they're getting a highlight of an unreleased track. Maybe something along those lines.
LATs look very, very comfortable. I'll tell you that, though. Kenny's having a good time.
They're feeling good. They're 2-1 up in this series, Bryce. They've got to be feeling good. The respawns have looked fantastic. The Search and Destroy, not that great, but you are going up against FaZe. And I mean, I'm going to save some of these stats if we do go into map number 5, because we've got a few more of what it's just absurd. From like Abizi is on a different level. I think we all kind of have come to that agreement. But again, some of the numbers that back that up just further cement as the best Search and Destroy player in the game. But Major number 2 is where they, of course, went on to win the event, and FaZe have looked really good since then. Looking for a bounce back here, though they are behind in the series.
Well, they certainly have. And speaking of Major 2, while we wait to get this 100% sorted, here's a recap of everything you might have missed.
What's up, everybody? Welcome in. We got a jam-packed house, and it is going to be an epic day of Call of Duty.
Planes get canceled, luggage get lost, but it don't matter, okay? Because I got the hottest fans in the game here with me.
You hear my heartbeat pounding.
Y'all ready to get the matches going? OpTic, without question, have the edge. What have we just seen? Joey D, what can you tell me about the Thieves right now?
They are world champions for a reason.
Minnesota, when they get dialed in, they will pull out their sneaky tricks. FaZe group, the squad that everyone would always just put automatically into the final. It's been bitter cold out there in Boston. But Mother Nature's got nothing on these Call of Duty loving Homo sapiens.
Here we go, threads the needle.
Here he comes! What a ridiculous storyline we've had here. Down and down we go. Thieves lose to OpTic in the very first match of the tournament. Now we see them 9 straight victories.
I don't forgive, I don't forget, I don't forget. You did me wrong, I'll tag along. Like a hit song, you can turn on.
This is going to be an epic rematch, a chance for redemption if you're the LA Thieves.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The map has started. We're straight into it this time. Welcome to the Hardpoint. We're on board with Envoy. P1 has started. The guns are up. We're good.
Oh, well, I wonder if that break is ice to the side of Thieves. Or has it? It's a good start for them as they will start to pick up some points. And typically they are a squad who do well on P1 in the grand scheme of things. They are the team who pick up a good, solid amount of time. But P2 has been a massive struggle for them. We'll get a first-hand look at that within this first minute and 20 seconds. Well, let's see how things are going to go down. Draza, lock it down up top, just trying to stay alive. Abizi is there, though, to shut that down. Bit of a mixy map to kick things off. Where can FaZe get themselves set up here for P2?
And this is all about it. Kenny's already been found that they're looking for him. Kenny Abizi go for the chow. Be Kenny this time around, Ton.
Big win. Managed to find that. That shuts down anything looking over towards P1, which would have helped FaZe get some time. They're still getting some time. I'd imagine Kenny will pick it, and he does. And now it's all about these transitional kills. Abizi behind them, though. Need to clear them out as quickly as he can. There's 2 just to break things wide open. Centers onto Kenny, but he will shut him down. But that has allowed just a little bit of a gap for FaZe to push through. Slasher 4-0 to kick things off. And there's the break for FaZe.
Okay, that's going to get away from that cut. cars. They finds 2 as well. Neither team really been able to touch this. Eventually, it will be the Thieves being able to get into this point, but so much time has elapsed with so few points scored.
This is a nice setup now from the side of Thieves. Spawn in's gonna come in towards the car park there, and Celium might actually just come and clean up. Didn't expect the second one to be there. Thieves then spawning back there towards the back car park as well, so it's kind of all over the place, and he was actually going to come out of these gunfights. It will be the side of Thieves. 15 seconds to go. FaZe will lick their wounds, walk away, and set themselves up over towards the P3 side. Slasher heading over towards this side, expecting the push to come in from the car park, and the perfect setup was kind of there for both two teams. Spawns, of course, as mentioned, a little bit funky. Well, P3 is going to be here now for the side of FaZe. Can they lock in some decent time? Rotations are the name of the game. When it does come down to for the side of FaZe, both two teams a little bit lower on the side of things, but can they get it done? Yes, they can. Beezy finds 2. Slasher, another. They're able to lock this one in. Thieves really nowhere to be seen, with FaZe setting up over towards P4 as well. By the way, we have lost Pricey. I haven't just decided just to talk forever. Still locking this one in, though. Shots flying through. Octane will have to back on down as the shots will then connect from FaZe. Slasher is here to help clean this up. The only one that can really do anything over the side of Thieves is going to be Envoy, who's going to be heading over towards that rotation and over towards P4. But this game is very much even as we head into a 4th hill. Octane may well be there for this side of Thieves to maybe pick up some scrap time. You will be, but FaZe are the first ones here heading over towards P4. Bryson, you back?
I am certainly back.
Hey.
Fortunately, all the little things that can happen during a broadcast, but it doesn't matter because this game is still underway as both teams trade blows across the map. A lot of FaZe looking to lock down a little bit of time here and get their lead back. The rest of Thieves spreading out, desperately searching for a group, and they've got him. Only one left alive as Celium has to try and deflect them, but then Thieves are hunting him down. He's got a dash to back him up, and somehow he's still alive in this position. Looks for the second, eventually shut down by Draza, but what a break from Thieves.
Really well played. Hit them from so many different angles. It's kind of set up by the player who is still alive and kicking over towards it. And one player I just feel like we haven't spoke about so much in this series. I feel like everybody else has had their highlight moments. Kenny going up at 11 at 8. Big shots coming in from Octane again. It's all 3 players from FaZe that were pushing him. Sent to the respawn queue. Sent over towards the next hill. That final bit of scrap time over to Thieves. Envoy already here on the transition to Kitchen Simp. Oh, it's a bit of a misplay actually from Envoy, but still alive and kicking. Just putting the pressure in, but it's looking like a FaZe lockdown as we head over towards P5.
Slasher will be called out by Kenny as he tries to get the right angle onto him, and eventually will find him. And then now here comes the squeeze as well, straight through the door, and Simp will gun him down before anything more can happen. Octane trying to shoot 2 directions at once. Won't find it either. FaZe not in the best position they would want to be as they are slowly but surely losing map control to Thieves.
That's going to help. That's going to help for a little bit of a pinch here. Trying to find a way through. FaZe have to win their gunfights, and that's something they are pretty good at doing. All 4 dead. And that was looking like a situation for the side of Thieves that could have been dangerous. The pinch was there. It was very much looking like a break could come through. 20 seconds to play for here. FaZe looking like they're going to pick up every single one of those. Can Envoy? No, will come back in the middle of the map. May just well try and take away this final 10 seconds. Push comes through. Octane and Draza get there. They will get away with that final 10 seconds. We're pretty much going to be tied as we head back over towards P1. Positionally, Thieves not in a terrible spot to be able to do something with this here. And as we mentioned at the top of this map, P1 is something that they do get a decent amount of time from over and over again. Can they do that here this time?
You can see both teams again fighting around this P1 for positioning. 9 points separates them, and it could have gone so differently for either team realistically as they're really putting the heaters onto this respawn. Slasher looking to make sure nobody comes up past AC for him. Eventually a little bit of time here now for Atlanta FaZe, but they have to get out of it as they lose the kills again. And it might be the same old story. Nobody wants to push, nobody wants to commit.
Oh, look at the spawn though, and that comes in over towards PD. FaZe will happily take that. Now it's about these rotational gunfights. 20 seconds until we get over towards P2. Simp is here to try and shut things down. Thieves have got plenty numbers, and they've actually picked up some really decent time over towards P1. The game is pretty much tied. It's now about 25 points, so good job from the side of Thieves. Car park control here as well. This is a nice setup that's transpired for the side of Thieves. Looking good over towards P2 as well.
They have a big lock in here, but will FaZe do not want to fall again in the hard point. So they're now going to stick the pressure on with the stack. Let's have a listen in with Atlanta FaZe.
One shot, back wall. One
dance. Yeah, I can't. One dance. All good. Take your time.
Yeah.
Gas.
We play gas here. Still on the truck, yeah.
Gas front mid. X front mid. Time. Trying to get Texans.
Yeah, the trophy. On the top. Trophy should be going. One shot. Stun. I'm trying.
One time.
Okay. All's dead. All's one shot, guys. Okay, all's inside.
I just signed right now.
Try and get this.
Can we close front?
I'm rotating with Tyler. Let's go orange.
Yeah, stop. He's front time. I can't get him yet.
Orange.
Front dead. I got the shot.
Bullets cannon.
Maybe 20 type before you guys.
Top here. Top here. Lots of tops on the heady.
One step before, guys.
I said, top PC heady.
Crossing sign.
I'm sign right now, weak. Orange dead. Nice, I grabbed the other one. Orange, I'm dead. Nice, I'm with you. Too. Probably office.
Right top office, yeah.
On time. AC jumped the time. Shine.
Top time. Top time got me, Sam.
Yeah,
and type before.
Okay.
And some frustration from the side of FaZe starting to creep in some of those comms. A couple of sides here and there. 70 points behind, it's a full 60, but we know how good they can be, and we know that that isn't something that could be too far away. Sim trying to lock down P3, he's got the help of Slasher here. 20 seconds left to play for here, and it is a crucial 20 seconds. They're not going to get it. Rotation does belong to them, but they would have liked that final 15, Bryce.
They certainly would. Strap in the seatbelt, though. You said frustration was hitting FaZe. They now need to hold off the Thieves. They need this time desperately. Draza will be the first to fall. A trade comes through already with Kenny. And the pressure is coming. The hard point is popped. Abizi looking for the kill, and he will get the first one. But he's weak for Octane. And as he goes around the corner, down he falls. Draza finds a second, and Sim has to hold the gates. And down he falls to Draza. It's a quick break for Thieves.
And the best breaking team on the game is showing it there. Approach from so many different angles. Kenny and Co just continuing to lock this time down. They broke 200 points. Instead, I thought that it might be actually FaZe to send us to a map number 5 by blowing Thieves away. The shoe is very much on the other foot here. Thieves in the ascendancy, Brycey. Dross has found 3 on his own as well. This might be game.
They have just pushed the back at every single thing here, and the worst part is FaZe now have to rotate, but when they rotate, they're only going to be about 10 seconds away. I think it's 12 seconds in total, and Thieves will be looking like a predator waiting. Here comes Kenny, but he finds none of them. Eventually we'll find one. I think Draza will find it ridiculous. He gets more kills. He's on a 7 streak himself, 22 and 4.
Oh, all right.
Oh my goodness, this game is basically over, and they're trying to just keep them at bay, but FaZe find a break. But can they find 2 more hills?
Oh, remember that body shooting if this game turns on its head. It's still a long way to go for the side of FaZe. Thieves, 19 seconds away. We've seen them pick up more than that. No, Sim's actually just going to beat Octane down the bottom toilets, and keep an eye on the spawns here for Thieves. Where do they want to set up? They have to try and not panic. 30 seconds still to go here over towards kitchen, though. They're going to have another stab.
Here they go. Slash already finds one, though. Draza going to find him as well. Gets him with the wall back. And Abizi will have to win this gunfight, and he does. They're back into it. Abizi with 2. And Anna FaZe keeping the dream alive. Surely the body shots can't be that bad luck.
I'm nervous for him, because a lot of this kill feed has looked like FaZe throughout the last minute or so. 178 is the number they will hit before we head into the 3rd rotation of hills. Draws are here on Overwatch, and this is the position you want to be in to help defend your team. Thieves starting to take up a little bit of time. Abizi wants that top control, gets it. 3 kills falling now towards the side of Atlanta FaZe. Thieves not spawning exactly where they want to, but they will continue to get time here, and that's ticking up.
And they have to be perfect, but Abizi is being every bit of that. But realistically, FaZe have to go. They don't have the time to mess about. And Simple find one. Looks for the second one. Down he goes. But with 5 seconds left to go, Atlanta FaZe have to keep trading. They cannot afford to take any foot off the pedal. It's 3 seconds, and Thieves will keep throwing bodies at it. They've got another deflection. Oh, we will get one. Cellium will get it. They're set up for P2. Kenny's going to be sitting ambulance. And the worst part here for FaZe is they couldn't really get in any sort of position.
Oh, they might go for it here. They might go for it here. They have P2, but they may well go for it over towards P1. Octane He's just watching over. That's game.
It doesn't end with a bang. It ends with a whimper. The body shoot doesn't work out. Thieves played for the 7 seconds of scrap time. And they walk away with a victory. Cooking on the hard points. The respawns are all them. And FaZe, while they had a bit of a comeback, put themselves in that position.
And it was just so fast and frantic towards the end, and FaZe was just starting to set up forward towards P2 because they know they need to. But it's such a double-edged sword because you have to keep contesting over towards P1. And in the end, it actually, I was about to comment that it feels like Thieves are being a little bit frantic towards it, but because they know they can be. They've got so much time to then try and break over towards P2. They chip away at it on P1. And I'm not gonna lie, that body shooting from Drawza had me a little bit worried for them because FaZe was starting to stretch their legs back into it. But it's a huge game from him, Octane, the whole LA Thieves squad. Get the job done.
Octane's beating Slasher.
There it is, the first time in CDL history. I can't believe it. Unbelievable.
There we go. Records are broken. And they finally find it. Ridiculous there in the end. And Thieves in the respawns. A force to be reckoned with. Drawza, ridiculous. Octane, every bit as good as we know. But yeah, what a game. What a ridiculous game between these two. And I'm looking forward to see the breakdown from our wonderful, well-dressed desk.
Thank you, Bryce.
I feel pretty now. All right, excellent stuff here. The Thieves making our standings a little bit more interesting as we have a whole group now sitting at 1-1. Atlanta FaZe coming in here as the favorites, but it's not a best of 7. We have 2 hard points in a best of 5, and we saw it end in a game 4.
Well, you know what? It's never fun when there's a team that just starts steamrolling everybody else. So if anything, I'm happy this match ended up going LA Thieves' way in the fact that they got their redemption. Octane finally has a win on Slasher in the inception of the CDL, and even though the standings is now 1-8, but it was a pretty dominant series overall. The LSCLO S&D, it kind of went not as I expected, just because the first time they matched up and they played on that map and mode, they went to round 11, they pushed it to the limit. Not so much the same thing as we saw here, but who needs the S&D when you win all 3 weeks?
Nameless, what's the bigger story? That LA avoids an 0-2 start here to our Major 3 qualifiers, or the fact that Octane finally beat Slasher in his 9th attempt?
I mean, Octane finally beat Slasher in his 9th attempt. Definitely the biggest story. I mean, those are 2 of the best ARs that we have in Call of Duty's history, and Octane gets the better of him here with some huge performances, even in that game 1. Not crazy stats, but wow, that rotation to P7 where he absolutely takes over to extend that lead. Big shout out to Octane. I think this is really a story of these are the 2 best teams that we have in the game. And while Atlanta FaZe beats them in that best of 7, 4-2, right? In a best of 5, we see how the LA Thieves have the edge. You come into it, you're like, okay, we're getting rid of Hydro Hardpoint. All right, we're not that good at that map, but neither are FaZe. It's a gamble. We're going to Embassy. We haven't been that good at Embassy, but what happens here? We get a big performance out of guys like Drawza and Octane, and we get the W on Embassy in this series as well. Hotel Control, a square up. 2 of the better hotel teams. They went to round 5. Last time they played, it was Atlanta FaZe who won. This time, it's LA Thieves. How evenly matched these guys can be, and the difference is the hard point.
We have to talk with the Thieves right now, and we have the man coming out with the big dub tonight. It's Sam LaRue. Samuel, you get the best of Austin. How are we feeling right now?
He was like 8-0 against me. I had to get 1. I had to get my revenge in my online domain. He can have a grand final and land. That's fine. We don't need that.
Give him 1 to start the year. I like that.
About 10 CDL points.
That was kind of much more important than the money and the trophy. You can get yours a little bit later in the season. In fact, your fans expect it from you. But tell me about this matchup in general. I saw you both on Twitter yesterday mentioning other teams may not be playing by the GAs. We knew this was going to be a stand-up fight. Do you enjoy playing against Atlanta?
Of course I do. I mean, it's just the highest level of competition. They've been running things for a while now, so you know, you got to be on your P's and Q's when you play against Atlanta, so it's always good to see where you level up against them. And then as for what you're talking about, Puckett, I think FaZe is one of the more honorable teams, I'll say that, amongst the league right now. So it's always a good time playing against those guys. And you know, I've never beat them, so you know, I got 1 in me at least.
Yeah, a good one as well in all the respawns. I mean, you battled them out and won and beat them in 2 of their best hard points in the CDL. So that was a big W overall. But I do have to ask, what do you feel like your shortcomings as a team were in that S&D?
I think Tyler Beasy is just running around in S&D getting first bloods. I think that's kind of his running gimmick right now. We're kind of in a weird middle ground of our S&D right now, trying to figure out our identity. I think we're super streaky when we know what we want to do and when we catch rhythm, but there's two sides to that coin, and I think we're on the other side of it right now, unfortunately. So just trying to make sure that we're on top of things in practice and just trying to implement some new things in our S&D that I think we're lacking right now.
Sam, I'm sure you've seen, the stat difference in online versus LAN with the LA Thieves. It's a big difference, man. Like, you guys turn up on LAN, we can always count on you to do that. I wanted to ask you guys, I feel like you're pretty outspoken, especially of this team on Twitter and stuff. How do you get past the mental block?
I don't know what you're talking about.
How do you get past the mental block, especially as a team online sometimes where the adversity is different than it is on LAN?
I think that comes down to our coaching staff. Cap and Shane definitely harp on things a lot when we start getting in those moves in practice, or if we start showing any signs of complacency or just complaining about online Call of Duty. They do a really good job of keeping us leveled for the most part. Obviously, we have our bad days and our bad matches like we did yesterday or the day before, unfortunately. But obviously we level up on LAN. We just need to do our best to bring that mentality to these online matches. Granted, there's a lot of differences between the two, and they're very hard to disregard with the loudness equalization and all that stuff. I'm not getting into it, but there's definitely some differences, but you just got to battle past it mentally.
I wanted to ask you also about your guys' map pool coming into this series. I saw you guys got rid of Hydro and you took them to Embassy. Embassy has been a little 50-50 for you guys. You're going up against FaZe, who are one of the best Embassy teams in the game. What was the thought process there coming into this?
I think both of the hardpoints this series were not necessarily an ego child, but it's just a comfortability thing. It's their better maps and our better maps. We share a lot of similarities in our map pool, so we were comfortable just seeing who the better team was on the day, and that was the situation. As for the Hydro veto, it's something that we're still working on right now. I think we're doing well in practice, and I think we've had really good scrims leading up to this weekend. Obviously, unfortunately, didn't show that against Vegas, but I think it's just we share a map pool, and we wanted to see who the better team was today, and thankfully it was us.
Sam, thank you so much. We appreciate your time here. We will let you go celebrate. That's right, Octane beat Slasher. Just the first time here leading up to Major 3. Maybe.
8-1. I got one in me.
He's got one. He's got one. He's on the board, baby. Two. Much love, Octane. We'll let you go. That is Octane. The LA Thieves come out and they finish the week 1-1. They're not the only ones, but we got to revisit one of the key plays that got them there. This is our scuff play of the game, and we got to talk about the snaking nameless. It's everywhere these days.
My word, fam. What is happening in the Call of Duty League? This is the skill difference. Look at Draza. It just gets a two-piece. He's just trying to get information, right? This is the best way that you can gain information here on Hotel Control. Jumps the corner, finds one, and then we're going to see Envoy as well. Hit him with a nice flank. He sees them inside the hill staking. He's like, all right, I'm not gonna be able to shoot him in the head, so I gotta jump at him. Finds two, and then he hits him with the furious snake without the position. You don't even need a wall, man. You just hit it with an animation, you get the kill. So they were the better team today, especially in the diner.
Yeah, dining, snaking, it all works out, and the LA Thieves get their revenge. Unfortunately, it's still going to be Atlanta with the trophy for now. But this is just the beginning of a very spicy Major 3 qualifier, and we got to look back at some of the other series that went on today, because we started with the Subliners. They had a poor finish in their own opinions. If you looked at their scores in Boston, they come out online, and they are just flying past their opponents today. The Mutineers hit with another 3-0. That game one, though, closer than a lot of people expected.
Very close. And I think the unfortunate thing for Florida in that situation is that New York were actually on the back foot a majority of this map, at least in my opinion. They were late on rotations, and it really took that one really good break over on the other side of generators when everybody got the kills at the same time, and they were able to collapse and get 40 seconds, and then a single and final P2 full hold there in the end to cinch that win. And from then on, I mean, it was just Hydra doing Hydra things. 11-4 on a hotel search and destroy, and it was a lot of Florida just not committing to the play. I think this Florida team still has a lot of growing pains and room to grow as a team with this new roster, but they gotta have confidence in their play calls.
And I like what we're seeing so far from the Subliners, returning to where they're used to, a 2-0 start here in the qualifiers. Mutineers still looking for their first map. We'll see if they can get it in week 2. The second series of the day, though, featured some new faces as we welcomed Hixie into the starting lineup here at the CDL for the Ultra. On the other side, it was another look at Too Real from Las Vegas. And Nameless, you thought Vegas was going to have the edge coming into the series, but Ultra surprising a lot of folks.
I really did. I thought they were going to have the edge due to how their control looked in their last match that they had versus the Thieves. But in this series, it was Toronto Ultra coming out blazing, man. Hixie came in, filled a void they needed in the objective role, and it's the Toronto Ultra that we saw throughout Stage 1 and Stage 2 qualifiers. Scrappy had himself a hell of a performance in the Hardpoints. They get some fortunate luck on their side in that game number 4, and a couple of mistakes on the Vegas Legion, but it was a tough battle, man. Both these teams pretty solid. I still think Vegas had a good showing, though. I really do.
Yeah, that search and destroy, by the way. If you want to see some ninja diffuses, these teams were fearless today. It was mind games on top of the gun skill. At the end of it, though, I want to get a quick grade from you. What do you think of Hixie? Is he a good fit for this Ultra squad?
Yeah, I think he did well. It definitely wasn't the most standout performance that we've seen from a rookie getting, brought into the CDL for the first time, but that's just not the type of player Hixie is. Again, he said in our interview that he wanted to enable Kleenex. He wanted to enable his sub duo and enable the players around him, and it's hard to find players like that these days, man.
You need people that make the rest of the team better. That is what he says his role is on this squad, and he helps them earn their first win so far in our Major 3 qualifiers. Here's how things shake out at the end of week 1. Only 2 teams finishing 2-0. You also see Surge and OpTic still unbeaten after playing just 1 match. But look at that group in the middle. FaZe, Ultra, Thieves, Legion. It's getting messy there with a lot of 1-1s. We could see a race to the end here as everyone battles for the final 8 before Texas.
Man, listen, Puckett, if I'm some of these teams towards the top, I'm like, yo, can Thieves and FaZe get their acts together? I don't want to play you in round number 1. Like, figure it out and get some wins. But yeah, it's a tight race, man. Everybody is competitive, so it's going to get crazy.
We're looking at the numbers in Boston. They might be in a position to go 4-0. What are the big matches next week? Well, Boston's run, not nearly as difficult as some of these teams. Look at what OpTic has in front of them. They take on the new Toronto Ultra at 4:30. That's on Friday. But the Toronto squad, if they get up over OpTic, they got a chance to climb this leaderboard as they take on the Subliners. Toronto with a tough draw, and we close things out with an epic showdown as usual. Seattle Surge versus LA Thieves is coming up at 4:30 on Saturday.
Which should be a banger because we saw a much better Seattle Surge here at the start of our Major 3 qualifiers, but also Toronto Ultra, OpTic Texas, and Vegas Legion have some seriously tough remaining matches.
You only have 5 matches in your qualifiers before Texas. Get those wins in right now, and you all should get your wins in because ranked play is live. It's incredible, and we've got to give a big shout out to all the devs who made this possible. It's here. Nameless is making the climb to Crimson. Ali and I are climbing our way out of gold here shortly. We're going to be diamonds before you see us next.
I'm getting out right when I get home.
Same.
I'm going live.
Who's your hard carry? Can they carry me?
Clay.
No way.
Stay on the sticks, baby. That is going to do it for us. Thank you all for tuning in. We will see you next Friday, 2:45 p.m. as always, for another round of Headquarters. See you then.
Let's go. Yeah. This an action-packed Rambo rap. No Sambo, I'm strapped. Heart like Geronimo Pratt. Go black, I just move on them. Advance on them. Groove on them. Then dance on them. Put a trance on them. With this tool on them. Tell all my young MCs. What's the move on them? Mass tragedies when I grand groove on them. Put in long hours over strong flowers. The money's all ours. This is all power. We getting it. We getting it in. I said we getting it. We getting it in. As we run the clock, the work really begin. We getting it. Y'all know what it is. You know what it is out here when we really getting it in. It's what we do. I break day like the crack of dawn and start morning. Pouring victims off rooftops, body drop through morning. Soaring like a Hawkeye sight. I spend a fortnight locking in on victims like a pit door fight. I won't let go. Suppress retro. Spit death blows. In other words, flip murders. Hit burgers. Sip burgers. Strip a service pistol down. Spring cleaning. The team scheming. See this beam gleaming. Some people miss the point. So I'm blocked till they get it. Then I back out. Pull out. Cop and spit it. Drop the letters off your hometown's fitted. Don't you captain of your shit? Why you go down with it? I'm like a brand new being. How I slow down with it? Split up like Rambo. Being low down with it. Spitting on them like pop. Everybody want it. But it's me against the world. Everybody's the opponent. We getting it in. I said we getting it. We getting it in. Stand for us. Block the work really begins. Cause we getting it. We getting it in. Getting it in.
I got one more in me. I got one more in me. Nice job, Rich.